Hello! Until the timestamp of 0 minutes and 25 seconds, I want to give a content warning that will also spoil a small reveal within the final encounter with Zennethor. Skip ahead to that time right now if you feel comfortable. Content warning. This episode contains depictions of one or more characters physically killing themselves. It does not contain any serious decisions of suicide or suicidal ideation, since it pertains strictly to the mechanics of the final encounter with Zennethor. Thank you so much for listening. Without further ado, here is the campaign finale to the Umbral Harbingers.
Hello and welcome back to the Umbral Harbingers, where we are currently sitting in the dark and wearing black clothing. I'm your Dungeon Master Nathan, and this is the finale of this 12-session campaign into the heart of the Umbral corruption of the Black Jade Lords. Now, in one word, how is every player at this table feeling as you are ready?
One at a time.
Starting with Ben.
Excited.
Excited.
Ready.
Anticipating.
That is a good word. Yes.
Ready.
Excited. It ends here, folks. Whether that means the story, your lives, or the decisions that you've made reaching their terminus. Let's give ourselves a recap of what happened last session with the Umbral Harbingers. As the five of you entered your 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th loops within the city, you felt your own vitality drift away, losing max HP every single time. You took increasingly desperate measures, trying to manipulate the ghosts of the City of Souls to get the special chronomancy shard to the artifact's location in the Nexus of Judgment, as Axion, the Arbiter, desperately looked on as he continued to cast his time reversal spell. Utilizing a combination of Speak with Dead, spectral weapons, the scroll of necrotic time dilation messaging, and all of these fun shenanigans as you raced down the promenade, the grove, the agora, and the front steps. You eventually found yourselves in an intimate conversation as three of you in the hallways of the Nexus had an opportunity to speak with Axion directly. He used a very powerful and difficult to cast time stop spell, giving him moments to speak with you directly. Eventually, he told you that while he did indeed entrust you to get Zephyr and the artifact to its final location, that you're going to need some help. And he imparted to you an ability, a gift that pervaded through all five of your minds as a part of your united essence, the same way that those necrotic shards in your bodies have powered you through the Umbral corruption. This ability was called Temporal Death True Sight, and it gave you the ability to actually see dead things in the city and interact with them directly, saying that this curse was once given to me by Kelmvor, and now it shall be yours as well. He didn't want to impart this to you, but it did give you the edge you needed to overcome the spectral images inside of the Nexus and finally get the artifact to its location. We saw as Tom cast a watery sphere restraining multiple of these specters at once, and a combination of Winton and Eri, Mordecai, and Cypress were able to ping-pong this artifact all the way to its final location, where, once instilled, it evaporated the specter into a sludge that then coalesced into a moth that Mordecai picked up as it attached to his neck, giving him the final of the 4 shards that you all needed. And the ground beneath you opened up as you were preparing to step on the way through. Now, because of the timing of where the last session ended off, I missed out on the opportunity to give you some actual direct answers to all of your theorizing about the City of Souls. So, whether or not we say that Axion arrived and spoke to you about these things, or that I, the DM, am just going to give you this information, I think it would be satisfactory to share these things before you move on to what will be the most perilous step in your journey. So Axion will, let's say, as a part of the time dilation in this final stage of your journey, as the rest of the city around you begins to reverse time to what you might recall as a depiction of the ancient human city that existed before the City of Souls was constructed on top of it through some form of magic or inciting incident. As that's happening around you, Axion will speak directly to you. And here's what you learn from him in this conversation. Based on what you were able to piece together, you found out that the Chronophage Spectre, this was one of the Umbral monsters that Zennethor had created, just like the other three. He had sent it out with a specific purpose, but in this case, it was to sow chaos in the City of Souls. The Chronophage Spectre was leveraging a piece of illusory magic, a type of manipulation that caused Arbiter Axion to believe that, just like 1,000 years ago in the city of Sagespire, that a meteor was going to collide into the city. That's why Tom didn't actually touch it or interact with it. By the time that Arbiter Axion was able to cast the time spell, he wasn't taking any chances. He didn't know that it was an illusion. And so he, being the only person, in his own words, outside of the bounds of Kellenvor, he's the only person that remembered what was happening. You as party members, the only reason you were able to remember what happened is because you were not in the city at the time line at which he cast that spell. Because you were outside of the gates before that spell was reset, you retained the memories every time you re-entered your bodies outside of the gates, allowing you and the Arbiter alone to remember what happened to each of these loops. So, the Arbiter accidentally needed to keep this loop going while trying to maintain order within the city, so he actually used a powerful mage that he had Gila, his scribe, send to Lyric, using that same technology that you had, instructing Lyric to continuously play a song of memory erasure. This spell was augmented by the statue. Remember how it shouted thousands of voices at you? Lyric was using the statue at the end of the time loop to shoot his song outwards to every single citizen in the City of Souls, thus wiping their minds upon the reset. That's why nobody remembers anything, except, of course, for all of you. So that's the mystery of the city. The idea was that you were able to find ways to get this artifact to its final location. The Spectre only noticed that you were affecting its world when you were moving that Chronomancy shard, and so it was trying to basically possess a bunch of these different artifacts along the way in order to fight you back. Just thought you deserve some closure after a very hard-fought battle against the Chronophage Spectre. It can only affect you through its possession of those artifacts. So once you had retrieved the artifact, it was gonzo for the old Chronophage Spectre. Oh, and I did forget to mention this. The Chronophage Spectre feeds on the time. So every single time that Axion was using this spell, he was playing directly into the Chronophage, which grew stronger every single loop as it fed off of anyone in the city that still had time left to give. Who were those people? You. And so every single loop, in addition to it sucking, basically feeding off the energy of the time spell, it was growing in power at the direct cost of your max HP. So there you go. There are only direct answers. Let's say you just piece that together as part of your conversation with Axion.
No
he
wonder
realizes
he was able to roll 13 so often from the Chronophage Spectre. He was getting stronger.
I mean, he just kept rolling better. Okay, cool. Any questions? I know we're about to transition to a really, really hype moment, but wanted to tie that off with a neat bow.
And so the meteor that destroyed Sagespire was what we heard about with the blood prints.
Correct.
Of... Okay.
Yeah.
This was just
he basically was conjuring an image of that actual moment, but made it look like it was going to hit the City of Souls, thus prompting Axion to action.
okay. So retroactively, and this doesn't mean like everything's saying we like go do back. So I interrupted Lyric once in the middle of a song. Did you just in your head did you were like, okay, well, he got back on track to where he was and that song still did it?
Yeah.
Okay, so me not
It's a pretty short song. It's like
Okay.
a 40-second thing. So unless you were there all 3 minutes and stopping him from doing it, I'm gonna assume that he just had enough time to get it out
Okay,
there.
so my early interaction with him did nothing to it wouldn't have done anything.
It did not mechanically affect any of you in any way.
Cool. Okay.
It is true that if you were like, I'm going to stop him at all costs somehow, I mean, he had direct orders from Axion that this was like of critical importance. He would have probably just like guided you while finishing the song around the statue, and then that would have been his solution for trying to get this thing off. Yeah, but what's funny is he wouldn't have remembered every single iteration, so it would always be fresh to him whenever you showed up. Very funny. Okay, cool. So
It would have been interesting if everyone remembered, if we were able to stop him.
yeah, what would have happened? Presumably chaos. Which not have been helpful for you. So, but let's go ahead and make a full transition. So, City of Souls, right there. I'm going to
have more
describe.
HP.
Yes, for the viewers, I think it's important to know just how precarious each of our players are. So, based on where you currently are, what's the max HP of everyone at the
One
table?
at a time.
So, I'll start with Aerie.
9.
9. Cypress.
31.
31. Mordecai.
10.
10. Tom.
2.
2. Winton.
19.
19. And the reason, Winston, you have 19 is because in the last session you elected, because you were desperately trying to allow Lafrey to overtake your body to do some important work, you tried to let out just 1 or 2 souls. I had you roll a d8. You rolled an 8. You lost every soul for a combination of 7 times 6 equals minus 42 max HP, putting you down to, I mean, you've got almost half the max HP of Cypress. And barely more than, your squishier counterparts. How do you feel right now?
My head has never been clearer.
That is technically true. But let's go ahead and move into truly what's about to happen next. As the 5 of you give each other a knowing nod, you see that this portal below you seems to pull your souls downward, just like Winton. When you first died on the plains of Ormberg, and your necklace was pulling you to the Umbral corruption, it too, here, is pulling you downward. But this time only one soul gesturing down, your own. It seems that you've got an unmet destiny beyond this portal. For the rest of you, it's clear that these shards which you've each taken on, they are feeding on you. They are tethering you to an evil, malevolent force beyond this plane. And that force is beyond this portal. It's clear that Zennethor awaits you on the other side. And I'll give you a moment before you step through the portal into what might be your final encounter. It might be your final moments. You may never return to this plane. You may never see each other or any of the people that you came to know or love in Chrysalis. Is there anything that you say to each other or even to yourselves as you prepare to go forth?
This might not mean anything, but before I walked in here, not only did I not want to die, I was not ready to die. And then, as life works in its ways, I got to see some familiar faces again, and then see some unfamiliar ones, and you've made the last few weeks some of the most memorable and worthy moments of my life. I walked into this, and as much as I don't want to die, I don't want to, I am no longer afraid to die anymore. Winton, Tom, Aerie, Cypress, no matter what happens, thank you for making me feel like something I haven't had in quite some time. A friendship and love that I may not ever be able to have after this day, but I know that if I don't, I get to go down with that feeling. Nathan, would you allow me to burn all of my bardic inspiration for everyone to get one? Like all 3 of my slots, so everyone here gets a plus D8?
Buy 3, get 1 free.
Not me, just the other 4. I have 3, so it'd just be 1 free one.
Mordecai, Bard of Legends, I will allow you to do this. Everyone gets bardic inspiration except for Mordecai. Touched by his words. Anyone else?
I don't think Ari would say anything, but she certainly... A memory of Aegon comes to her mind, and I think she would just kind of smile and kind of be resolved to whatever's to come.
Makes sense to me. Anyone else?
I think as we walk through the portal, Tom would say, hey, let's not die.
Fair enough.
Wise words of tactics and strategy from the sorcerer. Anything else?
It's a Helldiver's tooth tape if I ever...
Don't die.
I think Cyber's just stealing himself.
What are you thinking right now?
He's probably taking Tom's words to heart. Don't die.
Yes.
We gotta do that.
Winton reaches up to the now empty black jade around his neck. And I guess after all that, looks at everyone. And then looks at Mordecai. There was a reason. I was the one who was sent to the Black Jade Lords. It's because I'm damn good at my job. I will be sure that none of you die this day. And I cast Death Ward on myself.
Awesome. As this energy of necrotic power overtakes you, you feel buffeted against the forces, almost gravitational from this portal. I think it's time that we step through the other side. As all of you come together, you feel that at the very epicenter, the center of this room, where this portal has the greatest pull, that the force that's going to lead you through is your shards directly. You're going to penetrate a layer of planes itself. Now, technically, we could say that all of you at this point are planar walkers. The moment you step into the Umbral corruption, you would technically step into Shadowfell. But this is going to be something completely unlike the metaphysical experiences you've ever had up until this point. As you step through, we might describe that gravity pulls us here on Earth, and that if you were to, step off of a cliff, the thing that pulls you down is it's a law of nature. It is impossible to defy. No matter what you do, it will pull you to the Earth. This is the same, but with respect to time. The necklaces or the shards that you wear, they possess the power to rapidly propel you to your death. And as you are falling into this portal, it's almost as if you're seeing your own lives pass in just a flash. And when you think about a black hole where gravity pulls faster and faster the closer you get to it, time accelerates faster and faster in your minds to your perception around you. You see your own skin wither and fade instantly. You see the bone underneath it. You see your hair fade. Your eyes dilate. You find yourselves watching your own death. And yet you're still here. Because your consciousness are being protected by the shards that you possess. Almost as if your souls and their being are being temporarily ferried, not by your bodies anymore, but by these shards. You vanish underneath the portal as it closes inside of the Hall of Nexus in the City of Souls. Suddenly, this dark black void around you fades away, and you see light for the first time, your eyes beginning to reform. You look down, your hands, skeletal, now sinews and tissues and muscle, now skin, blood, all reforms around you in real time and over approximately 5 to 10 seconds. And you stand with your feet on an elevated, lit platform as it descends downwards. But then, you look around and you see that you are completely upside down. You look upwards, and as the platform descends, you're in fact being elevated above a huge ashen city with a crater roughly 1 mile in diameter. You see around you that there are giant obelisk spires of black jade, 30 feet tall, cratering inward like it was creating a coned structure from the circumference of the crater of the meteor's impact, pointed inward. 5 obelisks of tremendous size. They gleam with the necrotic energy, almost as a focal point, a lightning rod for black energy, which splits the sky above you, in quotes, and reverberates in a pentagram amongst those 5 pillars, and shoots off through the seam that you just descended through. I need 2 of you to make an Arcana check.
5 plus 3.
Plus 4.
Plus 0. I've got plus 5.
Okay.
Not 20.
24.
Tom! And 24 is great too, by the way. So
23.
I mean, this is just a sense that you get as a group, but Tom, I'll give you a little bit extra. You're watching the pattern here. Okay. There's a focal point. It's being augmented off of these spires, but then it shoots directly through the seam that we just traveled through. And your mind, it flashes to the image at the top of the pyramid of Queen Seraphra's palace, when the moonbeam-like spell was echoed down and across, using the focal point of what you now know to be the greater staff of Selûne, Glaive of Selûne, to become an extremely powerful form of force. But in this case, it's coming from somewhere else. With the Nat 20, you get this otherworldly sense. This is the source of all necrotic magic in Chrysalis. It's coming here from a different plane of reality, splitting the sky and reverberating. But then it's using this city, the destruction, the ruins of this city, as a staging area, powering it up as it reverberates through the 5 pillars and then echoes back through this seam into Chrysalis. All the black jade, all the necrotic power of your home world, it's being prepared, empowered, and focused here in the city of Sage Spire.
Cool.
And is that all of the physical black jade, or the magic that powers all of the physical black jade?
The power itself.
I see.
Is that the question?
Yeah.
Yes. All of the power itself. Now, as a reminder, although the characters wouldn't need to know this is for viewers and players, what you learned from the Raven Queen when she brought you to the City of Souls is that Orcus, the prince fiend of the undead, seeking to extend his power, his influence in Chrysalis, launched a giant meteor that collided with the city, thus turning it into, thus flipping this slice of Chrysalis into being what you now know as a piece of Shadowfell. But this city, it has no ghosts, no mummies, no skeletons, nothing. This must be the real, true location in Chrysalis where the meteor struck, not the City of Souls. You see the craterous ruins around you, a few buildings still standing, but no more than 10 feet tall, everything thrown to the sides. And let's have 2 of you roll perception. See if there's anything else you see as you're...
Plus 4 perception?
Plus 4.
Plus 7. 15.
Yeah.
15 for both?
Yeah.
Okay. As this platform continues to raise, you actually get the sense that you're now 30 feet, now 50 feet. You look down, and you are now upside down, elevated roughly 100 feet off of the ground. You've basically descended through the center of this crater and are now looking up at the city above you. These pillars of black magic shooting through the portal that you just descended from. And with the 15, you don't see much else, but there's some movement. It looks like over there's another seam in the sky. I can't see anything through it. And there's another one over there. Just 2, other than your own. And I should watch for those. There's probably something that might come from there, because it seems like a connection between realities. As the platform raises, you are now standing there, and nothing happens. The world upside down. Trey, you were going to say something?
No.
Oh, great.
No, I wasn't going to say.
We need to keep an eye on the scenes above us. There's 3 in
those.
total, including the one we came from.
Okay. Well, you all seem unsure of what to do next. And it's at this moment that you have a friendly guide to escort you to your new posts. You see that coming from the ground above you, quotes, descending through the portal and floating with a magical energy of swirling black mist, he steps on what look like ghosts that tether under his feet, like he has used a leash to throw down another being, and is stepping on their heads oh so carelessly until he finally reaches your elevation. Now all of you, 100 feet in the air. He, right side up, quote unquote, the rest of you upside down. It's your one and only best friend, Zennethor. He looks at all of you and smiles. You see the toothy, curled grin underneath the necrotic flesh protrude as his gleaming red fiery eyes show. He wears a black cloak that hangs low with long claws, and his skinny body seems to betray that it is almost entirely constructed of souls. And he nods. Hello! I can't believe it! In the flesh! Well, mostly in the flesh. Seems like most of you are in one whole piece. How did everyone's journey feel for them?
Is this the guy?
It's the guy.
Great.
I pictured him having horns.
Mordecai, we didn't get the chance to catch up. I'm grateful for your presence here. Truly, I wouldn't worry about concealing your thoughts from me. I seem to have a bit of a communion or an attunement with all of your souls.
We're here.
I pictured him a little taller.
Same, I was going to say that too.
Oh, would that make you feel more comfortable? Well, don't mind if I do! He triples his height until he's 30 feet tall,
Yeah.
with his long claws dripping downwards like they're made of sludge. You feel the necrotic energy drip off onto your platform. But again, he is right side up, you upside down. It drips in your direction upwards.
What do you want with us?
Thank you! Someone is finally being professional about this whole thing. Look, I thought I will make this as simple as possible. When I sought forth to empower my own domain here under Orcus to bring the necrotic fields to the rest of Chrysalis, I needed more powerful agents. Okay, maybe this deserves a little bit of explanation, because truly, it is worth noting why I don't use soul-bound vassals anymore. I actually want to use you instead. Far more powerful, much more reliable. I'll get there. He looks at your confused expressions and he sort of waves his hands as he's gesturing wildly. Okay, so this is my hometown. This is Sage Spire. What do you think of it? Needs a little bit of a pick-me-up. It's a bit of a fixer-upper, if you will. But I think that it could do quite wonderful things for Chrysalis. You see, this is where all of the literal magic really happens. The power behind the curtain. Because without it, Orcus wouldn't have nearly as much power as he currently does in the land of the Black Jade Lords in Chrysalis. So, what do you know about the nature of the Black Jade Lords and the Umbral corruption? How much do I really need to teach you here?
It's unnatural, brought by your prince.
What he said.
Yes, good. I'm sensing you're holding back from me. I don't know if there's anything else that you wanted to reveal from your minds. I could just pull into it, I suppose, but that's really your decision. I'll give you a moment to speak. if you wish.
We are in a land beyond Chrysalis that was brought here from Shadowfell.
Good. Thank you, Winton. I can always appreciate someone who's willing to actually call things for what they are. So, I think it's worth noting that I am not powerful enough to do this on my own. That's why you're here. When Orcus summoned me, he gave me spectacular power at a little cost. His eyes dart downward at the city. But once he brought his domain with that meteor of necrotic influence, I was in hibernation for 500 years, just resting within my phylacteries, trying to reclaim some of the power he promised me. And then, when I woke up, I looked around me. I said, great! Some of the creatures here have already found ways to take advantage of the Black Jade. Maybe my job won't be so hard. Maybe it will be easy for me to collect souls and to be able to feed them to Orcus while extending his domain within Chrysalis. But the Black Jade Lords are, how should we say, they're just squabbling children. Chaotic infighting. You'll notice that the zombies and the skeletons are always fighting against each other. The vampires are so familially clan cliquey, and it doesn't make any sense to have a city of souls when really they should be making judgments on everyone in Chrysalis. I couldn't stand it, so I started something new about 100 years ago. I needed something more powerful, something predictable, something that I could control. You see that a flick of his wrist, you see that there are strings, those tethers that you saw in some of your nighttime visions with him. And he starts to pull on them, and Airy Cypress, you notice that they jet in the direction of one of the two other seams that you were looking from. And he says, I needed people who were capable of blending in Chrysalis, taking this corruptive necrotic mark, but infiltrating the various forms of power, of magic, of scholars, or government. Perhaps friends like this favorite of yours. He starts pulling, and you see that the tethers start, they yank on something inside of the seam. And he just flicks each finger like he's strumming on a harp, pulling again and again. As rapidly, you see that a figure emerges through the seam. It is flying on the back of a dragon. A dragon made of skeletal bones, it's really more of like a wormling, just like a small dragon. And eventually you see landing on the platform beside you and jumping off with a hand in a saluted position, bowing to his master, is Sable.
Shit.
Yes, Zennethor, you call for me? He reaches up instinctively to what would be to remove his hat in honor, and then his eyes look up at you, Mordecai, and you see a flare of frustration in his mind. Zennethor says, oh, you baby, stop whining about that already. We can get it back for you in a moment. Sable here. You want to know what I like about Sable? No matter how many points of struggle he comes across, he always comes back home. You see that, Winton, you notice that the number of tethers between Zennethor and Sable is not one, like you can start to visibly see with Cypress, Airy, Mordecai, and Tom. It's 10. There are 10 tethers between him and something that is underneath the vest that Sable is wearing. Zennethor says, originally the technique was pretty simple. I would find people in Chrysalis that I felt would be great vessels to do my work's bidding, hidden from the eyes of Kellamvar and Shaw and even the Raven Queen, because they were contained inside of technically mortal forms. But I could have my cake and eat it too. As soon as that person really defied my orders, I could just kill them on the spot and turn them anew, taking their soul with all of its memories, all of its power, and using that to power up the next vessel. You immediately get the sense that the necklace on Sable's body has 9 other souls trapped inside of it. And Sable has been extremely effective at helping me identify powerful people. For, he turns to you, Winton, what could be a better find for an undead lich like myself than a grave domain cleric? As soon as he found you on the outskirts of Ornberg, I just knew you had to be mine. So you can thank Sable for bringing you into the fold. Thank you, Sable. Sable, sort of with a smirk, bows again and says, oh, it was all too easy. He cared far too much for others and left his back wide open.
Winton, his hand near his mace, like, just grips into a fist, like, angling, though his angling more so it's like he's not straight facing them, but more like one shoulder to them, like his hand behind himself.
You notice that Zennethor says, as I'll switch back to Zart, he says, not so fast. I can't have you two fighting here, and I can't have you, Sable, attacking Mordecai. We're all colleagues at this point. Practically brothers. And as I want to say, Winton, you notice that he's flicking one of his fingers and trying to maintain a tie with your shard, your necklace, and then he says, Winton, you're missing 6 of your souls. Where do they go? Or 7 of your souls, where do they go?
They decided that it would be best if they found a new host. And honestly, at this point I'm having trouble I'm having an issue on wondering if I should blame them or if I should congratulate them on dodging you.
Winton! You just undid about 95 years of soul harvesting. You want to just go back and find a bunch of new people to consume? That took Sable ages. You see that Sable looks visibly frustrated.
Winton just, like, hearing that, he looks straight at Sable and just has the widest grin all of a sudden.
It's no matter. Honestly, I trust your judge of power and character. I watched you as you journeyed through the Umbral corruption, and maybe if you were to take on a role like Sable's, you could help to recruit new souls that could go into this necklace of yours, giving you power along the way. Now, all in all, this was a good system for the last 100 years or so. Having these vessels was certainly helpful, but the problem is that at some points, if you give these vassal vessels a bit too much power, they start to think other thoughts about what they will do with this. It's almost a mobocracy internally. One of my vassals fled to the Diamond Sages and supposedly actually cleansed herself of this entire debacle. I can't even imagine how that's possible. The power of Orcus reigns supreme. So I had to change course. I've still got a few more of my vassals in different pockets of governments and other powerful mercantile entities, but I suppose that I needed to transition, and so that's where you come from. I took some of my least loyal vassals, and I was able to do something a little bit more regenerative with them. And what I was able to do was to create an open audition. Umbral Beasts, launched months ago into the corruption for any taker to defeat, because he leans forward at the 4 of you remaining. Anyone that attuned to a black jade shard from these monsters, well, they're attuned to me forever. And if you even dare to turn your back on Orcus's will, then you'll just wither away and die. Oh, but it's better than that. You won't even really die. Every time you die, I just get another tether to your soul. And another, and another, and another, and another, and then, eventually, I will just consume you. It's much, much more delicious that way. There is no death for you now. You've already made it. So, this is what immortality looks like. But don't worry, it's good news! You can't die! as long as we are attuned to each other, you can't ever truly die. Which means I have a deal for all of you. And he is going to shrink back to his roughly humanoid size, since Cypress wanted him to be taller. And he starts drifting around. He's going to look at each of you. And what's about to happen here is he is going to use what was happening inside of your visions to speak to you inside your minds silently. It's not that different from message or being able to telepathically communicate with someone. But it's worth noting all of this happens simultaneously. He's talking to all 5 of you all simultaneously at the same time. And so we're going to play this out one by one.
Simultaneously in the sense that we hear each other, or in the sense that we can't
You do
respond
not.
to what the others are saying?
You do
Okay.
not hear each other. So, let's roll some dice. And roll for initiative.
It's a dirty 20 for Mordecai.
Okay, above 20. Great. Between 15 and 20.
19.
Under 15.
9.
Okay. That's right, is it? Under 15 and 9.
4.
4. Cypress, rolled a
Yeah,
natural
we did really well.
1.
What a time to roll it though. Rather here than combat.
This might be combat.
Well, rather here than an attack roll.
Okay.
It's always good to give him the first swing. What could go wrong?
Right.
Mordecai, as you stand on this platform, you're looking around at the others. You see Sable standing to one side, 10 tethers between him and Zennethor as his arms cross his chest. He zooms directly into your focus. He's in front of your mind. You can't see anything else. It's like you got a concussion, but the only vision, the only image, the flashing light is Zennethor's face over and over, a strobing light. It's hard to breathe. He says, Mordecai! Have you ever wanted to tell the legends of old? The stories of the dead? Have you ever wanted to be with someone who is herself immortal? Now you have the chance. With me, with my power, you'll be able to live long enough in the Umbral corruption to stay with Beatrice. Without you, she might be doomed. She might be doomed to a cycle of violence. She might not be able to ever leave the Umbral corruption, but with your power, you can extend that corruption. She could go and dance in the flowery fields of the Umbral egalitarian. She could visit that. What was that black box theater you once performed at? Maybe see one of your shows? You could become a storyteller. No, better, president. You could lead the Umbral egalitarian. You could be the people's hero. You could overthrow the corrupt rulers. All you need is a little bit of willpower.
Will my answer in my head to him, or is it verbally and everyone around can hear it?
In your mind only.
Okay.
Just because it's all simultaneous.
Okay, okay. No. 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 Promise me whatever you want. I've made my peace. And I know what I'm ready for.
Mordecai, I wanted more from you.
They all do.
Disappointing. But I guess that's not so surprising from Mordecai, isn't it? You've let everyone down. You let down Sora, the Umbral insurgents, cowering away while they were executed. And you haven't even been able to save those you love the most. Your mind flashes to Beatrice, who must be waking up in her coffin, confused expression on her face, reading the letter that was left by her side. Back to present. You realize that if you make this decision, I will just consume your soul and start over. A whole new batch of heroes ready to take my command. Let's be honest, you wanted more than just a life as a commoner. I am giving you that.
That's not what I wanted you were.
We shift over to Tom. In your mind, and he says, Tom, last we spoke, I believe that you wanted to know what the origin or source of magic is.
Mm-hmm.
Is that still true?
No, I figured it out.
Tell me more.
You don't know?
I'd
That's
like to
weird.
see your insights.
And I don't want to tell you particularly.
That's fair enough. I believe that I can offer you something that even your cocky, arrogant, lunar conservatory attitude won't be able to solve or serve. You can tell that around us, the magic here is coming from the plane of necrotic forces, the abyss proper. Not so surprising. There are other staging locations in Chrysalis for every form of magic that is channeled into your material plane. But you don't know where they are. That sort of information is extremely powerful, dangerous even. Those who safeguard the secrets of where the magic of the other 7 gemstones comes from, well, they not only have the potential to engineer alternative forms of magic, but even possibly to use it to triangulate the position of the 9 stone. Now, if I was hiding extremely valuable information about where the other nexuses of magic are in Chrysalis, where would I hide that information? Let's see if the smart scholar can figure this one out.
If you personally were hiding it? Or if somebody...
If someone who had this information was going to hide it, where would they put it?
I don't know.
Why don't you roll intelligence to see if you can figure it out? Because I don't want your failure to just be Ben's failure. I want it to be Tom's failure as well. This will be a tough one.
$26.
26 is pretty smart. You're thinking about his words. The truth of all magic. It would have to be in some location that is top secret, extremely well secured. Safeguarded by people who care a lot about the protection of magical ideologies and research. You get the sense now?
Why would they put it in the Library of Evolution?
Oh,
You let the
goody!
girls have it?
Truthkeeper Prionis has a lot more up his sleeve than you might believe. Someone who knows quite a lot about the magic in Chrysalis. They wouldn't want it to get out. And the Library of Evolution, contrary to its name, actually really is the most secured facility for knowledge. But thankfully, I've got a contact there that will help us out. So, if you join me, I can give you the power to go anywhere in Chrysalis and discover not just this plane's magic, but all the other planes feeding into the world. Then you can finally finish the research for that poor, poor master of yours who went disappearing one lonely night. Finish your work, if you will.
So your deal is that I will get eternal life to go out and learn the secret of magic so that I can destroy all of the magic other than necrotic power.
No. We would still leverage the other forms of magic, obviously, but it would give us access to the other 7 planes from which magic really emanates. And I think Orcus would probably want to say something to those deities and planar lords. You would just be a researcher in the field.
Yeah, I want to know everything, and I want to know everything Because if we know everything, we can save everybody. And I don't buy that that's what you're going for.
Saving
I'll
everyone.
pass.
Tom, you don't strike me as the kind of person who would want to altruistically give up his entire soul just to save some people. Is that really what you're about?
If the alternative is to save my soul at the cost of everybody else's, yeah.
We switch over to Airy.
Out of my head, Zennethor.
I almost feel like I've become accustomed here. You're like the beanbag chair I threw in the corner. He kicks back his feet inside your mind's eye. You begin to feel as though there's a residual weight or a dent, like his impression is leaving a longer form impact on your spirits. He says, Airy, I have something that might make you very happy. You know how you were able to conjure upon Aegon at a time of need, using that oval of yours to pull from a tether that is still alive and in the material plane?
Yes.
What if I told you that if you had enough powerful necrotic ability, you could pull on a tether you know well enough to even... He produces a tether on one of his fingers, a strong one, a gleaming one. Rip someone directly from another plane into your own hand. You could, theoretically, of course, you could pull anyone to your location and have a chat, a one-on-one, a conversation with them. You see, he begins to pull into his mind what looks like just a spectral vision. It allows you to peer through it to another plane. And in his hand, you see the spectral image of Sora Rayjar. He has an attuned connection with her.
Harry's eyes grow wide.
You know, the moment that you picked up that shard from the Corpse Weaver, I got to connect to your tethers. That's why you haven't been able to talk to her the whole time. I just expedited her shipment right here. He's pulling on the thread.
Leave her.
I have an idea. And he begins to hand the thread to you, to your hand. I can teach you. You can bring anyone back, including Sora. He's preparing to let go of it into your hand. You could speak to her now.
If I don't take her from you, does that mean you have control over her?
Yes. It's either you or me, it seems. Think of it as a gift for joining the cause. Yeah, it's free. I won't even make you sign any pacts in order to speak with her. You can do so right now if you wish. In your mind's eye, you feel the warmth of Sora right there.
Can I make an insight check on Zennethor?
Yeah. What are you looking for?
I'm trying to gauge what he wants from me in return for speaking to her.
Okay, this won't be very hard.
This is insight.
Yep.
18.
This is as simple as he believes that by giving you this conversation, he will entice you to want to maintain that power. You know, you put someone on opioids and then you take them away and you create a power dynamic there. So, here you go.
Tackling
Opium.
tackling the opioid pandemic here on Art of the Dice, huh?
Yeah.
I'll pick it up.
Okay. You see, he says, good, now, follow my lead. And he shows you that harp strumming motion, and it requires the easiest dex check as you pull on it to pull this thread, which will bring Sora in her entirety, spiritually speaking, to your current location.
Don't drop her.
Where does this thread leave? Where is she?
So he is going to speak in generic terms, but there's something that I should now reveal to you. It hasn't really played into this encounter yet. You are spiritually attuned to Zennethor, and he is actually not really able to lie to you, because you, with reverse insight, can see into his own mind. That's why he was really forthright with the entire, sort of timeline of the different vessels that he used up until this point. Might as well not hide it, because you could see it anyways. He is going to say words in a generic form which say, "I've been keeping her in great company." And what he means by that is, I have ripped her from where she should have been in the City of Souls, awaiting judgment after her death, and have been temporarily holding her in stasis here in a sort of a not a phylactery, but like a spiritual jar, so that he could produce her for this specific moment. He just imprisoned her for the period of time that she was dead.
Okay. I'll pull on it. It's a dex check.
Yep. You pull on these threads. And what was your dex check?
24.
Pretty easy, after all. A rogue like yourself has the hands to capably. You pull until eventually you see a flashback from another era. You see all of her. You see, as though she were there. You can see through her, but your memory of her rings true, like you're transplanting on her visage what she once used to look like. Sora Regjar, a half-orc, half-human with fiery reddish hair, a dark skin complexion. She's got well-toned muscles, as though she was a capable fighter, and a confidence across her face, almost a smirk of indignation and care. But right now, her face looks sullen. You've dragged her to you, and her eyes dart up at you, and you make eye contact for the first time since that day, a little over a year ago, when she was beheaded on the steps of Krya.
Sora,
Eri?
what did they do to you?
Eri, is that you? Is that really you?
It's me. It's me.
No. This has to be one of his illusions.
I promise you it's not.
Tell me something that only Eri would know.
The day that you found me, the day that I was wandering the streets, you found me. Most couldn't get the best of me, but you did. You knocked me flat on the dirt and held me there, and I laughed at you because you were the only one who had been able to do that to me in a long time.
You see that her sullen face is broken into a smile, and she chuckles to herself.
It's me.
No way. I can't. In those last moments, all I wanted was to know that you were going to be safe. When I saw Toril take you aside, I knew that it was just to make an example of us. I knew that it was just to bring you in line, but I thought that you would lose yourself. I thought that you would... Something worse. But you're here. Look at you.
I did lose myself for a long time.
Her face becomes more serious.
I sought for you so desperately. I never thought that I'd get to speak to you again. I thought that you were the only thing that could bring Kaya back to me. That Sora, I seek to raise you from the dead. I didn't know how to live without you. I didn't know what to do.
Hey, it's okay. She tries to reach out to put her arm on your shoulder to hold the back of your head, but her visage phases through you, and that lack of physical contact, it puts her in a place where she's visibly trying to regain composure, so devastated by the inability to interact with you directly, and then she will, as she has previously, you've seen her in the leader's room of the Emerald Insurgents. She shakes her red hair as it flutters back and forth and sort of regains composure. Hey, it's okay. Do you want to know something, Ari? I never had any idea what I was doing as the leader of the Emerald Insurgents.
You certainly had us fooled.
No, I always felt that I had to be strong for everyone else, that if at any point I were to show weakness, then people would lose faith, or they would forget why we were doing this. But it was people like you. It was watching you and Mordecai, Sephiroth, and Cyprus, and the others in the insurgents. I realized that it didn't really matter what happened to me, because the spirit of that resistance will always live. It will live on. It still lives on in my heart. But it lives on in you, Ari. You care for the people of Krya far more than anyone else that I've ever met. And if someone is going to lead the insurgents, it would have to be you.
I don't want to do it without you.
And I wish I could be there with you. I promise. There's nothing I want more than to stand by your side and show that tall one a piece of our minds. But I have other things to tend to here.
I know.
You see that there's a flash in her eyes, and you notice that there's a fiery determination. You, based on your tether with her, you see visions of her navigating Shadowfell. She is fighting against aberrations and beasts of the night, combating against Shar's forces, trying to help secure souls in their safe passage. Before she was taken by Zennethor at the start of this campaign, she was fighting in her own resistance with her own troops, following her lead in another plane. And she looked to you. So go ahead.
It's so like you. You're never satisfied.
Well, as long as there's something to fight, then might as well put these muscles to good use. But my work was never really for permanent change, just for temporary change. I was the bull, but you're the savant. You're the prodigy. You are capable of making meaningful change. You can rewrite the treaties in the egalitary Order Kingdom. You can serve as a liaison between the Ruby Empire and the Amethyst King. There are ways that you can bring peace to this world, and if I've learned anything from being in Zennethor's clutches for this whole time, Orcus's power spreads far beyond this Umbral corruption. He's got eyes in so many places.
I'll make him pay for that too.
Oh, you bet. And while I'm down here, I'll let that good old Lady Shah know just what you think of her leadership.
Give her hell for me.
No.
I'll do my best here. And I hope to meet you again one day.
One more thing. Zennethor is going to try to use me against you. He's going to say that if you decline, that he will consume my soul. And that is definitely a possibility. But I know you, and I don't believe for a second that he would risk losing you as an asset over me. I want you to play him at his own game.
Okay. I'll do my best.
She raises her arms as though preparing to do the traditional Emerald Egalitary salute.
And I'll kneel to her.
She lowers, realizing she can't lift your body to raise you to her level, so she lowers to yours. And you can see tears streaming off of her face, but she says instead, "No. Commander, now. I kneel to you. And so she does, her spectral image descending to a place where she can look up at you. And in your eyes she says, it's time to let me go.
Thank you. And I'm so sorry.
No. I'm grateful for all the time that we got. And the time we'll get to spend together again. Someday when you're done in Chrysalis. I'll see you on the other side.
And I'll let her thread go.
You see as it... And she begins to descend away up into the seam, which must take her to, as far as you know, perhaps the true realm of Shadowfell, outside the approach.
Yeah. I'll watch as she goes. Zennethor.
Did you just let her go? I can't believe it with you. You're all infuriated. He lost his 7 souls, and Mordecai stole my vassal's hat, and you let go.
Equal importance there.
And roughly of equal importance, you let Sora back into Shadowfell?
I did.
You know, it just means I have to go and fetch her again. That's such a tedious task.
I won't give you that chance.
Well, the good news is that I won't waste any more time trying to persuade you. You see your own vitality. You know you stand no chance against me. But that's fine, no bother. I will just consume you and make you a part of my next batch of beasts.
You can certainly try.
Winter. Cast it. See what happens. You see. He appears inside of your mind. Winton! Just you and me this time, it looks like. I was expecting to rent out a conference room for this discussion.
I think
What are you?
Winton looks around. Is he in the same place that he was when he was not in control of his body in the city
Exactly
of
right. You see a black misty void of infinite directions down, around, and your body is really just a soul floating there.
Can I choose to have my soul to be more like I'm shaped instead of just a head floating?
Yes,
Since
give
I've
me
been
a
here before.
raw wisdom check. Am I raw? I just mean a wisdom check.
That's a 21.
Sure. Yeah, you're like getting used to what this visage feels like, especially without all the verbal noise of everyone else, and you take on what looks like your Winton body.
Yeah, I take on my Winton body, look at my hands, and then I look back at Zennethor, and not even getting down, I lift my legs up, sitting essentially crisscross in the air, staring at him. Just, hello.
Winton, you seem peaceful. You like your new life here?
I'd like to ask you something. Just something that's... I'm not sure if it's been on my mind, but something that's been there since I've been revived.
Sure, shoot. We've got almost infinite time here inside of your own soul stone.
What are mortals afraid of? Truly, what are we afraid of?
Well, let me think. And you see as he starts pulling on different threads inside of your mind, and you see visions of the 7 souls that were in your necklace. They're being emanated from him as though he was just producing images, like a fireworks display of holograms. So you see puffed visions of certain ones. You see that Baska, he's standing in a brawling ring. He's got his 2 fists that are raised. You see that there are people that are betting on him, and you see that one person looks down and says, "Not so tough now, are ya?" And you see that he's coughing on his own blood. He's been poisoned. Let's see you win that fight without all of your precious strength to back you. And as he lays down, the fear in his eyes is that of lost legacy, that people look back on him as a failed fighter instead of the warrior that he wanted to be. His fear, lost opportunity, or rather, legacy. You then see a quick image of Torin. And his greatest fear was obviously that of his family, losing access to his daughter Laura or to his wife, and desperately trying to seclude his work away from them so that he wouldn't be found out and killed. You inferred that the reason he was killed was because the Amethyst King found out that he was in fact one of these vassals of Zennethor and needed him to be exterminated. And you'll see more of these images come to your minds, documenting a wider range of human fears, from fear of basically missing out on opportunities or growth, of legacy, of permanence, of death, of certain specific phobias like darkness or spiders or dragons, and then those that are more interpersonal, fear of being rejected, fear of dying alone. Those all float through across your mind.
Humans are truly, not even humans, mortals are truly afraid of a lot of things, aren't they?
They really do localize their perceptions of what really matters. But at the end of the day, when we're all going to be dead and lying in the ground, how much of it really is worth fearing?
Exactly. Like you said, you spotted a grave domain cleric on the edge of the Umbral corruption, fighting to keep people alive. Why did you think that was?
Well, I believe it was because you were programmed by the Ruby Empire to do as you're told and to help keep people afloat.
Honestly, with my traveling companions and being so long outside the Ruby Empire, I have to say, possibly. But more than that, the man who was Winton Rocher only ever wanted to help people.
And what of the Winton Rocher today?
Now you see, that's what I've been trying to figure out for a while now. Because for the first, I guess you could say first half of my journey, I thought I was the Winton Rocher of the past. I had imagined myself to be living. The truth is, ever since Sable shot 3 arrows into me and I died and then was chased out by the Ruby Empire, I've had to find a new solution. And you know what's a very interesting thing about Grave Domain Clerics?
Oh?
We are taught to guard the border of life and death. Death is something that is natural, something that we see day to day. But we bring people back from the cusp, allowing them to live a little longer. If a person dies before we can save them, truly, it is a tragedy. But it was a life worth living. And the Raven Queen said it best. If a person dies, maybe that was their time. And maybe it was so that someone else can step forward and do a better job. Or worse. That is life. So let me ask you, truly, when you saw me, when you decided to shove 7 souls that desperately wanted to live again into the heart, into the mind of someone who may not have been ready to die before, but has had weeks of living on his deathbed to understand why people die, to truly understand the meaning of being a grave cleric. Why would I ever want to help you?
Roll me insight. It's pretty easy because, again, you're tuned to him.
22.
So first, he absolutely, so for the same reason, he has high insight on you. He knows you're telling the truth. He knows that you are unleashed, just mentally unflappable, and that you really sincerely believe this. And you feel him startle back in fear.
Is death truly something to be afraid of?
Not death, Winton. Lack of purpose. he has 1,000-yard stare.
That I can understand. Truly, if
He seems disconcerted. Keep going.
if you were like me, lost and seeking purpose, and your demon prince provided it to you, truly, I'm sorry that it was him who was the one who gave you purpose. But as one who found purpose helping the living in a land of the dead, I can tell you, purpose isn't something that is necessarily thrust upon you. It can be, but it is something that you have to choose.
No. You're beginning to talk like her.
Don't you see? The souls that were in me left. They desperately wanted to live. They wanted to be judged differently.
Stop it!
It may have been you who gave them their new purpose, but it didn't have to be you.
That didn't happen. Stop it! You're beginning to sound just like her!
I don't care who I sound like. I am the only voice in my head for the first time in so long. And everything that I have lived in, everything that I have died in, all of it is something that I have come to accept as something that is part of the life of Winton Rocher.
You saw it all. You saw every Umbral beast. You went through regions of decay and despair. You saw corruption and manipulation, deception, and you saw it all. And yet you stand here and you remind me of the Raven Queen.
Do you not remember the clerics from the land of zombies? Do you not remember Queen Seraphra? Do you not remember the struggles to the passion of the Volheim estate? The desperation that was in the City of Souls. Everyone has their purpose. Everyone wants something. But everyone has, in one way or another, accepted that death is a part of their being.
Fine. Since you seem so resolute, then I will just have to consume you. I do not look forward to having you as a permanent part of my soul, Clinton, but you leave me no choice.
Well, if I have to do something, and I've truly struggled with this, truly, it has been one of the most difficult parts of my undeath. If I am no longer sounding like a follower of Tempest, and you say that I sound like the Raven Queen, then why not? If I'm going to be a part of your soul, then why not have a cleric of the Raven Queen be a part of it as well?
As Winton spreads his arms wide, gleefully smiling, Zennethor has a stone-cold stare of hatred staring into you and through you, almost bitterly resenting the fact that he now can't truly sever himself from Winton Rocher.
I think Winton is, like, he's scowling at him. Winton is smiling, truly feeling, like, free. Just,
I may be tortured in your soul for all of eternity, but at least I know that Winton Rocher lived a good life and lived a good death.
So you have decided. We move finally to Cypress. He enters your psyche. This is all happening simultaneously, but even you, Cypress, you'll notice in the ends of your conversation that Zennethor is beginning to feel a little frustrated by something happening. Cypress! Hello! How has the rapid aging been going?
You know, it's not my favorite.
I was hoping that a druid like you would begin to feel a sort of kinship with your body rapidly aging before you. Certainly you've learned a bit about the druidic practices of timeless death expanse, correct?
I've heard of it.
Well then, tell me! You've watched your friends around you die in real time. Have you seen their deaths yet?
I haven't.
Why don't you give me a wisdom check?
It's regular wisdom. That is a 23.
Above each of your friends, in the tether, like one of the fate's cords that they might cut in Hades. It's a film reel. It's a story that's being told, stretched out through whatever their length of lifespan is. If they only have a few years left, well, that occupies the entire. You can see much more clearly specific moments. If they live for hundreds or thousands of years, as tested by fate, you're seeing every millimeter along the path, years of time. But something's coming to your mind with that 23. When Maraldi was teaching you all those years ago about how to hear gemstone frequencies, when Zinni was talking to you about the ability to step back and passively observe thousands of years in just breaths of moment, meditating on truly a life long lived, you see these tethers between each of their other characters, these players, and you can see snippets of their lives. And you can see the end, the one that is the closest to Zennethor's fingertips. You see the moment at which they're going to die. You zoom in, and Eri, a blade in the back. Mordecai, a sickness he couldn't fight off. Tom, some sort of affliction from a rare parasite in an unknown land. Winton, devoured by a hungry beast. Carnage, chaos, death, blood, screams of anguish, and you see the end of all of your friends right in front of you. And he leans in closer to you and he says, I bet you're wondering why the trees of the Volheim estate were actually still living. In a land of death and decay. I'm sure that was on your mind.
I did. That thought crossed my mind.
Oh. Hopefully you paid close attention to your friend Tom's notes. Turns out that with the right blood, almost anything can become immortal. Regenerative blood. Black jade. You could reclaim the forests. Imagine a world where the Opal Refuge is not cowering away under illusory magic, but instead fights back. Trees that can grow of their own accord, defend themselves against the encroaching influences of the industrialized galaxy, or the king, Acheron, and his court. You could empower them. You could spread the seeds of a force that never dies, and it would keep growing. On and on, overtaking the cities, fueled by your own blood. Walk with me. I can give you the power to reclaim this land to what it once was. All it takes is your blood, my black jade, and, oh, a couple of the king's guards' souls, perhaps? I think the king himself would make for a delicious, large oak tree, forever affixed in one spot, watching the forest overtake his kingdom once again. Tell me that doesn't just whet your appetite.
That all sounds very tempting. But why would I use something so unnatural, like avoiding death, to try and spread nature? I'm not going to subvert the very laws of nature. Nature has its own cycle. Death feeds new life. I'm not going to subvert it by creating these unnatural trees that never die. And then, why would I go after something else when I have something powerful right in front of me I could go after?
You mistake yourself, Cypress. If you kill me, then all of your souls will cease to exist.
But so does yours, so...
If that's a choice you wish to make, then I won't try to stop you.
Cool. Makes it easier.
Well, it was good to meet you in the flesh. Cypress looks down at his weathering body that's mostly see-through. And with that, you all appear having had these conversations with Zennethor or with Sora in your own minds. Literally seconds of time have passed in that entire period as you all are trying to see again. It's like you're blinking your eyes as though you were staring like at the sun and are trying to reset your vision. And he floats backwards in place. His visage leers down over all of you. And he crosses his arms and he says, I suppose I should make myself clear. When I said that we were attuned to one another, I can't die as long as any of you lives. Because if you kill me, I will simply take on another vessel. I decided to create an insurance policy. So, my phylacteries aren't here, gesturing to the city, or here, into what looks like a robe of souls at its base. They're in those black jade shards affixed to your bodies. So if you want to kill me, then you best start killing yourselves too. Good luck saving your friends at Cryer after that, or protecting the Opal Refuge, going back to Beatrice, or finishing Adia's research. And you, looking at Winton, I honestly couldn't care whether you live or die. I'm through with you. Sable leers back, looking at the rest of you. And he says, wait. Master, what were you just telling them? Zennethor begins to raise his hand to protest, and Sable says, were you offering that they become vassals? Zennethor says, oh, more than vassals. You were kind of just an alpha, a precursor to what I want these to be. Sable looks infuriated. You can't be serious. Phylacteries? Attuned to them? I have 10 souls inside of me. What have they done to prove themselves? Sable, you're very powerful, but you're not nearly as committed or as influential as these heroes. It was only a matter of time before the beasts that we created would summon a more powerful and desperate group to our position. Could you just sit down for a second? I'm working here. Sable begins to tremble in rage. He says, No. You know what? I'm through. Zennethor, I quit! After Master Youngzen left, after we lost some of our other vassals, I'm the only one who's remained here, loyal to your cause, and every cycle you promised us that you would turn us into your successor. But it looks like you've delegated the duty to these 5. They don't even want it. That's it. I'm taking this for myself. And Zennethor says, Sable, calm down. The problem with having 10 souls inside of you is not that they make you more powerful, is that it makes you that much more leverageable. You see as these spectral tendrils attach to him, ripping him apart, and begins to scream in pain. Master! I'm sorry! I didn't... They're in pain! What are you doing? He says, I'm using them, Sable, the way that you never truly could, Sable. Now, finally, and I've been looking so much forward to this, I can finally get you to submit! You see as these tendrils rip apart his flesh. You see souls scream from inside, and then he traps them in those tendrils, wrapping them around like a cocoon. And as this magical black necrotic energy swirls around him, he begins to scream in pain as you hear 10 more souls inside. And his body ruptures apart in a display of necrotic fealty of flesh and bone. He emerging. You see, friends, Zennethor continues, when I was done with my vassals, I didn't want to just throw them away. That goes against the whole philosophy of necromancy. So I turned them into the Umbral beast. And you see in front of you a gargantuan shadow dragon, which will be the 5th and final of the necrotic Umbral beasts that you will fight in this campaign. It raises its mouth in anguish, tearing around like it's trying to maintain possession of its own body, but with a singular grand strand of tether from Zennethor being pulled from him, it eventually settles in place, and you hear the mighty roar of this 30-foot tall dragon. And maybe for the first time in Dungeons & Dragons, from my table,
No.
we're gonna fight a dragon, baby.
We're fighting a dragon. Let's dungeon this dragon.
Only one head, not two, as my mini would suggest, but covered, encased in black, misty magic. Now,
So big.
all of you are on this platform, and you begin to feel that it is fading away, as though the platform was erected by Zennethor, and he's just going to drop you down to the city below. Good luck. Now, as you prepare for combat, this dragon rears its head and roars. All of you still have a deal on the table. Zennethor knows your minds. You take this deal, he protects you. You don't, he consumes you. Recycles you the way that poor Sable was turned into one of his Umbral beasts. Who knows, maybe he'll turn you into the next beautifully creative necrotic monster that he unleashes upon the lands in an endless cycle to find the perfect candidate. Or you end it right here. All of you are perilously low on HP mainly, but you also don't have many other resources. But there is something that rings true in your eyes. Back in the City of Souls, the Arbiter Axion gifted all of you with what he described as a curse. But it was this temporal death expanse, or temporal death true sight, the ability to see beyond, to see instantaneously, to see in temporal stasis those who have died or those who came before. It's clear that in this land, if you die, you will not just die in the traditional sense. No, not in this campaign. Every single time that you are dropped to 0 HP, he is going to attach a tether to you and try to consume you. And every single time he makes an attempt with one of his legendary actions, the proportionality with which he might be able to consume you is based on the number of times that you dropped. So, while you won't insta-die if you take 4 damage, because frankly, you're in a realm where that can't really, you don't just die in this realm. It has more to do with your soul. You are in a very precarious position, and you get the sense that maybe death isn't as bad as we once thought. As Winton breathes steadily, almost in a zen-like calmness, awaiting for the fight to proceed. Just know that if you drop to 0 HP, you will still fall unconscious.
So this dragon is Sable.
The
What's Sable?
dragon in front of you is Sable turned into necrotic beast.
Gotcha.
Just like the 4 monsters that you defeated before.
I'm still gonna call him Sable.
I have a question.
I'm still gonna.
Yes,
call it
Winton.
Well, yeah, it's a
Is
shadow.
the dragon just unerringly staring at Mordecai right now?
Let me start the music. You look at this dragon, and you're figuring out if it is staring at Winton. Why don't you, Mordecai? Aha, I did the reverse. Why don't you roll me an insight check? A really hard one.
Insight?
Yeah.
Okay.
As the dragon looms down over all of you,
18.
you sense a flick of its tail, and it seems to cock its head, and you have some inkling that it might want to kill Mordecai first.
Well, you were right, Sable. We're clearly not the same.
Mordecai, the dragon, may or may not really want to kill you right now.
Players, it's time to roll for initiative.
Okay, we get to roll again.
Bummer.
Good.
Yeah, true initiative.
That's an 18.
Higher than a 20. Higher than 15.
18.
I like my old
Uh-oh. Lower than 10 to 15.
10.
14.
Okay.
Oh, hang on.
Cypress.
7. I have a +4 to initiative. I just can't roll.
about you got?
+4, 13.
Great. Wait.
That's in between us two.
Got it. Just assume. Yep. Okay.
That last one by myself.
Uh-oh. So, let's set the stage here.
It's fine, he'll go for Mordecai first.
Oh, we're good.
Got one free turn.
Let's set the stage here. You're standing on a platform roughly 100 feet above the city, but you're upside down. The only person who's right side up is Zennethor. You and Sable are at least gravitationally altered in the right way, but you notice that the ground beneath you is very swiftly fading away, suggesting that it's going to drop beneath your feet. You don't know if you're going to fall upwards back through the portal or downwards 100 feet onto the city below. Presumably this will take 6 seconds until it happens. At the top of initiative. Oh. Sable's just a dude. He doesn't get lair actions.
Dragon Sable, though.
Ari, you have first initiative.
Do you want to set ourselves up on how we we
Cool.
were from, just so we make
Yeah.
sure?
It's really just a circular platform and a big old dragon that is near you. And Zennethor floating in the air.
there.
Oh, wait a second. Silly me. This is Zennethor.
Oh, he got tall again. Why, Cypress? Why?
I want to see if he has like an ego.
I have
Apparently
spells
he
that
does.
don't work on large creatures.
Well, most of it's floatiness.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, obviously pretty precariously perched, so be careful with that. But right now, no complex terrain to speak of. It is literally it's what you see. So, players, Ari, you have first initiative.
Okay.
It all comes down to this: live or die.
Hide.
Yeah. This is so stupid. There's no rocks, anything. The obelisks that were.
So, not yet. You're about 100 feet
Okay,
above
so
them.
we're above them. Right. I'm going to. This is so stupid. I'm gonna try to hide behind the dragon so it can't see me.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try to sneak over, tuck in behind.
Run under it.
Yeah, basically, and try to hide so that it can't.
Mordecai, you get the sense from Winton's statement that maybe this dragon might focus on you instead of Ari. What do you say to Sable as he's preparing to attack? And go and make that switch.
Yeah.
I tip my hat.
Charisma is bolstered.
It looks good on me, doesn't it?
Why don't you give me an intimidation check to make him angry?
It's a 27.
You just vanish on
That's a 23 to intimidate him.
Okay. A 23 intimidates. I'll roll his. Oh, whatever. This is. I roll this kind of like concentration checks. if you roll higher than his insight, which is +3, then he might. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. It's +7. Then he might know what you're trying to do and then look around him. Cool. You have 23, right?
Yes.
You got 23.
Natural? What? Go! Yes! Mordecai, I'm worried for you now.
You see as the dragon.
I drew aggro!
The dragon looks at you and says, well, it doesn't say anything, it can't speak anymore.
Says
but it,
rar.
I mean rar. It roars in fury. You are certain it will absolutely beeline for you. Ari, you effortlessly make this stealth
So
check.
with the bonus action, stealth check, and then I want to, I guess, I don't think attacking it's good right now. I'm gonna ready myself so that when the platform falls out from under us, I can grab onto the tail of the dragon.
Good move. Okay. Next up is our good old boy,
Tom.
Nope. Sable. You see that Sable, or I'm just going to say the Shadow Dragon,
Not Sable.
looks at the rest of you, and why would it not? Why would it not immediately prepare to use a broad cone of shadow magic? It uses its breath weapon.
Why not?
And there's a reason dragons are feared in this universe. Okay, I need everyone that is not named Aerie to go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
You've got your bardic.
I already burned that. 13.
That'll be enough either way.
23.
16.
23,
8.
8. The save was, sorry, say it one more time.
16.
16,
23.
23,
8.
8. Okay. So
What did you roll?
13.
oh gosh. That is 17 necrotic damage to Mordecai and Tom,
Oh, cool.
and half that much to Winton and Cypress.
I don't need to say.
Wait,
Roll
half,
down to 8.
half that much?
Half of yes.
I had 8.
Oh no, you take the full.
So what's the full?
17.
Oh, so half of
Yep.
17. I don't know.
We're at 8.
Cool.
Yeah, this was a
Cool,
pretty
cool.
spectacularly low roll on my part, but
I'm fine with that.
with big attacks, you roll the damage. I don't like taking the average. That's what makes it cool. Well, in that it can also do double the damage. Okay.
Okay, Tom dies immediately.
Yeah. So let's resolve that. Tom, this is going to be unique. Obviously, in a campaign about death. You did not instantly perma-die. We established that. The rest of you see that Tom is blown back and falls unconscious on the platform in front of you, which, as a reminder, is about to give way.
Tom, no!
And
Tom!
you see a tether from Zennethor. He just casually flicks a finger out and it attaches to Tom's body. We'll resolve that later for permanent soul consumption. Yep.
Sounds fun.
And everyone else, how we're doing? Still up?
Yep.
Yep.
Great.
Great. Tom's unconscious.
Yep.
Not perma-dead, to be clear. Ari, you're behind him, thankfully.
I would have been fine. I have expertise or evasion.
Yeah.
But how much health do you have?
9.
Cool.
You would have been safe by 1.
Okay, and
I
then
avoid all of it with.
you see as
I see.
so he used his legendary
I
action.
can save that.
It's a reaction.
Rogues have infinite resources.
Yeah, yeah.
You get to
I'm
just
good.
not take damage for free.
As long as we're doing deck stuff,
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Amazing.
Cool, so-
you can just stand in front of me and go, hey.
This shadow breath emanates out over all of you in the moment that Tom drops. It's in addition to a soul tether being attached to his body, you see that the black smoke of this conic breath from the dragon swirls around his body, wrapping it in a shadowy cocoon. And then you see a spectral form of Tom step out of his body, completely possessed, and turns to the rest of you, preparing to attack.
Great. Does it have
You gotta hit it for at least 2 HP.
Cool.
Awesome. It looks to be behaving the way you would expect Tom to. Can't be sure if it's even really him. Other than the fact Yeah, he's about to attack you all. Tom, you're next.
Yeah.
So now comes an important part of this process. You are, in most D&D settings, you're unconscious, you need to make death saving throws. And if you succeed 3 times, you get brought back up to life. If you fail 3 times, or if you roll a 1 that counts as 2 failures, this is just a reminder for anyone who doesn't know, you will permanently die. Or in this case, it would just mean possibly getting consumed by Zennethor immediately. He's going to do a roll on each of his turns to try to consume you regardless, because you've turned your backs on him. So, I guess my question for you is, what are you thinking right now? You're drifting in a state between life and death. You don't know what's real or not. What is Tom thinking at this moment? Let me do this one.
Tom is thinking that he was too slow. He didn't have the jump, and so he may just be dead forever now.
Yeah. I mean, pragmatic Tom. His words of advice stepping through the portal are, don't die, and then proceeded to immediately die. Which, life isn't, real life isn't a story or a poem. It's not a book with a happy ending. It's not if you show up to the final boss and you just get immediately plucked out of existence, because, frankly, Zennethor's plan worked pretty perfectly. He was able to not only bring you to the corruption after you tuned to the shards, but put you in such a weak state that you really didn't have the ability to say no. I mean, his plan was that leverage alone would make you say yes, but it seems you've chosen this path instead. Tom, you hear voices speaking in the back of your minds. You can't make out what they're saying. They're trying to tell you what to do or where to go. You're too far from them. There's a light on the other side. You're here. They're there. You hear the voices of shouts coming from Roll Perception.
So,
3 people? Hard to say. They seem earnest, desperate to get your attention. What do you choose to do on your turn, Tom?
this is me, Tom, or Shadow Tom?
Oh no, real Tom.
Real Tom. I guess try to go towards the people, see what they're... Try to hear better what they're saying.
So, I think metaphysically we all would understand that to mean something like moving towards death. For your turn, do you choose to take your d20, representing your death saving throw, and place it on a specific number? It's something I'll give you as a choice, now that you're in a position where you can toe the line between life and death.
So I can choose my death saving throw, is what you're saying?
Oh, that's the power you have with your black jade shards.
Then yeah, as somebody who's already thinking he was too slow, the opportunity to have a second chance at it would be what he wants, and I put it on a 20.
Okay. You see as Tom wakes up, and now typically on a 20 you get 1 HP. Have all your HP.
Wow! So generous!
All 2 HP. And you see that second tether is now attached between you and Zennethor. On your turn, Tom, the shadow, turns and immediately takes a fireball as it protrudes from one of his hands as he spellcasts. And he's going to throw it directly on his location in front of all of you. I need everyone to make a dex saving throw.
Not me.
Yep.
I'm not confident. Half of any 8d6 is going to be less than 2, but I'll make it for fun.
Can I lend you my
6.
I have a +4.
You have Bardic. If that...
Does a 16.
Oh, not anymore. I already burned it.
Okay.
7. That helps. 4, 5, 7.
7 total.
No, 4, 5, and 7. Add them up.
19?
Cool.
No, 4, 5, and 7
16.
is 16. Thank you.
22.
I can't do
Oh, good, great.
That's the way that beats the
So all three of you pass. You're only going to take half damage.
Yeah!
Let's go.
He
Oh wait,
backs
so I don't
up.
get hit by it?
Wait, it's fire damage. So
Oh
I
no,
take,
you get.
Oh, it is fire
yeah.
damage, right?
So I take half of half.
Yeah.
I'm using my pauldrons for the first time.
I'm using my scarab.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's roll damage. So you notice that he backs up, and he produces what looks like a shadowy glaive from his pocket, and then focuses the energy. You see a small explosion of intense energy emanate from all of you as you're going to take some fire damage. And yes, with resistance, we'll do double halved. I'm okay with that. And you take 21 fire damage on a failed save, but all three of you, not named Tom, pass. You take half of that. And yes, I will let those of you with resistance do double half, even though it's not resistance.
Well, Mordecai's down.
Mordecai drops, and you are unconscious.
Cool.
I'm still standing.
Wow, this sequence has been perfect because Shadow Tom acted on Tom's turn, and now Mordecai's down, and he's next. Mordecai, you drift.
Wait, were you hit by the fireball?
Yeah, no, I died obviously.
You see this explosion of fire as flames reach over Mordecai's body. He was already so weakened, so battered. He falls unconscious, and another tether attaches to his body from Zennethor. Mordecai, you're laying, and you have the option to make a death saving throw. You see voices of someone off in the distance. Give me a perception check.
Right, that 3 perception. That's a 9.
You sense someone beckoning to you. It's a sweet voice, almost a melodic tone. And you have the choice to put any number on that death saving throw.
Guess what? We'll put a 20.
You wake up at full health.
What? Wait, what?
Yeah, at full. Well, at your
10.
full max HP. Yeah,
10.
of
Okay, cool. Oh, cool, yay.
And you find yourself back in the fight with 2 tethers, just like Tom.
Okay.
And in your place, a shade appears from the cocoon from this. Oh no, I'm sorry. You didn't die to a dragon breath. Never mind. Get rid of him.
Hey! There's no double Mordecai.
Just kidding. You look at your body and you were on fire temporarily. So you have to pass it off.
Oh, okay.
You see that this platform beneath you is beginning to crumble, or I should say fade away. Winton, you're next.
Okay. I want to run straight, I guess, to the dragon-ish.
Yep, you're there.
Okay. Can I put my hand on it? Like, can I touch it?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just a dragon.
Can I feel the tethers between myself, Zennethor, and the dragon?
Feel them?
Can I? Yeah, just with everything that's
Yes.
happened.
We
especially
established
since
that
my
Ari
connection.
learned how to literally manipulate these tethers. I think that you could pick it up.
Okay. Could I try? Just
Give me your creative BS. I'm ready for it.
okay. Could I try to temporarily, like, I guess because it's unexpected, usurp the tethers for half a second and cast Spirit Guardians, sucking some of the souls out of the dragon? Because initially, we'd use the souls from my Jade.
Yes. Well, so there were 2 thoughts there. You begin speaking the components to bring this spell to life, or this class ability to life, where you're able to summon these spiritual guardians, and then you feel a hollowness inside. Tempest not responding, no souls there to protect you. You are unable to cast spiritual guardians. If you go this line that you're describing, I think we might be able to make it work. If you go this line, you're trying to pull the souls from.
I'm trying to use the 10 souls that Zennethor used to transfer.
You would basically be competing with Zennethor to possess or control the souls, even if it's temporarily, and it's going to be really hard. I think what we'll do is we'll do contested wisdom. You have disadvantage, and he has advantage.
Oof.
So you are just like triply down. But if you win, you can temporarily take over those souls and use them to beat up Sable. Or you can try something else. You just see that Zennethor is so in control. He's got these puppets like strings attached to Sable, and he is driving him.
Okay.
And Cypress, you're on deck.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to do that. I don't see it working out. Not for me.
For what it's worth, your other class abilities you can use is just spiritual guardians in particular, you won't be able to.
All right. I'm going to cast. Yeah, I'm going to cast spiritual weapon
Okay.
as a. Can I cast a second level spell? And this
Bright flash of light. What's it look like?
this time.
And he's terrified. He runs.
No, this time it's going to look like a combination of the hilt of Winton's, essentially his mace, like kind of that design. Essentially vines wrapping around it, similar to what Cypress uses.
Yep.
The top end is going to be just ethereal flame coming
Yeah.
out the top. On the back end is a dagger that looks like Ares' dagger.
Okay.
And on the front end, like a scythe, is essentially a music note that's just right there.
Just all the pieces come together in
All
this
of them.
artistic form.
And then I'm going to attack Zennethor with it.
Yes. There is one problem with that.
Okay.
You can try. He is floating, let's say, at the edge of the platform, about 30 feet away from you, so you can get there. If he sees you coming, he might just try to move out to where your feet literally can't
I
reach it.
create a floating spectral weapon within range.
Oh, you're just like sending the weapon at him?
60 feet.
Yeah, I would absolutely let you do that.
I
made a huge mistake. Well, no, it's not that big of a deal. When you two rolled a 20, I play it where if you roll a 20, you get to take an action on your turns. So I actually denied both of you a turn, basically. So just be thinking of that, because we're going to go back and let you do that.
Okay.
Yes, Winton.
Okay, so bonus action, the spectral weapon appears right behind him and slashes at him.
He's casting, he says, "Hey, what is that?" And go ahead and give that attack roll.
Does a 22 hit.
22 does hit.
Alright.
Somehow the spectral weapon appears behind him as he's trying to work with Sable. He's gonna take a bonkin.
He's concentrating on this dragon.
No,
Okay.
is the short answer. It's not a spell.
9 force damage, is it?
Yeah, I'll mark it down. Little king on the back of his head. He's like, ah! Now, I guess I'll roll for something else that he's concentrating on. Okay, cool.
And then I'm going to cast a first level Cure Wounds on myself.
No, it's our platform.
Well, he's already destroying that.
I'm casting a first level Cure Wounds on myself.
Oh, good. Yeah, you heal yourself back
my
up.
turns.
Okay, Tom and Mordecai, you can both take your turns.
You go first.
As
Tom?
you stand up.
Casts blink and runs away. 3.
And blinks out, right? Low.
No.
Oh, no, high is blink.
Low
out.
is bad.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
Low is always
Go ahead.
bad.
That was it?
Yeah.
Well, blink is in play now, at least.
Right.
And I've noticed you've basically run away as much as possible.
Avoid the AoE. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when Tom fireballed, did fake Tom fireball fake Tom, and is fake Tom dead?
Like Big Tom's not there anymore?
Oh, good point. I didn't even roll his dex save, and he did fail, and he took, it was 17 fire damage.
It was
21.
21 fire
21 fire
damage.
damage. Cool. Yeah.
That's almost half his HP.
Great. Great.
This is my spectral weapon.
Great. Thank you.
No.
Okay, Mordecai.
We're gonna power this up.
Man, my character is so tanky unless I'm playing him.
We're
So,
gonna power that up.
Mordecai looks at the top of Sable's head, which is a dragon, right? It's a dragon head.
Yeah.
And he goes Dimension Door.
Okay.
And wants to get on top of the dragon's head.
Easy.
Okay.
You just choose it, right?
That's cool.
You should know that I'm going to make you do an acrobatics check to hold on. 'Cause
Well,
he's moving, right? Like he's
Well-
backing and moving around. And,
like, when do we want to do that then?
right now, once you land on him.
Okay, so I land on him. So do acrobatics, you said?
Yeah, casting spells easy peasy. You cast it, you do it, you're there, you can see it.
Okay.
Now you just need an acro check.
Okay, hang on. I clicked the wrong thing. Alright. Does a 15 do it?
Cool. 15 keeps you on.
Cool.
I'll use that number if or when he tries to throw you off.
Okay. So I still have movement.
Cool.
Would you allow a bonus action be that I take my hat off and put it on Sable?
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
I put it on, and I go, it always looked good on you, Sable. And then with my movement, I want to slide down his back.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Alright, so there's a piece of paper here for the people at home.
I'm so scared.
Potential scheme. Nathan, I would like you to read this out loud.
I'm ready. All right. This was planned. Read it out loud.
And as you can see, it was signed that day by everyone at this table, and including your wife.
We have been tracking that it has not left Mordecai to break the spell.
I've never taken off the hat. There's been days I've been shirtless.
Okay,
Let
let me read for everyone. Mordecai has cast Glyph of Warding, Lightning, so the lightning damage type, on Sable's hat, while the hat was on Mordecai's head. The explosive runes activate when the man that Mordecai recognizes as Sable, interesting, because that's actually correct,
I had my lawyer look over it.
puts the hat on. Wow. Okay. Well, so this is what you all see. You mention Doris to his head. Says, this hat looks great on you, puts it on, is going to slide down his back, which I'm going to make you do another check, by the way.
An acrobatic?
Yeah, but wait a second.
Okay.
And just from his head erupts this massive electrical burst of energy. I mean, you tell me, what's the level? What's the damage?
Hold on. Would you allow... Okay. Does he have disadvantage, like this damage is happening? Would you allow me to say he has a disadvantage on this save? Because Glyph of Warding is a dex save.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you dodge something that's on your head?
You don't.
You just don't, man! I'll roll in front of the table once you tell me the damage and the roll to hit.
Okay. The roll to hit is a 14.
Okay.
And damage is...
You gotta like the damage first.
34.
Okay, here we go. Front of the table. Big roll. Disadvantage. And his dex save is +3. So he needs to roll
An 11.
an 11 or higher twice. Cool.
Come on.
The dragon rears back his head as electrical energy shoots out. 4.
Yeah!
Yes!
4 is the lower number for a 7 mod, and lightning shoots down his body as he violently shakes in place. His eyes begin to roll as he's trying to collect himself. Devastating power. Give me that acro check to get out of there.
Natural! Nope, dirty 20. It wasn't natural, and then the blade thing. I got so excited. That was a dirty 20.
20's good enough.
Okay.
You slide down his back like
Yabba dabba do!
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Just straight out of a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. And you land, or do you want to stay on the tail, or do you want to land on the
I
platform?
want to land off, and I want to get right next to... Wait, Ari, where are you?
I'm over here.
Hiding behind.
Okay,
exactly.
I want to get on, like, the other side. So, like, let's say right... Oh, actually?
Yeah, that's fair. You're
Okay.
towards the edge of the platform, but
I'll get on
why
the
not?
same side as Ari.
Yeah, you absolutely can do that. Okay. Wow. Awesome stuff. Winton. No. You two took your turn. So what just happened was you got hit by this dragon's breath. Then a shadow Tom appeared and exploded you with a fireball. You then just stood up, teleported to his head, put the hat on him, slid down the back, electrical explosion, and then landed on your feet, sort of near-ish where Ari is, on the edge of this platform. Absolutely insanely sick. So glad it happened. Cypress, you're next.
What date did we write that letter?
The 3rd of March.
31st of March.
31st or the 3rd?
I have 3/31.
Yeah.
3/3/24.
24.
That's not my signature.
Shut up.
Wow. Oh, so you've had this plan for a month.
Yeah.
As soon as I got the hat, and remember when I said we close in on the shot of the hat, and there's an Emerald or Insurgent.
Oh, yeah!
That was the rune that was.
Oh, that's so much better. Thank you for telling me. Amazing. So cool. Okay, Cypress, you're up.
Okay, well,
So you've been hit with this dragon's breath. You've been lit on fire a little bit, but your scarab armor hide buffeted it back.
still standing. I'm gonna get closer to this leg.
Yeah, let's all group together.
Well, if this platform's going out, grabbing on something flying
Yeah.
might be the way to go.
I'm not saying it's a bad plan, I just think it's fine.
And then I'm going to... Would it be better if you had 157 hit points
Me personally?
as a giant ape?
It would
Or
be,
should I wait on that?
You should wait until after I take 60 fall damage.
Okay, I'll wait on that.
I didn't know that was a thing.
2,
then-
157, 2.
7.
At the end of the day, it's about the same.
Then I will conjure animals.
Okay.
There it goes.
Puppies.
Puppies.
Eels probably would be good.
I guess I'll do the giant owls.
Ooh,
So it should be it'll be full 8 of them.
Okay. So you can track their initiative and their abilities, but they'll basically act on your turn.
This is them. And I guess they'll just make
Yes.
Yeah, this happens. This is happening before.
Cool.
talent attacks.
It's finally a good temperature.
What?
Ben loves it hot.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, it's like 76. It's perfect. Room temperature.
No.
And now I have the capacity.
Cool. I'll leave the door. Should help out.
Alright, and they'll make talent attacks.
Talent attacks! Yeah, go ahead. Just roll if you want to do bulk or not. I trust your rolls.
On
I'll do
Zennethor?
4.
On Zennethor?
On
the dragon.
on dragon.
Okay.
It's a +3, so 6. No, 14.
That does not hit.
And then 20 and 21.
Oh, you know what? I read a tip recently that was like, just give them the AC. What are you gaining by hiding from them? It's like, oh, but what about metagamers? And they're like, no, just do it. This has to do with things like, do I choose to use Bless or not? And I'm like,
Yeah.
speeds things up. So I'm gonna go ahead and tell you the Dragon's AC. I'm not gonna tell you Zennethor's. The Dragon's AC is 16.
16.
So you now know. I could write it down upon the table, but if you ever roll 16, then you were dealing him damage.
8 times 4 is
32.
32.
Okay. 32 owl damage?
So 4 of them hit,
And
and
it's slashing damage, right?
it is slashing damage.
Cool.
The bigger threat right
Oh
now
my
seems to be
gosh.
Shadow Tom. the Shadow the Hedgehog of Tom's version is doing more.
Yeah, I was hidden over here, and then y'all just came and clumped around me.
Or
I'm not. I'm
Ares like,
hiding
what are you guys doing? Go away!
I'm on the complete other side.
Well, oh, I forgot about Shadow Mordecai.
The dragon
no,
is
there's
literally
Shadow
in
Mordecai.
between
That is
me
owls.
and
That's
Zennethor.
Shadow Owls.
Okay.
No, real.
Oh, good. Got it.
They're getting ready to be
Cool.
Shadow Owls.
Awesome. End of
owls that go
the
through like a
round.
And I do want to split the owls up so they are kind of just like around our area.
Minimizing AoE
4
target
clumps.
ability.
And also grabability if start falling up.
Oh, got it.
Four
Okay, so you're-
clumps of owls.
Probably, yeah, 4 clumps of owls.
4 clumps of 2 owls?
Yeah.
Okay, 8 owls. Got it. I just forgot the exact way you.
How giant are these owls?
Also, who are you dropping?
Yeah, that's the question.
Well, I'll let you think about that.
They are
So-
large.
Okay.
Okay, so at initiative 20, you see that Zennethor looks at our friend. Let me change the music for no reason at all.
No reason, huh?
He looks at Sable and he says, could you try a little harder, please? And he's going to command him with an action. And you see that this creature is going to rear back. It's going to look around at it, and it's going to take wild, frenzied attacks. So it is going to have advantage on 3 multi-striking melee attacks, and then that is effectively a reckless attack, giving all of you advantage on attack rolls against it. And so he turned around. Let's start with the ones who did him the most damage.
I did nothing to the dragon.
So I'm going to say
I
Mordecai.
did nothing to the dragon.
Yeah, what your owls did. So it's probably Mordecai if he can find you, which you probably can. You're not really hiding. And
There's nowhere to
then-
hide.
Well, you can't. You could.
found
You
a
use all
place.
your actions and stuff.
With Ari, I'm with Ari.
Oh, good.
I'm hiding behind Ari.
You are not hiding.
Okay.
Okay. Easy perception check. He sees you. He then is going to reach down, and his giant claws begin to try to tear at your flesh as you're dashing left and right. AC. What's your AC?
14.
Oh, exactly gets you twice. So for 8 damage twice, 16 slashing damage.
Oh, well then I'm down.
Great. You're dropped down and you see another tether attached.
20!
Which actually matters because Zennethor is about to make his attempt rolls. And then he's going to turn, he's going to look at, I don't know, a collection of owls that are near him. because they just attacked him. Right?
Oh.
Yeah.
And they didn't
Oh,
leave
I
because he
see
would have just
how
gotten
it
an
is.
opportunity attack.
No, you cannot get opportunity attacks if they leave. It's
Oh, that's just the owl thing.
yeah,
Oh, cool.
but they didn't leave. So
I could let you let me leave.
no,
Well, unless you wanted them to tank.
No, I want them to be nearby, so if we fall, they
fair
can
enough,
catch us.
Fair enough. It's twice, so that's 8 damage twice on your owls.
On which ones? Because they're spread apart.
It's gonna hit one until it's dead, and then hit the other one until it's dead. So I don't know how much
Okay.
HP they got.
They have 19 each.
Oh shoot. Okay, cool. Well, then he's gonna use his third attack on those, and he hits one last time. So it looks like he kills one of your owls.
Okay.
Crap. He's got to start using bigger moves.
I like these owls. This is
I
great.
mean, that was just like that was a lair action basically. And so then Zennethor is going to look at anyone that has tethers, which is technically all of you, and he's going to make some very, very dangerous rolls. If he does this, you'll be in a contested check for your soul. So good luck.
Does he see me?
No, Zennethor.
Does the dragon see you?
Does Zennethor see me?
He always sees you.
Contested
He's in your
charisma,
mind.
right?
Yeah, always contested charisma.
I'm gonna whiz my way out of this.
So, number of tethers?
3.
3.
Got it. Because you had one already, and then you
Yeah, so we all have one, right?
You all have one minimum.
So we are the only ones that have more than one.
Yes.
I'm gonna steal this.
Three is correct. You dropped twice.
No, you dropped
Yeah.
once.
I dropped and then woke up, and then Shadow Tom blew me up, and then I dropped again.
Okay, so you have 2. He has 3.
No.
No, Shadow Tom dropped you, and then the dragon dropped you. You
Yeah.
have 3 also.
Oh, great. Okay, cool. Thank you for doing this for me. All right, so this is literally a D20, and the number of pips on it is the chances you have. So 5% for each of the times that you've dropped in this fight.
So we want him to roll a
Higher?
High number.
4 or higher.
Or we want him.
Yes.
Oh,
Sure. I would have. It doesn't matter. I was going to do it the other way. As long as we're communicating. So a 1, 2, or 3 for either of you will consume. But he's actually targeting any of you randomly. So anyone could die.
Okay.
Or at least be in a contested fight. So first target is Winton. He needs to roll a literal 1.
Come on, big boy.
That was a leaner. He rolled a 20. So I guess it's good that we established that it was 1.
and he loses a tether.
Oh no! You stole one of my thousands of souls. Okay, cool. He's gonna try one more time.
It's just, come on, Zennethor.
And
Dying's
it's
not
Tom.
that bad.
Tom needs to roll a 1, 2, or 3 on this. 18.
I'm glad we established this.
That also would have passed. That's
I'm
crazy.
glad we established
I
this.
actually can't. I'm actually glad I did the damage on the dragon, but I'm not ready for this roll.
Well, that was it.
Oh, it's not everybody. It's
Oh.
random.
It just gets 2 attempts.
Oh!
Yeah, it was.
He just dislikes
it was
me
random.
specifically.
So he dislikes Tom.
Early
specifically,
celebration, everybody!
and he abhors Winton.
Okay, cool. We're back in initiative. Aerie. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Right.
And then the platform drops out from underneath
Yeah, so
you.
I grab onto the dragon.
Cool. So you see that everyone is beginning to descend, obviously downward towards the city, not upward in the direction that you originally came from. Your body's upside down, rapidly contorting to make sense of the gravity switching underneath you. And looks like 3 of you are trying to hold on to a dragon.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm literally right here, so I might as well
4 people are
grab
trying to hold on to a dragon.
If it matters, I had my action ready for that.
That is
So I
true.
don't know if it
No,
makes it easier.
Yeah. Instead of a.
Do you have any teleportation spells?
I'm gonna try to.
I
hold
just
on to
used
Shadow
my
Tom.
one to do
Warn you
something
for
really
Can I do an
cool.
acrobatics?
Yeah, I know. Respect
Yeah,
for burning
that's a
a
plus 11.
fourth level spell to use a third level spell rather than using it to not take
So it's
all
a
the fall
20.
damage.
Okay, so the plan for
22.
4 of you is grab the dragon, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So
Worth it.
I'm going to make that an athletics check for the remainder of you. That's
sorry.
And then Tom, what are you doing?
I'm gonna grab onto Shadow Tom. I don't think I have any chance of flying. Like maybe there will be unless there's an owl headed
Why
my
don't you try
way.
blinking
But
up here?
Basically,
but he said that the owls are over by the dragon.
No, I
people.
said I spread them.
Yeah.
So you
grab
got something
onto an
between
owl.
you and.
I think it's fair. You see that there are
Owls catch whoever doesn't grab the dragon.
Yeah,
Or
I think you have practiced, rehearsed this enough to be able to command the owls to like split focus and try to like help you.
Okay, in that case, I kind of get away from Shadow Tom, make sure he doesn't grab
You
me.
jump as everything disappears.
Cool. So yeah, go ahead and give me. You're also doing athletics check. You're going to grab onto these owls.
22 athletics.
Great.
22
was it
acrobatics.
12?
Great.
Wait, acrobatics
No.
or athletics?
You're doing athletics.
I do animal handling.
Wow, thanks.
17.
17. Yep. Cool. Yours is easy because the owls are here to help you. They're going to grab you, and then you're going to be able to successfully.
Thanks,
direct the
owls.
Can they grab me since
I rolled a 13
probably
on
failed
athletics.
Cool. 13 athletics. So Cypress and Mordecai have failed to grab on. because you were both grabbing onto the dragon, if I understand correctly. He is not here to help you, very much so. So you both are slipping, and your feet fall out from underneath you. You're going to fall roughly over the next round. You will be falling to your death. So good luck. Cool. Ari, you're up.
Wait, which way are we falling?
Downward towards the city.
Okay. What is your skydiving movement?
Yeah, so skydiving position, where am I in relation to Mordecai? I'm holding onto the dragon tail.
Yes.
Where am I in relation to Mordecai, who is right next to me?
Yeah, no, I got
5 feet.
right
Can I try to grab him? Okay.
Difficult athletics check.
now.
Use that +1 strength, baby.
It's an 18.
That's pretty good. Why don't you let's establish this. Together, you need a 30. So you roll athletics to grab hold of her.
Can I use my bardic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, good.
So that's a 22 total.
So I need to roll an 8.
Yeah, you need athletics of 8.
Okay.
Good thing you didn't skip gym day, right, Zennethor?
Natural 20.
I didn't use it, so I did anyway.
Actually, save your bardic. We'll
Okay.
make that.
So she grabs him.
I
and throws
grab
him
your
onto
hand
the back.
harder than I ever have.
Ow!
And it's like,
What, weren't you the one that saved her in the boat outside
Yeah.
of your souls? It was the same nat 20, if I recall.
Yeah.
but I'm on the receiving end of actually being saved now.
You're falling into the abyss. You're like, grab onto an arm. Ari, the strength in her form, it almost feels like something is inhabiting her. Someone stronger than she might have once been. As you are pulled up onto the dragon, and we're going to say that you are safely on the dragon.
Cool.
Unfortunately, Cypress is still
Half orc that starts with an S.
Oh, to me!
Okay, so Sable, the shadow dragon, is flying downwards, making pace with you. He is going to do a rippling tail attack as he spins around. Now, for those that are not holding on to him, that means that he's just going to make a melee attack against all of you. For those that are holding on, you have to make a difficult dexterity check to avoid falling off.
Question. I'm on, I guess, the front foreleg.
Oh, and actually, I'm so sorry. It's a strength saving throw, not dex save.
I'm on the front right foreleg, I guess, based on the position of my
saving for
mini.
what?
Sure.
Do I have to
To
still make
hold on,
that?
I guess.
I don't know. Okay. This is just spinning his body.
And
So-
am I in the
I'm
splash
holding
zone
on.
of this tail attack?
Cool.
Almost certainly.
Bummer.
Okay. I'm just rolling attack rolls.
And you said strength saving?
So
throw?
anyone that is holding on, strength save. We'll hold those numbers. We'll go through those in a second. I'm going to attack everyone else. We're going to say that his tail is so broad that as he angles it, he's going to attempt an attack on half of your owls. And we'll just stop. So you have 7 remaining. If I recall correctly. Okay. So I'm going to do bulk rolling for your owls. Cool. That is 22 bludgeoning damage against 5 of your owls.
So they all have 19 HP.
Okay, so it just kills them. Just kills 3 of them.
Yeah.
It looks like. Okay. Wait, no, sorry, 5 of them. Kills 5 of them.
So I have 2 left. The 2 are holding top. Yay!
Tom, roll luck. Maybe they are the ones.
4.
Nope.
They're over there. The
It
owls
may, not,
that you need
it
are over
may
there.
not matter. Does he hit me?
Yep. Let's roll.
Actually, it's a concentration, so if it hits me, it may not matter either.
Ew. Okay. Let's do Cypress first then. Your AC is 17.
Sounds right.
It just
is.
just misses.
Yeah.
You see its tail swing at the last second as you're falling. You swim through the air out of the way until you don't get hit. Tom, natural 1 misses you as well.
Oh, thank goodness.
The specter that's next to you, Shadow Tom, 18. He gets hit and just gets knocked around by a shadow dragon, which yes can make physical damage attacks. And you did how much damage to Tom earlier?
21.
Yeah, he's dead. He's
Let's
down.
go!
Woo!
Yeah, just
matter.
straight up.
Does he decide to roll in that 20?
And then
It's like
and then we enter,
multiplicative.
it's Inception levels of death.
Wait, does he merge with Tom and now Tom has the voice of Shadow Tom in his head?
Nope, Mordecai.
Does he merge with Tom and now Tom has
Oh, no, you're
44
hanging
max
on.
HP?
Mordecai's with me. Yeah.
And that's it, right? There's literally no one else.
Yeah.
I did the owls. Did Cyber. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So his tail attack's over, and he is going to use the rest of his turn flying downwards to basically match your pace to land.
So
We didn't resolve the saving throws.
That.
Oh yeah, give me the same.
15 for me.
19 for me.
13.
Cool. Mordecai, you slip. You just.
I made it on!
You're slipping off.
Is he still grabbing, like, hands hold with her?
I'm saying
20?
this is representative of the spin being just enough force to pry him.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So, yep. And you already used kind of your action for bonus
yeah,
action to like try to save them. You might be able to do something though. Also, next up is Tom, Mordecai, Winton. All of you are at once. So action for me.
Let's see if someone can do something.
Okay.
Whatever y'all want to do, now's the time. Any of you can go when you're ready.
Wait, so...
Okay, yeah, since it sounds like they're scheming something, I'm gonna cast Water Sphere on myself. And choose to fail the restraining save so I get sucked up by it. And I think the language is that it slowly lowers to the ground.
Ooh.
Which I thought would never be relevant, so I was never gonna try to knock somebody off of a cliff. But
Whenever you need a level 4 Featherfall.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it says the sphere can hover, but no more than 10 feet off the ground. Okay, so not relevant yet. You failed the save, blah, blah, blah. You can move it. If it moves over a pit, it safely descends until it is hovering 10 feet above the ground. I cannot believe that. That's amazing. So you Katamari Damacy yourself.
Can you grab us falling? Can you control it?
I can.
As an action,
it would have to be a straight line through a dragon.
Line.
Yeah,
In a straight line.
Well,
And he's already used his action to cast it, it looks
Wait.
like.
Okay, so I'm just in... I thought
in the
you could
bubble.
cast it in a line as well. So
You conjure it
Right.
at any point within range, which is 90 feet away.
Yeah.
I don't see that you can...
Okay, so it doesn't
conjure
start
in a
moving.
moving motion.
Okay. That's fine.
But let's give you an Arcana check to overcome that limitation.
I mean, it doesn't matter too much for me. I would be moving away from the
yeah, but it
dragon.
matters for Cypress.
21.
Yeah, you're able to conjure it in such a way that has momentum behind it, so you can shoot it, let's say, 20 feet in one direction.
Okay. I would still be moving away from the dragon. I don't want to. I don't want to be in the tail range anymore.
Cool.
So I'm moving out. You still got 2 owls.
I still got 2 owls.
All right, and then we did establish they were far away from Tom. Mordecai and Winton, what's up?
Okay.
Mordecai's falling again.
We're both falling.
No, I'm
He's hanging off the
Oh.
I'm left.
Okay, so I'm falling.
And Winton is on the body that's spinning in front of you. So like as the dragon turns, he might be able to like grab you like on a carousel or something.
What are we doing?
I'm tempted to just try it just because why not? But...
Okay, so how far are we in the air?
Yeah, like
You're falling 100 feet over the next 6 seconds.
okay, so where is he in relative terms to, like?
It doesn't matter. Over those 6 seconds, he will eventually be in range of you because of the rotation of the dragon.
Okay.
For whatever the heck, you want to bring out another piece of paper and tell me if the dragon spins 90 degrees.
I got it. Okay.
What?
As I see you falling and like flying.
I'm skydiving most like this, so I have control of what's going on. So I'm just like, okay, this is fun.
How high is he in relative to the dragon?
The dragon's keeping pace with all of you.
Okay. I'm going.
Everyone's on the same level.
Smacks on the ground. Everyone
I'm going
held
to
on for no reason.
telekinetically shove him towards me.
I think you can
Towards
do
the
that.
dragon.
Absolutely do that. Yeah.
Okay.
As a what is this? Bonus action? Yeah, bonus action.
Cool.
Okay.
You find your body. Not so different from when in the Temple of Yamket, your bodies were being thrown into the the spinning blade trap.
So I'm right here holding on. I see him.
Okay.
So you grab me.
Let's do.
Well,
yeah.
I pull you towards the dragon.
You know what? With that, I'll let you make yet another athletics check to see if you can grab it for the 3rd time.
And then as a I guess
Wipeout.
I guess as an action,
Thanks, man.
I'm going like right as he's coming, I'm going to cast Bless on myself, him, and Aerie.
Great. Take that D4.
What does
I already
do?
know that
Okay.
I failed. It's my acrobatics check was a 13. Or no, my athletics check was a 13.
Plus,
So what if you
Plus
blessed?
4.
Huh?
Plus a
Plus a
D4.
D4.
Oh, plus a D4?
Because
Okay.
your cleric gave you a little blessing from Tempest? Question mark?
A blessing.
That's a 17.
You passed.
Yay!
You went from definitely dying to definitely living to definitely dying to definitely living. All in the course of 6 seconds.
Widget! I got you!
You're spinning in the air like 2 people that are like skydiving with him holding on to you. Yeah, okay, so that's definitely the end of that.
Wait, was that my action?
No, he does. I've used my bonus action and action.
Yeah, Mordecai, you have a turn.
Okay. Wish I was more ready for this.
Can you grab on better?
Oh, and
some rope.
the spectral weapon is keeping pace with us as we go.
Yeah, easy peasy.
But I use my bonus action to pull him so it doesn't get anything.
Yeah, after getting hit by your weapon, Zennethor's definitely gonna back up like 60 feet. And just like, there's no reason he doesn't need to be very close. His effective range is quite long, so he's just like, why did I stand so close? So I'm gonna walk away.
I bonked him. That's what matters.
You did it.
How many feet do you have to fall to take fall damage?
10.
But
So if I'm 10 feet above the ground, would I take fall damage?
You take a d6 of fall damage, technically. Most DMs don't.
It says can hover. 10 feet over the
Ari
ground.
and Mordecai, whenever you
I think it says
make an
it's
attack
hover.
roll
Hey,
or a
you're-
saving
you're good.
throw,
Okay.
before the spell ends, so a minute or until I fail concentration, you get to roll a d4 and add it. So every
Great.
roll.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
it's really-
then I'm hanging
very
on. I point my Eldritch Blast hand at his head.
Yeah, go ahead.
The same one. I put the hat on.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is the hat still on him? Is it just a dragon wearing a hat?
There's a world where
Why
I'm
don't
trying
you
to...
roll like
Instead
I
of
need
taking
that it
watery
stays on.
sphere, I took banishment, and then this dragon won the saving throw.
That's a
because
19.
it has
Yeah,
to
it's like stuck to his head. It's like the electrical energy like burned and fused it
the
on
most
top of
hilarious
it.
thing I've ever
Mordecai,
seen.
you
There's
lost
a-
your
there's a
hat!
tiny- It's okay!
From the perspective of an outside viewer, there's like a tiny adorable hat fused to the top of the shadow dragon as it's falling down, spinning.
Parry the dragon.
I'm attacking him on this turn right now. So, does he have disadvantage after that tailspin? Like, now he's in the air, he still has disadvantage? Because you said he had disadvantage on attack saving.
He's still recklessly attack. Yeah, for the rest of
Okay.
the round, attack
Okay.
rolls against him have advantage.
So, I'm going to do 2 shots to his head with Eldritch Blast.
Yep.
So,
And
that
they
the
have
first
advantage.
hit. Oh, that's a 10.
AC 16. So if
Okay,
you have 16, you always get the damage.
That's a 13. None of them hit.
d4.
Oh, plus a d4 to both of them?
All
Yeah,
of them.
Bless is literally for a minute.
Okay, so-
as long as he's concentrating on it.
All right,
Was
hold
that
on.
with
So,
advantage?
d4. No, that was 2 hits. Oh, wait,
You
no.
have advantage
You
on
advantage,
both
so you roll
dice.
Yeah,
4
you have
die.
advantage,
Advantage on all
on every
dice.
hit.
Okay,
and
so
plus-
let's just say I rolled a 10. That was my advantage, so later, so 13. So the first hit plus 4, that's 17.
Yep, hits.
All right, and so for the second one, 15.
Playing a song about falling
Plus
to the
15
sky.
plus 1 hits for sure.
Yeah.
I guess you roll again to see if you
15
crit, though.
plus 7, and then. Okay, yeah. So my attacks hit.
Great.
So
Roll that damage.
We'll d10.
I will comment
Okay.
he has
That's right.
taken
That's the hat.
Yeah.
63 points of damage so far in this combat.
Okay, well, he just took another 4,
Cool.
and he just took another 7.
Great. Yeah, you're starting to see signs of wear and tear in his body as he's falling down. Only moments into the fight, it seems like you've.
Does anybody
done
see any
quite a number
buildings
on
we
him.
can drop on him?
There was no buildings. I thought there was just.
You're
You said
about to
city,
descend
but I
into
thought they were
ruins.
just like obelisks.
We're going into buildings.
Good.
Drop
More things
obelisk
for me to
on him.
hide behind.
We can use the chronomancy to
All right,
reverse
Cypress.
the meteor and hit him against the ceiling.
You are
Yes.
falling. Your
Owls.
owls are there.
To me.
Make an easy athletics check.
You
You
whisper
say that, but then easy and athletics don't go together.
A moth
Animal
appears and you
handling?
whisper it into your
Can I
hand.
do animal handling? They're not animals.
You know what? You're the druid to conjure them. I will allow you to roll animal handling instead.
Oh, it's an at 20.
So the question is, where do you want the owls to take you?
Further from the dragon.
So you see that they are invigorated as you call to them. What do you say to them? I guess you said to me.
Owls to me!
You see them go. Boom! They grab at you, knowing that those are the last 2 remaining, the last 2 living of the giant owls.
I'm like,
and
where investing you go?
because of their feet, where they're not able to be targeted with opportunity attacks, you just freely fly away. And dragon's still had a reaction, but isn't able to attack you with it. So you're out of the range of the dragon. You are going to safely descend down to the bottom at the end of the round. Anything else from you?
That's the owl's turn. I still have.
Yeah, that's fair.
Um,
What you got? What you
actually, I will cure wounds.
got? Cure wounds. Oh, okay, got it. Yep, you do it. Go ahead and heal that HP. All right.
healing spells.
Healings.
By the end of the round, you all have, thankfully, safely descended. Dragon lands with 3 of you desperately holding on. A watery sphere descends and hovers 10 feet above the ground, and 2 owls drop off a druid as he's healing himself. As you land on the bottom, and Zennethor just sort of descends until he's about 30 feet above you and about 80 feet off to the side, watching the fight unfold. It seems that he's rooting for you to win this battle. Come on! You're gonna need to put a little more fight in it than that! How am I gonna recycle Sable without a little bit of extra work from all of you? At the top of initiative. Aerie, you're up next. Except I forgot that at the top of initiative, you see that he performs a command action again. He says, Sable, why don't you teach them that new technique that we've been working on? And first, let's see if he's able to re-roll his breath weapon. 5 or 6. Reloads it immediately. There's a 4. You see that he is breathing in necrotic gas and then suddenly decides to attack using his claws once again, thankfully. So first, let's roll randomly 3 targets. Cool. And cool. Airy once and Winton twice.
He hates me, and I love it.
Winton,
Huh. Interesting.
you good, bud?
Winton's AC is 18. Wow. Yeah. Well, he missed you twice and crit on Airy. So.
Eyes or no, Sentinel at Death's Door. That
I'm gonna
goes.
have you re-roll the crit with my luck point.
Woo! Yeah. Good use of luck. Let's do it.
I would have helped.
I'll reroll for the
Sorry.
table this time. We'll keep it a little bit extra honest.
I've got 3 charges, and I doubt you have that many.
No, I got 4.
Are you kidding
I
me?
literally just rolled a 20.
Now
I just
do
rolled a
your
20.
thing.
I rolled a 20 for the table.
Well, not that
I'm
one.
pretty sure the language of luck points is you have to keep the second roll, right?
You can spend 1 and choose which die you use. You can choose to spend luck points after you roll the die.
Oh, okay, then never mind. I guess you could do it again.
Okay, Sentinel at Death's Door. As a reaction, when you are a creature you can see within 30 feet suffers a critical hit, you can turn that hit into a normal hit. Any effects triggered by the crit are canceled, and I can use the feature 4 times.
That's
Oh,
pretty
okay.
good.
I should have just
Great.
let you use that.
So yeah, you basically in a moment you have a prescience or a foresight of her getting crit, and you're able to at the last second maneuver or shift fate itself in order to give her a little bit less damage. So it is a normal hit, is what it looks like.
I got you!
Thank you.
Cool. Unfortunately, we're not done yet. It's even multi-attacks.
So
How much damage?
what am I doing?
Because it was just a normal hit, you take 11 slashing damage.
I'm down.
Eri is knocked unconscious as this dragon, and the tether latches on to her. Zennethor is going to make some possession rolls here. Okay. The targets today will be
So you got 2 tethers.
Cypress and roll. Because that is 6, and there are 5 of you. Cypress and Winton.
Yeah.
Actually, best possible outcomes.
Yeah.
So both of you only have just one tether.
One.
So only a 1 hits.
10, 15. Nope.
You see that he's trying to reel you in fury, and just says, exhausting. And it is back to you. Eri, you're up. You sense yourself drifting in a void. You feel voices of someone calling out to you. Give me a perception check.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Who is it? You hear the voice of Aegon.
Yeah.
He's calling out to you. He says, Eri, do you hear me?
I do.
Eri, I want to lend you my power, but I can't get to you. You're in some other place. I know this is going to sound a little odd. I can't send my soul to enter yours unless you die first. Truly, die. This is me. This is no illusion.
Can I
This
roll
is Aegon.
insight
go.
on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
With Bless. Oh wait, no, that's a skill, not ability, or saving throw. I get it.
So no, bless.
Well, let me.
So on the ground in the city of Sagefire with
check.
these ruins around, Eri lies on the ground as this moment
The
occurs
wording
inside her mind.
is attack roll or saving throw, so not a skill ability
Okay.
or not skill.
So it's a 6.
Cool. You feel very nervous about this. Aegon's voice sounds right. It feels like him. You really can't be sure if this is really Aegon speaking to you. Telling you to give up your life? That doesn't sound like him at all.
Tell me something only you would know.
How much time do you have to do this?
Crabs.
He would know crabs.
He wouldn't know crabs.
He thinks for a moment, and you hear him say, when you first told me that you loved me, it was raining. I was too afraid to say anything, still thinking that I was going to lose myself to the stars. But then I found you.
Tell me what to do.
Let go.
I will set it on 1.
You take 2 failures on your death saves.
Yep.
Sable's turn. As you land on the ground... Oh, no, he already went. He already attacked. Duh. Tom, you're up.
Wait, Aerie didn't pop back up.
Yep.
I'll heal her.
That's not good.
Oh no.
I mean, Tom, Mordecai, and Lindsay, you're all next, so yeah, you can go ahead and heal her.
No, my boyfriend! Is gonna go see him.
Honestly, I should have expected that to happen. That's on me.
That's.
I don't know what to do. Like,
I mean,
It is
No, you would-
as a
you would-
tiny bit of
yeah.
like, I will forgive you for metagaming in this moment. You are all attuned to one another, and you literally feel, Winton, this is inclusive of everyone, Zennethor also, that Aerie, was this what she always decided that she was going to do when she got here? She is willingly giving up the ghost.
Okay, then I'll help her out. I cast Fireball to hit the dragon and Aerie.
okay, so she's on this side. So
She's just on
are
the
we
tail.
out of range?
Oh, I'll go do.
Y'all have joined initiative, so you could do your thing first.
Have
I'm
the dragon
moving
landed?
30
Yeah,
feet
you've all
away.
landed at the top of the initiative.
I want to still be in the air,
Okay, great, you're in the air.
out of dragon range.
Yeah. Yeah, so for all intents and purposes, there is rubble and ruins around you. There's some broken down buildings that aren't entirely crushed. For the intents of cool things you might think of, you can put them wherever you want. But that also means I might do that.
I want to put an obelisk on top of the dragon.
Okay, wait, maybe not that.
Okay. Question.
Yeah.
I guess before I do anything, I feel this thing kind of tethered. Can I do something similar to? Can I essentially jump into her to see if this is what she really wants? My soul.
Oof.
It would be closer to what Zennethor does when he enters your minds and reads your thoughts. So now that you are tuned with him, you might be able to use that ability. Give me a raw wisdom check.
7.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like you can be sure.
I
You
almost
just
had
get
a
this
drink.
weird sense. She's dying. She's dying and she's not even trying. Why? Or what? What is causing that? Is Zennethor getting to her? It's hard to know. Mordecai and Tom.
Yep, Tom trusts her.
I
hit
trust her too.
Her with Fireball and also the dragon with Fireball.
He sees
Or
him
you
prepping
drag
a
me
fireball.
Wait, are you?
Because
oh, you can't go
I
with
promised
Fireball
you to
yet.
keep Aerie
When-
alive.
Wait,
And
Wait,
like,
can you
I
go
trust you.
fireball?
I am all about trust right now. So wait. Hold on.
I just want to do my thing.
Hold on.
Quit everybody's saying, wait.
No, you're fine. Like,
I'm ahead of you in initiative.
I trust
Not really
Aerie.
the same.
Come with me now. We gotta get away.
I think he's just trying to save.
Yeah.
Winston. But it's fair. I'm excited.
Okay, fine. But we run because I see him casting his fireball. So we run away and cast his fireball and let him cast his fireball.
Sable's going to take
I don't care
an
about
attack
that.
on both of you with a cleaving motion. Your AC's 14? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, he hits you for 8 bludgeoning damage. Slashing damage.
Oh, well, that puts me at 2 hit points.
Cool, that's it. Okay,
all you need.
Tom, you're out of the way, baby!
Cool. Ayla, make a dex save. I don't think that's a real
She
thing.
auto-fails.
Yeah. And then Sable also makes a dex save. DC 15.
As
Passes.
he's
Okay.
pulling me away, carry
And
me.
also
I want
empower
to
spell.
cast, or path to the
Can I
grave.
borrow
You're really making
7d6
sure I
again?
die.
Oh, wait, okay, so hold on. He's casting Path to the Grave while you are doing this to double the damage.
And I'm carrying you.
That's
Okay.
happening,
Yeah.
so let's
Sounds
resolve
good.
that. I need you to know something, Winton. Previously, when you cast Path to the Grave, you rolled D8 and lost that many souls temporarily.
Huh.
You have one. Mm-hmm. You have your own. If you do this, it would be like giving Zennethor
A plip.
no 20 pips.
Holy crap!
The
No.
guarantee to completely consume your soul if he chooses to. Now, I want you to know this. That's if your soul escapes. I'll give you 50-50. You flip a coin. And if you fail, your soul escapes and you're kind of like you were on the outside of the City of Souls, completely open for the taking. And if you succeed, then you get to stay alive.
I don't trust my gods. No.
Okay.
Okay, so
I thought you were okay with being consumed.
I'm terrified. Well, me, Jordan. Jordan.
Yeah. Thankfully, we don't have to be.
I don't want to affect his decision. I thought, okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, based on the roll. Thank you, Ben. It's your choice.
You know what? I see you pulling me away. You say I trust Aerie. I see Tom prepping this. Winton would go. He would do what he did against the not the basilisks, the ooze. He would try to help Tom out.
So you are going to do this.
I'm doing it.
Okay, so this will always happen no matter what. We'll roll
Make your
afterwards
D2.
what happens to you.
I have options.
We'll get there. So you cast Path to the Grave. You summon. There's no more souls to give. You decide to risk your own. You send it out, and this blanketing necrotic energy, fueled by the tether between you and your necklace, that which Zennethor ironically gave you, is now infecting his body, as though it was predestined for an early grave. I will tell you, assuming you're using Staphys Lunae.
I can.
Oh, okay, cool. Assuming that you roll really, really well, there's like a chance you could kill here. You've already done crazy damage with the owls and the lightning glyph. So good luck, basically.
Thank
that
you.
double damage is going to be huge.
Yeah.
Do I flip?
We'll flip after the roll.
Okay.
Sure. So I roll 42 damage, which is halved and then doubled, so 42.
That's correct. And doubled, or half because...
Half because he succeeds his dex save, doubled because of Path to the Grave.
Great. Just recapping for the audience. So that is 42 flat after all those things.
Right.
Bringing him to, I mean, you've crossed the 100 points.
I'm gonna let everything play out. I just want to say I have not done an action real quick, so I'm just saying that. So when these get resolute, I'm
You use your movement, yeah.
And bonus action, this little axe comes and hits him.
Great. Cool. I guess roll the attack.
Or, I guess the little scythe of everyone's combo. Oh, wait. Well, I hit.
Great.
17 plus. Yeah.
Okay, that is it how much damage?
Oh,
17 is more than
12.
16.
Oh, sweet. He's looking pretty bad, guys. I don't know. Y'all have done like a seriously effective work on him. This is gonna be easy.
I like it when he says it like that.
I hate that.
It makes me feel more confident about it.
So you did that. Mordecai, you're up. Oh no, I'm sorry. No, we didn't have you flip. So you feel this, like literally on a razor's edge, your soul choosing to stay with you or not. You're gonna flip a coin. You gotta be really clear what's good for you, staying, what's bad for you, your soul leaving.
Okay, I chose a heart / stab in the back dice. The heart is good for me because it's giving me life. On the dagger, my soul is
fingers are
stabbing.
shaking.
I know.
This is intense. All right, wait. So let's establish some things here.
Heart.
As long as it lands on the table, it counts no matter where it lands, and if it's not like an obvious leaner. Heart is good. Here are the stakes. If you fail, your soul leaves your body, you're unconscious, and because your body has no vessel, at the start of initiative 20, assuming Zennethor chooses to consume you, I said it's 20 pips on a d20. It's guaranteed to happen. Mm-hmm. That's what you're risking. To do a lot of damage to this dragon. Mm-hmm. Good luck with your flip. In a moment of weakness.
It's hard.
Yes! Winston, grab your soul from the tail as it tries to escape you. You bring it back into your necklace. You've lost too many souls already. It's time to hold on, and you gain no pips of any kind on the die.
Yeah, let's do it again next round.
Never do that again.
This fireball erupts as this dragon is encased in fire, and it's almost like its own scales, not so different from the blood ooze, are warping under the heat, desperately trying to fight back. But then this necrotic field that you put around it, you've built an oven for a dragon to cook under as this fireball sears him from the inside.
As my soul goes around it, I want to essentially, my soul whisper in its ear, let go.
Disable?
Disable.
Oh man. Roll something. Okay, cool.
Attack your boss.
So crazy cool damage. Mordecai, you're up.
While this was happening and he was doing the summon, Mordecai mage hands the hat off of his head.
Honestly, it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
You just grab it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you bring it back to you. It's,
Yep, and put it on.
Cool, you get your +1 one charisma. Awesome.
So the fireball kills me fully.
Yep, 100%. In fact, it would have done you, just so much damage. So much damage.
So is your max HP less than 84?
It doesn't matter. I was already.
Technically.
She fails her death save and also insta kill.
Oh, right, it doesn't double for
Yeah.
her, so it's only the 42.
It's only 42 fighting.
Yeah.
It's easy. Use your uncanny dodge while dead.
Right.
Your body just twitches.
No way home fight.
Okay.
Aerie. It's been a long time since I've had the daunting task of killing off a DC. And all of this under the guise, under the trust that Aegon was in fact who he said he was, that he was in fact telling you what to do. And your body falls through an endless void. Falling forever. Blackness. Dark. As far as you can see. And then suddenly, you see the flashing image of someone falling next to you. It's Aegon, in a spectral vision. Very similar to how you saw Sora just moments before. You see a very strong cord, a tether between your heart and his. He's falling next to you. He says, I'm not dead, if that's what you were worried about.
Good. I am.
Yeah.
I am.
I think I always knew that this would happen. But I'm surprised how ready you seemed to receive it.
I trust you.
Good. I don't have much time here. So, I guess I forgot to narrate something extremely important! Right when you were falling back from the first blow, knocked unconscious, and then you were struck by the fireball, putting you permanently into what would be character death. Because you're in Shadowfell, something interesting happened. A beam of light erupted upwards from your own chest and your mind, and then it bisected the plane that you existed in, flattened and then combed around you. It's very similar to the spell that Arbiter Axion had cast in the City of Souls. And time for you, at the moment you died, seemed to permanently stop. You see the dragon landing on the ground, frozen in time. Zennethor calling out, stuck. Your allies in the midst of a heated battle. And your ghost steps out of your body. You look down and see Aerie dead on the ground. And Aegon is there walking next to you. And then you have this conversation as it starts. And he says, the prophets up here, they theorize that someone in the City of Judgment would have the ability to allow you to talk to souls at the moment of your death. So I asked Master Vareni to put me in stasis, to feign death, so I could be here to talk to you. I'll be fine. Give me a few months. You look withered.
Yeah. We've been through a lot, and I'm not sure that, well, I don't even know if I'll return at all, but I'm not sure that how we came in is how we'll leave.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. They told me this was possible, but they've never tried it themselves.
Who? What?
The Master Vareni and the Prophets of Darabal. Now that you're dead, I actually have the ability to temporarily give you my soul. That should prop you up, should make you stronger, have more vitality. You might even be able to use some of my own abilities. They said that I should be able to return to my body once you are back in the material plane. So, I need you to trust me.
Okay.
I'm gonna send you back. And when you do, you're gonna feel my presence inside of you. Don't be afraid. We're gonna do this together, all right?
If I get hurt, am I gonna hurt you?
To be honest, I don't really know. But I said it once before, back at the Scholars, and I'll say it again. I would do anything for you.
And are you?
Then do this.
Okay.
Take my soul. And you go and defeat them.
Okay.
You hear a voice sift in. And it's Sora again. She says, wait, so we can just enter her body? Why didn't you tell me that earlier? And Aegon says, sorry. Are you? And then he's going to roll intelligence. Who are you? And she says, I'm Sora. I'm guessing you're a friend of Ares. And they make awkward acquaintances inside of your dead soul. And
still like...
everyone, yeah, Trey's imitating being frozen in combat. Cypress is hanging from two owls. Sora says, show me how to do it. Aegon's like, honestly, I think that if she just invites us into her soul and we accept, we'll lose our own conscious vessels, but we should be able to power her. And Sora says, I'll do it. I will do it. And they both turn to you,
Sora,
waiting for your word.
What your people? You're fighting a war.
I believe in you. You're gonna make it out of this, and I'll return to my vessel, and you can return to Krya. I wouldn't just do this for you, you know. I'm doing this for every one of the insurgents, and for those in the city. They need you.
Let's
So-
do it.
Eri, all you have to do is say the words. I invite you, name, to enter my soul. And if they're willing, they will do so.
I invite you, Aegon, to enter my soul.
All right, he enters. Eri, every single round, you feel your arms quicken, as though the flurry of punches that Aegon is rehearsed in comes to you. You gain an extra offhand attack every round. Sora, are you ready to receive Sora?
I invite you, Sora, to enter my soul.
Good luck. Eri, you gain, once per long rest, the ability on an action to cast a 5th level heroism, which means, I'll give you the specs now. It makes all of the members of your party, it's 5 targets, immune to fear, and they gain +3 HP every round for a minute. No concentration. Also, for each soul that you absorbed, you gain half of your true max HP,
So she's at full HP.
plus whatever you have remainder from this adventure.
Wait, what?
Basically, go to your true max HP,
Uh-huh.
that number I had you guys write down before the session, and then add on top of it your current max HP.
What?
So 9. Okay, so it's now just a +9.
Which puts you at how many?
Amazing. It puts me at. Hang on, let me,
New tank, new tank, new tank,
New tank! Wait, I want to hear this from the table. Max HP?
54.
54! You feel their energy swirl inside of you. Absolutely devastating power, invigoration, and a will to live. You are prepared to wake up from this. So why don't you go ahead and take that death saving throw, set it to a 20, and stand back up ready
Sounds
for the
good.
fight. Immediately, you, after this fireball strikes the ground, it feels like no time has passed. Flames spread, and then... instantly, a beam of light, that spell that I described from Axion, shoots up into the sky. Bright glowing eyes behind Ares, and she, with flames still active on her clothes, jolts awake, light emanating from her fingertips. She brushes the fire off and stands to attention. Ares, it's time for you to take your turn. You have all of your base abilities.
She looks.
And you still have inspiration.
At everyone.
And you have bless.
Zennethor, you've lost. And cast heroism on all of us.
Everyone has bravery until the spell ends. The creature is immune to being frightened, gains temporary hit points, and I established this number. It's +3 every single start of your turn.
3 temp HP.
It is temp HP, yes. So it still helps you.
So
now.
you
does
have
it keep
5
adding?
HP.
Does it
Start
keep adding
of
to, like,
Aries'
every
turn or
six?
start of my turn?
So
Okay.
3, 6. This is 3,
Okay, and
Three, okay.
I'm now at 5 HP now.
At the start of your turn.
Oh,
I'm going to allow Ari to
Thankfully,
finish.
And I'll do 2 offhand attacks.
Yeah!
On Dragon, Sable,
Give those attacks.
With bless.
with Bless.
So go ahead.
So, first one with Nova Stagger. That's a nat 20.
Oh, yeah!
The narrative nat 20!
And wow, it kind of feels like, he is surrounded by a lot of people. So
Sure
many
does.
that maybe we'll let an offhand attack count for sneak attack damage.
He did get just roasted in an oven.
Yeah, he is very much not in good countenance.
Do you need your 8d6 back?
So it's 13 on an offhand attack. Not bad.
Goodness gracious. Ari, you are looking at this dragon, and as this damage sears through its body, you can see into the future with Nova's dagger, and you get the sense that it is on its last legs.
I'll take my second offhand attack,
Mm-hmm.
which is not gonna hit.
Wait, plus.
Yeah, 16 is
Plus.
easy. Bless, always mattering.
So that's.
Yeah, Bardic.
What is that? So that's +3,
You did do bless, right?
+5. So that's gonna be a 12. Doesn't matter.
Bardic?
Yeah. I already used my
Oh, okay,
Bardic.
sorry.
You're good.
All of you now have heroism. Don't forget at the start of your turn, you gain 3 temp HP every turn. At this junction in the fight, I think it's best that we take a little bit of a breather to eat some food and prepare for the finale of the Umbral Harbingers. Don't go away. We'll see you soon.
Okay.
After Ares cast this heroism on the rest of the party, you begin to feel blood flow back into your veins. Cypress, at the start of your turn, gain 3 temp HP.
Woo!
And now,
I'm
you're
sorry.
up.
Undead.
Ari, you can speak if you wish.
I know it sounds odd, but you need to trust the voices when you go down.
Isn't that what everyone tells you not to do?
What voices?
Did Ari get possessed?
They're gonna tell you to die, and you need to do it.
Cypress looks incredulous. Shocked, even.
We all look at Cypress. Kind of high up there, aren't you, bud?
Oh my gosh, we can do it. We can do it.
No. I don't think Cypress is that crazy.
Do a flying pile driver.
How much damage does a falling object do?
I will turn you into a level 3 catapult spell against it. So I'll find the damage for that.
It's something like 68, I think. Or is it 48?
Okay. Fine.
Dex save.
5d8. What is his... Oh, I guess it's
3d8
attack.
bludgeoning, and then for each level higher. So yeah, you're right, 5d8. You would become a 5d8 bludgeoning damage projectile. As this victory music suggests that this is a good idea. And maybe it is!
I'm hovering up here.
So the question is, how much does Cypress trust Ari in this moment? With
Yeah.
everything you've gone through,
I'm-
with what you've experienced, knowing what she believes about life and death.
Hovering up here.
Hung up by, as a reminder, two giant owls.
giant owls. And I look at Ari. How do you know?
You have to trust me.
Y'all are like 70 feet apart.
How do you know?
Trust me!
What? How fast does a druid fall from something?
Can I wild shape into a big boulder?
What?
No. I'm all about yes anding. You can't wild shape into a rock.
I tell the owls, take me up.
Wild shape into a bear.
You hear them, "Arr!" and they raise you even higher. They can get roughly, what is that, 60 feet in a flight?
You're 130.
Yeah, 60 feet fly speed.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we'll just say you can be 130 feet above the dragon.
Yeah.
This is like that thing that Winton did, but more. Instead of jumping off the roof,
birds.
I take one last look at Aerie. If this goes bad, finish it for me. And I stop concentrating on the birds.
You see these birds disappear. And Cypress,
And I... People's elbow.
like a peregrine falcon, as your body careens down, not so different from a little meteor in the middle of this crater of the meteor, and you, boom, strike it directly on the head. And let's go ahead and roll your damage first. Cypress, you're going to take 13d6 bludgeoning damage.
you need to borrow some.
There is a chance I survive if I roll a lot
13
of ones. Actually, I have 23 HP. So
All right. Can you imagine if you tried to die and they just couldn't?
I just didn't miss. Right,
You aimed at
somebody
the ground.
Keep math until you get to 23.
Missed.
6. 6.
Oh my. That people's elbow really put the shock directly to your body.
You got the math? Okay.
16, 18, 32,
18 to 32.
22.
There we go.
Sorry,
I'm dead.
23.
23.
27 total.
23 is.
We gotta know how much. Come on. We gotta know
Okay, how many have I rolled?
Well, yeah, because we don't know that you're dead. You just be unconscious
Right.
unless you roll over your
That's
max
true.
HP.
So 27.
27.
I rolled. It was 6, 6, 2, 2, 4, 2. So that's.
You've got 7 more.
7 more.
31. 35. 37.
43.
43.
I don't know how many I've rolled. I think I have 2.
That's your 11th. Is
Yeah, that's 11.
48.
50.
1,
Last one.
6.
Okay, final damage.
57.
The rest of
That
you
is
see,
not double the hit points.
with your, presumably your jaws dropped, your mouth's agape, as Cypress just swan dives from his owls, and you hear the crack of his bones against this dragon.
Oh my god!
As he's so battered, so badly broken across the back
No, that is enough.
of this
That
creature
is enough.
that his body tumbles limply off and hits the dirt. Now, what's funny is, Cypress, you're gonna enter the temporal death true sight on contact with the dragon, but before you hit the ground. So to everyone else, you're like frozen in the air, and you're going to step out of your body, just as Aerie did. Good.
Hang.
Hang
His
hang
soul
tight, right?
actually falls from where he is onto the ground.
Exactly.
There we go.
Okay,
Wait,
great.
how much damage did the dragon take?
Let's roll that after you come back.
Ah.
So,
Alright.
you find yourself in a dreamlike state, and these souls are going to begin to come and speak to you. The first one. Oh, I put images in here for this, and I forgot to do it for Aerie. That's okay. Too many things to track. The first one pops into your consciousness, and so he suddenly jumped out from one of the obols in your pocket. It's Zinni. He says, Cypress?
Zinni?
Cypress, it's me! Can you hear me?
I hear you. Is it you?
Yes, Cypress.
What did you give me?
I didn't give you anything.
No, what did you give me at the Celestial Conservatory before I left?
What?
I'm proving it's him.
Oh, got it. Okay, got it. He says, I gave you a letter for Gaius? So it seems as though it might be him. He says, Cypress! Actually, what was I gonna have to say?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. It was this. So he says, Cypress? Alright.
What is
listen.
happening?
that object in your pocket, the oval, I think, it's going to give me the ability to actually enter into your soul, temporarily give you some of my powers. You understand?
I think.
Okay, good. I know that this might seem scary, but you're going to have to deal with my voice in the back of your head for a little bit longer.
All right.
I've been working on some really powerful magic of localized focal energies for abilities in gemstones and spell weaving. And maybe I might be able to impart that to you. Are you ready?
Let's do it. Why not?
Cypress, no matter what happens, you stay the course. My parents were once killed by King Grimthorn.
Oh.
And this is the chance that I get to finally make things right.
I'll make things right. I didn't know that. I'll make things right for you.
So, you need to invite Zinni into your soul.
Zinni, permission to board.
Aye, Captain. And he jumps into your body. You gain half of your max HP, your true max HP back, and you can upcast Moonbeam by 3 additional levels for free.
Let's go.
Also, Moonbeam cannot have its concentration ever broken unless you change to another concentration spell. It is infinite concentration.
Okay, hold on. So I can upcast by 3 levels.
Mm-hmm. And you would have to elect to break it by casting a different concentration spell.
Gotcha.
Very good. You hear another voice.
Ooh.
As the souls come back to you, she seems distant. She's walking closer. Her hands grace along the tall grass, and she looks at you with these eyes of gentility and calming care. She seems vaguely familiar, but no. Wait. You do remember. It's your adopted mother, Meraldi. She says, Cypress.
Hello.
I was walking through the oak grove and I heard something. They were communing with some of the trees that you've been communicating with on your journey.
Yeah. You know,
I don't know what kind of mess you're in, but I want to be able to give you some of my power to finish the job.
Really?
Really. I remember
I could
when you
use
first
that.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I could really use that.
I remember when you left. You had so much power and fire in you, wanting to change the world. And it feels like right here you finally have a chance to do that.
I can.
If you'll allow me, I'd love to give you some of my power.
Yes, Meraldi, I welcome you in.
You see as she enters your body, and as a result of Meraldi's communion with nature, you may upcast any conjuration spell by 3 additional levels.
Wow.
Are you sure?
I told you this is
About to deal 400 points of boar damage. Are you prepared?
Oh no, they're both
So
concentration
with all
spells.
of your max
I can't do
HP, restored, in addition to whatever you still retain from your adventure, you are now prepared to wake up, set that D20 into a 20, and jump back into the fight. Are you ready?
Hold on, let me fix this.
Cypress decides, in this little time dilation, to take a little nap.
He gets a long rest.
For the rest of you, you're just seeing a body crack against the side of this dragon and fall off limply. But before his body is going to hit the ground, Cypress will wake up and land on his feet. Maybe. We'll see. You ready?
Ready.
You deactivate Axion's buff, and you roll off the side of this dragon. First, let's have you land. Give me an easy dex save. As the rest of you literally watch this man take, presumably, dozens of damage. Definitely dead. And then right when he strikes the dragon,
17.
you see as he bones crackle, a burst of light emanates from his chest, eyes flare, and then he hovers down to the ground gently, landing with a flash of light underneath his feet.
Whoa.
And you see a gleam behind his eyes as the magical arcane energy is prepared to burst forward. Cypress, I think that's the end of your turn. Awesome. Oh, actually, it's kind of not, because all you did was have your owls let go of you, and then you died, right?
Yeah, it's ended concentration.
You know what? Yeah, take an action.
Ooh.
Did the dragon take any damage?
Oh, thanks, Tom. I kept wanting to save the best for last. 5d8 bludgeoning damage against the dragon.
5D. Oh, that's nice.
There's no way.
How do you want to do this?
How exactly do you splat onto the dragon's head?
53.
We should have saved the dimensional door.
Four.
You could have gone 100 feet up.
No, you were wrong. You were wrong about that. I want you to know that.
Okay.
10. I love you, but you're wrong.
18.
18 bludgeoning damage.
It's been a month in the making.
Is this what does it?
Cypress. End this shadow dragon.
Yeah. All right. So I had the owls. It went up as high as we could. They were flapping their little wings as fast as they could. And then I'm like, I trust you, Aerie.
Human torpedo.
If this doesn't work, finish them for me. And I poof the owls away. And then I get the elbow ready. And I like tilt my body straight towards like the crown of the dragon. Like if there's like a really cool suave hat, like right where that would be.
I established with that 19 that it was like really well fused in place on its head as it was spinning. So yeah, there's like a little tuft of horns and hooks that's like the perfect weak
I
spot.
just aim my elbow right there and just kind of put my weight into it and just like, here goes.
I know you're gonna have all your HP back, but your elbow's gonna be like a different shape. It's just gonna like it's gonna be a cosmetic scar.
It's your dragon slaying elbow.
I get like scales like
my half
fused
sticking
to my
elbow.
skin. I just have like some like scale print.
Amazing. Well, you falling down, and why not? Maybe those scarab husks come forward and bolden your bludgeoning damage as you strike into this. And right when you are landing to your feet, let's say back turn to this dragon, of course, you
Pull my
hear,
sunglasses down.
as I go back to the dragon, you hear this hulking beast. And you feel or hear sort of the mixed sounds of a human voice. No, 10 more voices stirring inside of it. And the tethers between them and Zennethor are becoming strained, and eventually it crashes and dies.
You hit it so hard it flipped over.
You know,
Just
the
like
right angle.
the Umbral corruption
It's like,
itself.
like a flash animation.
And suddenly,
Immediately.
he lies completely defeated, deceased. But wait, no. People don't die in this realm.
Oh.
Creatures don't die. They are merely consumed. You hear Zennethor say, "Oh! You killed yourself on my dragon? And then you survived?
Can't keep me down.
This is... Honestly, I was hoping for this to be a little bit more interactive, a little bit more going back and forth, and I'm done with this. All right, Sable and the rest of you can't be bothered to remember. Why don't you come to me? And you see that, this actually times out perfectly. At the top of initiative, he is going to instead target, that's why I said if he chooses to target you. Because if this had happened, he would have just targeted the dragon instead. And...
Oh, I do want to say.
Oh, yeah.
Aerie's right. You gotta do it.
You gotta die. Try the new drug. All the kids are...
Go into the light. I promise it's worth it.
You do immediately see that both of their bodies, they are the opposite of the translucent feeling you saw in the City of Souls. They are entirely physically themselves, even glowing a bit with magical energy. But Zennethor looks and says, "All right, come here!" And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that harp string pull. And all these souls begin to evaporate as they're sucked into his body. The long, smoky tendril-like claws bringing them closer until he basically just pushes them into his chest. His jaw unhinges like a python, and he swallows the other 10. And then you see that he looks down, closes his eyes, seems satisfied, and then his eyes flare red as he's smiling at all of you. You see? This is what happens if you go against me. I will devour you. Are you sure this is what you want? And he raises his hands in preparation to strike you down fully and finally. You have a moment to speak.
I want to try to pull on his tether to me.
Tell me more.
So like I did with Sora, I want to try to bring him down in front of me to then attack him. But
This will definitely work. It's hard because you're basically doing like contested wisdom against him. But that will be your
But you know how to do this.
action or bonus action depending on how well it goes.
Okay.
Does Bless count for this?
So we'll do this now, but this was effectively a cutscene. Is there anything else anyone says before phase 2 begins?
Winton, yeah, you know what? Winton looks at Aerie for a moment. We need to die, right?
Yes.
That's the solution that you've come to?
It works.
Winton grabs the black jade that's been on his throat since the very beginning and rips it off.
You see? You can't breathe. The oxygen isn't entering your lungs. Your heart has stopped beating entirely. You have seconds left to live.
I drop the black jade.
Even as you're letting go, you're already losing consciousness as you drift backwards. The same fading, blackened loss of consciousness you remember when you were shot with 3 arrows in the back of an Antioch and fell down to your death.
I think that in this moment, as Winton feels his life force fading, he sends out a prayer to the Raven Queen, who has provided him answers that he didn't even know he had, for questions he didn't even know he had, and trusting that as a farrier of souls, asking her to ensure that the friends that he's made in this land of death are able to get out and escape the one who's partially to blame for the mess that she's having to deal with.
Well, I think mechanically, that's awesome. Pause on that. I think mechanically, I want, for pacing purposes, to allow the remainder of you that haven't died the ability to, as a free action, creatively come up with a way to die.
I'll go first.
Carries hand rockets to the sky.
Because I already rolled the damage. I look at them and I see that, and I'm just like, Eldritch Blast. I rolled 18 damage, so that does.
Oh my god.
That does.
I think I have to put like a trigger warning on this on the session, but it is D&D, and we are in the Umbral Corruption after all. This is the reasonable finale. So
I roll the damage and I shoot myself in the face with 2 Eldritch Blasts.
great, which for proper imagery is more like a palm of magical arcane energy that you focus on yourself, which brings this searing, I think it's radiant energy, I'm not exactly sure, and knocks you unconscious and fall back. And then when you are there, you can obviously elect to die, which will say...
baby, put that 1 there.
the best one that you will roll, it seems.
I don't know, I like that nat 1 on... Or no, he rolled an out.
True, yeah, that was better. That was better. Tom, how are you feeling?
So, Tom is in the ethereal plane. And can see and vaguely hear what's going on, and I think, given that all of these people are getting back up, he would just make the decision that whenever he blinks back into existence, he would leave a little bit of a disconnect there, and just blink his body back into existence without his soul.
We're all getting our Persona 5 masks.
I think that kind of works. Yeah, based on what's actually happening here, that's so cool. Okay, so wow, creative ways to die.
With the 3 people who go at the same time.
Yeah, it's really Aerie dies, says everyone to die. You see the swan die from Cyprus, and the 3 of you like look at each other like, Alright. Here we go. So, yes, so let's
could
have
at
our
least done
Suicide
something
Squad
useful with it.
simultaneously.
Okay.
Arsene!
And let's have, I'm going to start with Mordecai. You fall unconscious and then release your soul. And in this moment of time, oh, that's true, the dragon's body coalesces back into its black cocoon and it gets absorbed entirely, so its body isn't even present anymore. Just Zennethor and you. Just Mordecai.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You see, in front of you, first, it is Sephiroth, who bounds in, and we didn't get too much of a physical description for him, so I took some liberties, but
Do it. I'm okay, yeah.
his orc-like form bounds into view with his hulking muscles and his tusks showing. He's got a big, dumb grin across his face. And he says, Mordecai!
Seth.
I was expecting to find you cowering here at the steps of your own death.
Well, it was voluntary, so you know. It's not really cowering.
So then I take it you understand what I'm able to do for you.
In a sense, yeah.
Mordecai, I wish I could be there with you in person.
I wish you were here too, Seth. I really wish you were.
Unfortunately, my body was lost to time many years ago. And I'm ready to give you everything that I have left here. All of my strength shall be yours. You just have to invite me in.
I put out my hand for a fist bump, like he would know that we did that back in our days of the Emerald Insurgency.
That's right!
Let's do it. Seth, invite you in.
He enters your body, gain half your max HP. Also, you gain the ability to perform Sephiroth's Body Slam on a bonus action. This is the ability to basically use your contested strength in an athletics check against any creature, any physical creature you contact, with the chance to knock them prone for advantage on all attacks against them. Keep in mind, Sephiroth is also giving you +6 to all strength stats, including those that include saves and ability checks, like athletics, for instance.
Okay, so
+6 to strength and this Body Slam ability. Sephiroth looks back at you and says, now go rough him up for me!
yeah, I will. I promise you. Whoa, let's go!
And then you see Beatrice emerge. It looks like she's peering at you, not floating with her whole visage the way that Sora was shown to. Airy, it looks like she's peering at you through a looking glass. Tink, 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 she knocks on it. Mordecai?
Beatrice?
Oh, and I should probably update the artwork, shouldn't I? Here she is. Mordecai! Lavinia, it worked! I can't believe you were able to make contact with him.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mordecai, I can hear you. Loud and clear.
Hi.
It's possible that we have a very strong connection. After everything that happened here.
I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
I woke up and saw your letter. I didn't even get to say goodbye to you.
I didn't either, so maybe if I make it out alive, maybe I'll come back and give you a proper goodbye.
It's funny. The only reason I remember you at all was because, well, Eloise was able to find enough of your blood on the floor of the ballroom. And Dr. Hild was able to create a serum out of it. I'm sorry if that offends you. I didn't mean to.
No, I just... That's... I don't know how to really think of that, but I'm just glad you remember me.
Yeah. The effects aren't very strong, but I remember how you made me feel, and that is a strong enough reason to try to save you here. Lavinia says that there's the chance that I might be able to contribute my own soul to you temporarily to bolster your strength.
Okay, yeah. This will be the only time I ever tell you this, Beatrice. I invite you in.
Well, with that, she says, yes. Okay. And she enters your body, and you hear the melodic humming of Beatrice's voice in your mind. Now, the ability that she's going to give you is called the Ballad of Binding. through a powerful song which can be augmented to 300 feet, you can cast the spell Hold Monster up to a 5th level for free. That is without spell slots. Typically, 5th level means the number of creatures you can affect with it, but it has to do with some of the constraints, which I'll look at in a second.
Yeah.
You hear a voice in the back of her mind pinging. Come back in one piece.
I will.
Next. Tom. Inside your mind's eye, you are in this spectral plane, and you decide to blink back into existence, basically just kind of severing the tie between your soul and your body, throwing your body back into the material plane and sort of just like drifting, right? So your body obviously is dead. That's apparently that's how it works. Your body's dead on the ground. But as that happens, you feel time slow down around you, and inside your mind's eye, you see first it's Gaius. He beams back into your consciousness, a good friend from your time studying at the conservatory. He says, Tom? Tom, is that you?
Yeah.
Okay, thank goodness. This was something that I didn't even believe was possible, but I felt something in me telling me that I needed to contact you, and I need to make a note of this. This is quite spectacular. But that can wait. Tom, remember when I told you that above all else, I wanted you to come back to us?
Yeah.
I wanted to see the work that you did. I'm prepared to give you all that I've learned in my time here, in preparation for this final encounter. I'm sorry that it's going to mean you have a bit of a backseat driver giving you notes on your spell casting, but hopefully it'll be helpful to you. What do you say?
Sounds good. Gaius, I invite you into my soul.
With that, Gaius simply nods solemnly and calmly walks in your direction. You see him join into your own being. And Tom, this one will be fun. Due to Gaius is one of the masters of what's called muse fusing. It's a completely unique mechanic in Ninestone that allows you to take 2 spells, combine their effects together, thereby allowing you to make something that really isn't even in the rules of D&D. It's DM specific, basically. And what I'm going to allow you to do is we're going to roll on a table, and you're going to pick up 2 3rd-level spells for free that you can use this long rest, as long as he's in your soul, basically. And I didn't script anything. I'm going to roll on a table, and we're going to see what spells you land on. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay. Do you have a D&D reference nearby handy? If not, I'll just write it down for you, or I'll read it off for you.
Can you read it off for me? I guess
Cool.
that's the short answer.
First one.
Yeah.
For those of you listening, Nathan just made a face of shock I've never seen.
Banishment.
Banishment plus fireball.
Okay, well, I said I would make it random. So you pick up the 3rd-level spell, Feign Death.
Okay.
All right.
So it reads, you touch a willing creature and put it into a cataleptic state that is indistinguishable from death for an hour. No concentration. For the spell's duration, you touch, it appears dead to all outward inspection and to spells used to determine the target's status. It is blinded and incapacitated, its speed drops to 0. It's resistant to all damage except psychic damage, but it's, it makes a thing look very dead.
And it's a concentration spell?
It's not a concentration.
Oh, it just like
It lasts-
happens and it lasts an hour.
It is
Okay.
a willing creature.
Willing creature, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can't like death somebody prior to Zennethor's turn and then undeath them. That's not how it works. It just lasts
Let
an
me
hour.
read that part.
Unalive.
If the
You
target
can
is
unalive
blinded and
somebody.
incapacitated, its target is diseased or poisoned when you cast a spell, or becomes diseased or poisoned while in the spell's effect. The disease and poison have no effect until the spell ends. Alright, that's nice.
Cool.
Actually, weirdly, that would have been that could have protected you against the necrotic max HP reduction, but you would be unconscious. So, it doesn't say that you can release it, but it's you've got to be able to. That makes no sense. So that's how I'm declaring it.
Sounds good.
Cool. And your second spell is.
What is that?
Feign Death plus.
speak with plants?
Go to a catatonic state to speak with plants.
This is what the Nera has. So you can literally just, for 10 minutes, you cast a spell, and then you can just talk to plants. They will understand you. They can perform tasks for
Can you conjure Henry? Call him in.
No, but you can.
So this last part is, Tom, I'm trusting you with both your creativity and your relative, decency. Guys can combine spells together. You can just be like, this one and this one achieves this kind of effect. So you can look through your entire spell list, including these 2 new spells, and see if there's anything that you would like to mess around with. But before that happens, you have another guess. Inside your mind's eye, you see as Audio Weaver emanates to the forefront. But unlike, say, the image that we saw of Beatrice, and much more in line with the image of our friend Sora, you see her entire spectral form floating in front of you. She seeming to be in her permanent state as a specter.
Aja, are you alive?
Tom. No. I'm sorry. She drifts closer to you. You are alive.
Barely.
I can see that, or I can not see that. She gestures at this translucent form you've taken on.
What happened?
There's someone on the inside of the Library of Evolution. I could tell based on... They used a form of arcane magic that isn't allowed outside of the library when they broke into my lab. Someone there knows the secrets for the nexus of magic of the other forms of gemstones. And I suppose they didn't want someone figuring out the secrets behind immortality. I assume you got my notes?
I did.
Those are very powerful and dangerous, but I would not have entrusted them to you if I didn't believe that you were capable of using it for good. If the wrong people understand the power of Black Jade combined with regenerative blood, I wouldn't be surprised if the library was already working on some sort of super serum to test on their most recent recruits. You have to find out what's going on there. And perhaps, if it feels right to you, put a stop to it. Maybe then you'll find out where the nexus of all the other forms of magic comes from. But I am proud of you. You've done so much here. She tries to look through your surrounding vision, your periphery, but it's like you when you were in the blink dimension. It's like all fuzzy to her. This must be necrosis, the local energy of all necrotic magic. Is that right?
That's right.
Good. I'm still not certain whether it's correct to remove this earth, or to remove Chrysalis of all necrotic magic. But I certainly don't want it in the hands of folks like the ones who took my life. I'm with you. If you'll invite me, I'd love to lend you my own abilities as you are preparing for this final encounter.
Yeah. One last time. Aja, I invite you into my soul.
You see as she enters your being and your mind quickens. You sense synergies in magic that weren't available to you before. And you gain 5 sorcery points. In addition to all of your max HP, because you've taken both.
Plus
audio
2.
and guidance. All your max HP plus 2 max HP. Winton,
What are you at?
you're next.
Alright. I think generously I gave myself 47. I'm gonna go down if Nathan has something to say to that. We never discussed HP with me.
What about it?
Or was the math on HP? Because I was at 10.
Yep.
Max HP.
Yep.
So what's my HP at now?
It would just be whatever you would have been at your current level,
Oh.
plus 10.
Oh, that worked out. Cool.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Cool.
Go. Okay, cool. Let's. Winton, you rip off this necklace and you're falling to the ground. And in this moment of time, you hear nothing. With no souls that you've attuned to fill the void. With no contact with the Ruby Empire, who ostracized and banished you after you died. With not even a god of Tempest to deeply instill or empower you. What's left for Winton? But then, just when all hope is lost, you hear a familiar voice, and there's a pinging of one of the 7 threads, still latched on barely. Like a thin wire stretching out into one of the seams in the sky, you see that a spirit flutters down to your side. And it's the first one you met, it is Torn. As a human man with traditional farmer's garb, but in this spectral form, clearly fully dead, he says, "So you made it farther than we could. I commend you for that. And I apologize if we got too hasty."
You saw a chance? Obviously, all 7 of you were desperate to get back. I'm not in any position to fault you for your own desires.
Winton, you have to understand something. The reason why we were all condemned to the City of Souls is because one of Zennethor's cultists sits on the council. He always intended for us to be rejected because it would banish us to the plane where he could continue to subjugate us. The cycle doesn't continue unless he's able to bring us to this location. But you've broken that cycle. We all have a chance to finally move on, or to clear up unfinished business we have in Chrysalis. I know that you may not want our presence, but I'm begging you. Allow us to help you finish this. It's the least that we can do. And you see that from him, there's another thread that goes behind him. And you can infer that one thread after another, stretching backwards, might be in a long-tailed chain. Every one of the other souls waiting for you.
I think Winton, more at peace than he has ever been before, reaches out and grabs the thread and just smiles.
Well, what's one more death?
And he yanks as hard as he can.
You see the chain of souls as they rapidly move towards your chest, and they all become imbibed in you, but now you hear them clearly for the first time. A unison in their voices. Torin, Lafri, Peya, Juniper, Baska, Mizador, and Cordon in your mind as you pick up 42 max HP.
And Winton at that point smiles, like hearing the voices.
Well, we sucked at teamwork before, but how about we get revenge on the one who damned all of you?
You see them resonate, and you hear Lafri's voice. It's about time he had what's coming to him. You hear Baska say, fine. I want you to make sure that you actually knock one upside the head instead of just casting spells, right? Show them what we're made of. And in turn, all of them will give you words of encouragement.
As I hear all that.
How about let's have some fun with this, everyone? How about we take turns?
Well, Winton, in addition to that max HP, I'm going to give you a special a boon on your Spirit Guardians. The Spirit Guardians are now your 7 souls. Whenever you conjure them, you will upcast Spirit Guardians by 4 levels.
Okay.
Yep, and this is similar to the Moonbeam buff. You cannot break concentration on it unless you cast another concentration spell.
All right.
That's it.
I need to see this.
It's so good.
Great. With all of that, and since we have arrived, all of you turn around, and from Ari and Cypress's perspective, they saw this. Cypress makes his plea to the rest of the party. Tom is out of existence, and you see his body pop back and die on the ground. You see
Classic Tom.
Mordecai be like, okay. Eldridge blasts himself twice into oblivion as he falls, and you see Winton rip off his necklace and suffocate before his body hits the dirt. And in the middle of this arena of rubble and dust and dirt, in the center of the Umbral corruption, you sense all of them flash of magic light. Eyes glowing, they stand back up, ready for a fight that is ahead. And Winton, Tom, Mordecai, Cypress, Ari. One death is perhaps the right number. Maybe it's time to bring it to Zennethor himself. Can you please remove the minis from the table?
Do we take an extra tether for dying there?
Yes.
Okay.
Zennethor looks at the rest of you and he says, "Ugh. Okay, yeah, honestly, this was my bad. I should have known that by attuning to you, I was accidentally gifting you the power to absorb souls for your own vitality. I didn't know that they could be loaned to you. This was on me. This was on Zennethor. But you're not getting away so easily. How many souls do you have amongst you all, you combined? 20? 10? It doesn't matter. I have thousands in my control. You're finished!" And you see as he raises one hand to the sky, and with a crackle of black lightning, a reverberating energy from the 5 pillars around him strikes into him, and he reaches down, lifts a grimoire tome out of his basically his cloak that is produced from magical energy. He says, "How about we bring back some of your old friends?" And he shoots a magical energy out into the city of Sagespire. And this is what you see. Rising from the earth itself, as I bring a map into the foray. All of you are in this center area. So we are about to use, it's a bit of a fake core combat system, but really all it means is there are only 6 areas. 6 areas. There are 5 pillars, and there's one central area where you are right now. Zennethor is, just say, hovering in the air in the same area. We will consider someone that's in your area to be near, and someone that is in an adjacent area. Someone that's in your area to be close, someone that's in an adjacent area to be near, and someone that's 2 areas away to be far, for the sake of range and damage and stuff like that. That's basically, I'm oversimplifying the way movement and range works. But there's 2 important things you need to note. The first is that the energy that is feeding his necrotic capabilities. Remember, the nexus of all Black Jade are these 5 main pillars that surround the city. They are roughly 100 feet away in either direction. Actually, it's probably about closer to 200 to 300 feet, as it might seem fit. But between you and them are, as a lich absolutely should, he raises every undead being that you've come across on your journey. On the top left corner over here, you see 3 senior vampires spawn. The visage of someone like a Count Volheim or Countess Isabella. Worth mentioning, not actually them. They are other vampires that he's brought back to life for this. To the right, you see a groupings of mummies with those green rats like those in Sarafra's palace. Like that of, Miri and Borin. And then you look over and you see a horde of zombies with 2 large zombies looming in front. To the opposite side, you see a bunch of skeletal warriors in orderly ranks with armor, weapons, and spears ready to attack. And on the closest side to me, you see 5 major spectral ghosts, wraith forms, hovering in the air, ready to loom down and strike whoever they want. The mission here is pretty clear. You need to destroy the source of all power that Zennethor is using to power his creatures and everything in the Umbral corruption, or so it would seem. Players, you now have joint initiative, meaning you will all plan out your actions at the same time and can just tell me whenever you are ready, and after all players have gone, I will respond depending on where you go next.
Cindy lost a hand.
No, Zennethor! You see as his spectral hand breaks off, and he goes, "Ah! I just stole that from a corpse yesterday."
It's okay, I can fix it. I throw him a mage hand and it turns around and gives him the finger.
That's what my little did from my spectral weapon.
Oh, good. He's like, I'm so brittle. This is ridiculous. Players, this is literally just you planning out what you want to do and doing it. I'll keep, like, if you're planning with one another, I'll keep that to a bit of a low because you're technically in the middle of combat. Other than that, you're just telling me where you go. And what you
So
do.
Can I do
you
my-
said the source of the source of all power being these obelisks, or
Yes.
okay, cool.
Can I do my thread thing?
Yes. Oh, of course. Yes. On your turn, that can be the first.
So I
thing.
changed my mind. Instead of pulling him to me, I want to try to slam him into an obelisk.
Wow. That would be really hard. But let's try it. If you wish. So you use this technique he just taught you against him, and he is going to try to resist you.
Okay.
I'll go first. You know what to do.
Okay.
So
What is
his
this?
his wisdom is +6.
What is the roll?
Oh, it's contested wisdom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he say that it
Here we go.
could load 5 monsters or 12 monsters?
19. You have to.
Did he say it could load 5 monsters?
19 plus 1, dirty 20.
Okay, so that's not going to be enough to do the slamming thing, but you can forcibly move him 60 feet in any direction. Just throw him, just kind of fling him around.
Then I'm gonna bring him straight down to me so I can attack him.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
you see, Ares springs into action, whipping him down with the very tether that he was using to control you all these times in all these episodes, and you can run up and give him a good old smack to the face. So
Yeah. Is this a regular attack?
this is a yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have.
Hey, guess
attack,
what? You can
2
just stab
offhand.
things now.
Great. Okay, so first attack, Nova's dagger. 9.
And everyone else-
How many
8,
creatures do we want on the board?
17 to hit.
17
I was
will
thinking
hit.
40 is
Okay.
too few.
Great, I can do it.
When they
That's
make
gonna
the
be for a
friends.
sneak attack, I assume.
He's just a lich. His AC is exactly 17.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, and I forgot the most important thing for planning out your cool stuff.
Every time you stab him, you take.
Nope. So there are. I'm doing the Fate Core system of aspects, which is just stuff that's in the area that you can choose to use or can be used against you. So let's see, sarcophagi over there.
Ooh.
Creeks of running water near the vampires. There's sand near the skeletons. The zombies have catacomb tunnels in certain parts. So this is not the location. Just imagine it's in this entire area. There are broken buildings almost everywhere, but I'll put them in the middle primarily. There is large rubble over here. There is a large statue in this area. There is. Oh, I'm sorry. Large rubble is going to be.
Winton lost his maze, but that's kind of
There.
appropriate.
There are coffins in the vampire area, and there are oak trees in the vampire area. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm doing.
And I might add more stuff just to give y'all more to play with. So you're taking 9 damage so far.
Hang on. 25 plus 5. So I want to, for flair, if you'll let me, use my Cloak of the Desert Mirage to conjure the image of Aegon and Sora striking with me. And
absolutely.
use
Why would I not allow
30
that?
damage to him.
Oh, what the? So yeah, so immediately he's like, I'm gonna summon all your friends, and Eric goes, wow, and then stabs him in the face as this image of both Sora and Aegon emanate from behind her in a gleam of light. How much damage again?
30.
Goodness.
That's with sneak attack. I assume he's
Yeah,
5 feet from somebody else.
Yes, sneak attack. But because you were able to bring him down to basically being flankable, so I think that's absolutely super sick.
And then I'll take my 2 offhand attacks.
As you see the quickened pace, like a boxer in the ring, Aegon goes to town with these offhand attacks.
That hits. So that's just a d4 plus.
Awesome, and whoever else wants to go, you can go ahead.
I did that with Nova's dagger though. So it's 4 more
do you wanna do?
damage.
Yeah, so sorry, let me give you this info first.
And I need
want
it.
to ask a question first. just
Okay,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
No, this is, so all that you really glean from this is that he is, You sense that in the next 6 seconds he's going to aloft with fury and cast. You see his hands stretching forward to cast in the direction of the group of you. Something that must be devastatingly powerful.
Scatter.
Fair enough.
Okay. So are these like different terrains kind of thing?
Yeah.
Or- okay, so but we can all see them. So we're essentially like in a marble area with like
Yeah, you're in kind of the center of the crater with ruins.
Okay.
I've got the vampires. I jump immediately towards the vampires, and then look at the shield that was given to me by Gareth. I'm going to put my arm against it and cast daylight.
Ooh. Tell me, so daylight.
It's not an attacking spell. I'm literally leveraging vampire weakness against them right now. Because all it does is a 60-foot radius sphere of light spreads out from a point you choose within range.
Yeah.
The sphere is bright light and sheds dim light for an additional 60 feet.
I'm gonna do some some resilience. So they're being controlled, but they might be afraid of you and scatter. I know that it's they've got daylight sensitivity, but I'm going to give them a chance to stay. Fail, crit success. So, you see two of these vampires scatter in opposite directions, and I'm monitoring it in my own mind. Don't worry about it, that's just for your reference there on the map. Only one vampire between you and the obelisk right now.
Alright. This is gonna be fun.
Great. I think it's reasonable for me to do counterattacks immediately so I don't lose track. The other two are freaking afraid!
And my spiritual weapon, which is not a concentration, so didn't go away when I went down.
Yep.
Hits Zennethor.
How much damage? He's got AC 17.
First I need to attack him.
For the rest of this fight, 17 is his AC. You just...
Okay, I got it then. That's... there you are. 9 damage.
Cool. Marks.
The weapon that is now known as the Umbral Harbinger.
The two vampire, or the one vampire that remains, he takes his long claws and he swipes at you twice, and every time, ting against Garrett's shield, ting against Garrett's shield, and you block it easily. He seems not to be able to even break your concentration.
I've seen vampires hit better when drunk than you.
Mordecai, you're up.
Okay, so I'm coming to this one over here, which I'm assuming is...
So you dash in the direction of mummies with some sarcophagi and an obelisk in front of you.
Okay, I whip out the lyre, and I let out a wicked strum of the lyre. And alongside with not a spectral, but like a spirit form of Beatrice playing her violin, I cast Ballad of Binding, and I hold all of these monsters where they are.
Absolutely. So hold monster at 5th level. It is going to be a wisdom saving throw to be paralyzed for the duration, which is 1 minute. Got it?
Yeah.
So I will roll 5 d20s in front of the table. What's your saving?
+3.
It's like 15, right?
Save DC? 14.
Yeah.
14? Okay, cool. So they're not very wise. They're mummies. So I'm going to give them +0, and they literally just need to roll 14. So there are 5 of them that you can paralyze. We'll just say the closest 5 to you.
Okay.
Cool. You've paralyzed 3 of them already. Literally only 1 passes. So 4, almost half of these mummies, they look up at you and then they're just locked in place. It's not like a petrification. It's like their bones, do they have bones? I guess they do. They're just frozen in place. Not even afraid, but technically just unable to move. You see other mummies coming around you as you're dashing through them. But you've created a bit of a split here that you can use. Give me an easy acro check to make sure you won't get opportunity attacks.
So, quick question. The vampires do have sunlight sensitivity, right?
15.
They do. Yeah, that's enough. Yeah, cool. So you split the gap, and you're going to, by the time your next turn rolls around, you'll be at the obelisk with just a couple of mummies wrapping around to it. Cool.
Alright, I'm done.
Cool. I think Tom and Cyrus, you have action.
Alright. I'm going to do my best to not make you regret letting me upcast.
It's going to be hard to make me regret it.
I could conjure up to like 24 creatures in one spell. I'm going to conjure 6 giant vultures.
Oh, just 6 giant vultures.
Just 6 giant vultures.
Only 6 giant vultures.
6 giant vultures. So
Sound like 8 owls, didn't it?
Upcasting this to a 4th level spell, and then adding the 3 upcast to get to level 7.
Yeah, you can use your own spell slots to get to 7. Yeah, exactly.
So I cast that, get the 6 giant vultures, and then I wild shape into a saber-tooth tiger.
Amazing. Yeah, so these giant vultures, you've got to track their position, whatever that means.
I mean, they're all just going to be in here, the zombies.
Mixing it up.
So these vultures are just hurtling down. Ironically, you remember meeting someone that we named Vince, a delivery vulture, who lived in the ruins of Omering, right around where the zombies are. And here they are. Here is 6 giant vultures sweeping down to just peck the eyes out of these zombies. Why don't you go and make those attack rolls for them right
So
now?
here's the thing: the vulture has advantage on attack if one of the vulture's allies is within 5 feet.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming they're all within 5 feet.
One of the
Vulture's allies.
Oh, they're within 5 feet of each other?
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
So can I hit 6 zombies?
Absolutely.
And here's the best part: vultures have multi-attack.
Here, we'll come back to you. Tom, you're up.
Do you want me to just roll them?
Yeah, do
What's
all
the
of it.
zombies' AC?
13.
Great!
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Muse Fusing.
Yeah.
Could I
Can I
combine
borrow this?
Mold Earth and Fireball to make, like, an implosion spell that just affects rock?
Yeah, I'm thinking like lava bending. Is that what you've got in mind, or are you talking like a compression
I was thinking,
bomb?
yeah, like the explosion or the disruptive effect of a fireball,
Like-
but with the turn things into sand effect of a Mold Earth.
Yeah, like a frag grenade.
Well, for the purpose, our goal is to get rid of these obelisks, right?
Yes.
I've got plenty of things that can kill skeletons and zombies. I don't have a lot of things that can kill big rocks.
Yes. Got it. Okay. Short answer is it sounds good so far. Tell me what you're targeting, how you're going to use it.
Yeah, my plan is to just target the obelisk at first to see if I can maybe damage one enough to see if
Yeah.
the skeletons start falling.
Yeah, so the map has some awkward dimensions. I will make you at least enter the region in which
Yeah.
it is in
Yeah.
order to make that attack. So you are going where?
Like here.
Great. So you are running up towards where all these skeletons are running towards you with spears and swords, and you are casting past them at the
Right.
obelisk. This is such a sick spell. What is the base damage on? So you're just using fireball, right?
Right, yeah.
I think what I should do is this is way too powerful, and I love it. I should just make it vulnerable to the fireball because you're basically turning a resistance into a vulnerability.
Sure.
So double damage fireball. How about that, Tom?
Cool.
As Gaius inspires you to combine 2 spells together for a new effect.
So how dexterous is Attila?
Yeah. I'll make the save here. Go ahead. What's the save?
DC 15.
Cool. It got a 0 somehow.
Cool.
You're saying it's immobile tiller isn't
And then
dexterous?
I'll empower
It's
it.
not. It's somehow not.
Let's see, reroll this, reroll this, reroll this, reroll this.
Look, it's a big obelisk. It's not going to be easy to take down, but for this, yeah.
10, 15, 21, 24, 27, 31, 33 times 2 is 66.
Yeah, that's good.
Hey, what's the hit points?
Look
on
a
that
little
obelisk?
damage there. Yeah, it looks like it's,
I don't get to cast 7th level spells, Nathan, so give me at least the ability to break rocks.
No, I'm genuinely not complaining. I was just playing. So the rest of you see as Tom runs forward, there are skeletal warriors that are charging towards you, which, spoiler, they're going to stab you a lot. And instead, he's focused on the task ahead. Vroom! A molten rocky fireball melds into the obelisk, much like Tom's hand through the fake sarcophagus in the Temple of Yom-Ket. But instead, there's a fiery molten explosion on the inside, also like in the Temple of Yom-Ket, which then completely disintegrates and destroys one of the obelisks. So go ahead and just, give it a good old erase from that map right there.
How appropriate that you did the Temple of Yom-Ket thing and it's surrounded by skeletons.
Yeah.
Sand.
And you see, as one of the 5 pillars drops, one of that sort of pentagram shape of magical energy is broken, no longer connected to the others. And Zennethor begins to... His speed dampens and his power drains. Let's continue. Cypress, how much damage did your vultures do?
Alright, so...
And are you attacking the big boys or the little boys? I will
many-
resolve your damage to be as effective, as useful as possible.
How many big boys are
There are
there?
2. Go in the front.
Actually, no, let the vultures attack the little boys, and then Cypress will attack the big boys.
Great.
I haven't had time to roll for Cypress's attacks yet.
Should I come back to you? I think you're last.
I mean, I have the vultures damage.
Oh yeah, tell me.
So for the beak attacks, I'm just going to do the average. It'll be
Here are the list of damage counts sorted by body part.
that was, I guess, 4 hits. One of them being a crit.
Okay.
So which for 7. And then the crit is...
I need you to do that math. I can't do
Okay.
it for you.
You mean just
So
do the
crit's
total,
just double damage.
the total number?
Yeah.
Or, oh, okay.
You go,
Yeah.
Nathan, I did 70 vulture damage. I go,
Gotcha.
cool, here's how many zombies you killed.
Give me a second.
Okay, we'll come back to you. I'm sure you'll have
The
plenty of
fourth
time.
vulture lives in a red house.
Okay.
Is it when the enemy's turn starts, sunlight sensitivity means they take 20 damage, right? 20 radiant damage.
Yes, the vampires, when they counterattack, we'll say that's when their turn was. I
Did
will
you do
give
your
them-
spiritual weapon?
Okay, and then
Oh yeah, I bonked him again.
Great.
Cypress is going to do a charge attack on one of the, or a pounce attack on one of the big guys.
He's
So he
already
needs
saving the
to-
target?
How do you have decimal points?
that was from.
65.4.
So I need a
means he
DC
did
14 strength save from one of the big zombies.
Cool. The big zombies.
The big zombies. Cypress is attacking them.
14? It
Yeah.
just failed.
Let's go. So
Yeah, I
he's
got plus
prone.
5 strength and didn't make it.
So he's prone, and I get to do 2 attacks on him.
Uh-huh.
So, 11.
So you see one of these hulking zombified ogres. Kind of looks like Grimthorn when you think about it. And Cypress, you've come a long way since the fields outside of Widowsburg. You pounce on this gigantic zombified ogre and just start absolutely mauling this dude as flesh
All
is
right.
seared from flesh.
Alright, so I claw attack him for over 20.
Okay. He is still alive.
And that's 10 damage. No, the hit was for over 20.
Okay, got it.
And then the bite attack is 11.
So 21 total.
No, 11 to hit.
Okay, got it. Let me. So all of their AC is 13. So
Okay,
you
so
resolve
he
what
hits
their
for 12 damage.
Yeah. So
And
fine.
then 80 damage to the rest
Yeah.
of the vultures.
To do a big bombastic fight, I'll just give you all the ACs, and then you just tell me the damage you do.
Great.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
12 on the big guy, 80 on the rest of the vultures.
Cool. Yeah. So the next time your turns come around, I'll quickly tell you what the ACs are, and then we'll resolve. It's time for some counterattacks against all of you. Wait. I'm sorry. How much damage against the zombies?
80 on the small zombies.
80.
80.
Okay. Cool. So. Seven of the zombies are immediately pecked to death
Let's
by
go.
you do. So you can erase them off the board if you want to track it that way.
Yeah.
Or you can write it down or something. And then it looks like the big dudes are still up, but they are. I mean, they're tanky. This is what they are. Got a lot of HP. But they are one's on the ground. Cool. Time for some counterattacks.
Okay, if it helps you plan, I passed the blink, so I'm not in existence.
Attacking method. All right, cool.
It saves you so many rolls of
You can grab your
skeletons.
soul in.
No, I just roll once, and then that's everyone.
Do you know
No, just kidding.
the language of sunlight hypersensitivity?
I do not.
It's
Fine.
the vampire takes 20 radiant damage when it starts its turn in sunlight. While in sunlight, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Sick. So I'm writing disadvantage and is it 20 or
20.
Jeez. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they look pretty hurt. They're all alive, but they are almost terrified of you. I might just have to make them attack you regardless. That will be who the heck is going? Oh,
So
Mordecai might get attacked as he's run through. I said that would be next turn because he basically froze the ones that are immediately in his way. So it looks like a lot of y'all made off scot-free. Oh, but Cypress has to get attacked, obviously.
Yeah.
Cool. So while you're attacking some dudes,
So one guy is prone.
yeah. Cool. Let's do this way. Let's roll bulk. It's not looking great. That's the first half. Second half. That.
Nothing great for us or them.
How much HP do your vultures have?
Vultures have 22 each.
22. Okay, cool. So I was doing just bulk rolls, and the ones that were attacking your vultures, 5 of them hit proportionally, and their average damage is only 9 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
I'm not gonna have them focus fire, but they do get to attack again when the lead zombie commands them to. And so you hear one of them gruff, "Ugh! Fight faster!" And they're literally all going to strike again. So 5 times 9 is 45 total damage so far.
45.
Looks like we're killing 2 of your vultures, at least. That's 1 more hit for 9 more damage. And 1 more hit for 9 more damage. So that is 18 more damage for...
63.
That's right, 63 damage, which kills just south of
Yeah, it kills like
2.9999. Then it's alive in my book, so 2 of your rolls just drop.
Cool.
Cool. And then both big dudes are going to attack you, one with disadvantage.
Okay.
What? The one that's standing runs over to you to try to kick you off, and he trips, stumbles, and falls down. Nat 1. The other guy rolled twice. His lowest roll was a 20. It was a modified 20.
Okay.
So instead, you see a big fist reach around and grab you by the back and tear you off, and he starts punching you in the face multiple times. So you're going to take it's 25 bludgeoning damage from the attacks.
That's great.
And I won't make you make the strength save because you were already on him, so he doesn't get to there's no such thing as wrestling reversals in this game. Okay, cool. I think that's that. Tom is out of existence. Does that mean? Okay, I think I know what will happen then. That is the round. Yeah, top of the round. You see that Zennethor, much in line with what Aerie was envisioning, looks at the field and how quickly you have launched into action using these empowered spells or abilities to light up his units and one of his obelisks. Sensing that his strength is fading, he turns and he says, Where is he? And he is going to reach out his tethers, and he's going to try to drag all of you back into the center. I need everyone to make a strength saving throw, baby.
That's
Hey,
even
that
worse.
works. I'm a saber-toothed tiger.
Am I everyone?
I have +4.
Are you everyone?
Yeah, am I getting pulled out of the ethereal plane?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because he has the power of temporal depth true sight or whatever.
18.
Great.
22.
22.
17.
You are pulling
21.
against these harnesses in opposite directions, desperately trying to stay in place. Cypress, what'd you get?
21.
Got it. And it looks like only Tom lost. So you see yanked and then back into the plane. Blink is still active. Yep. She's just overriding it for temporarily. And it looks like only Aerie and Tom are in the immediate vicinity. He looms down and says, Now, die! And he casts Cloud Kill on all of you, on the two of you.
What level spell
That's
is
the
that?
worst
Dex?
kind of kill.
That
think it
is. I'm almost positive it's a con save.
Is my con save finally gonna pay off?
Not for some of us.
What level spell is
Yeah, con save for both of you.
No.
Sick 'em.
that? What level spell is
That's
that?
5th level.
5th? Okay, never mind. Cool. I
I'm
really wanted
lucky
to
not
know.
again. I'm out of luck charges.
20, dirty 20.
It is a
13.
concentration.
I only get
14.
half
It's
killed.
a con spell.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought it was a ring. Right.
It's time for me to roll my damage.
I remember this spell from Baldur's Gate and how it killed me over and over.
Me too, my friend. Me too.
He died.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to take
Oh,
the 3
then
extra
13
HP.
for me.
Okay. 5d8 means on a fail. How did both of you do?
20?
13.
Okay, well, so you will fail. On a fail, 22 poison damage.
easy.
And half of that for you.
Oh!
This poison
Easy.
This poison literally will stay in this area, covering the entire interior for as long as he's concentrating on it, frankly. And then he is going to start siphoning power from one of the pillars, the one that's in the direction of the ghosts. And you can tell that right now he's charging up a really powerful ability that must be related to something that happened in the City of Souls, as an arcane energy starts sifting through his body. It's over to you as the players. Your move.
Okay.
What are the vampires doing?
Right now,
Yeah.
they will fight you if you approach them. I'm exclusively having them react to you.
Okay. I walk up. I go straight to the pillar.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, when your turn ends, they will attack you a bunch of times. Just so you know.
And as I'm there, I can see all my friends, right?
Yeah.
I cast Spirit Guardians at 7th level.
You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All these souls emerge from your necklace and float around you with this. It says. If you read the language of spectral guardians, it says that the damage they do is radiant if you're good or neutral, and necrotic if you're evil. Important question for you, Winton. Are you good or are you evil?
You good?
Well, that's really relative. No, Winton, I think both in
If it helps, neutral means radiant damage.
thought and in action is good.
Well then, you see, bing, a bright light as these spiritual guardians emanate and begin whacking around you.
As Bosca, Lafri, Torin, Paya, Juniper, Minador, and Vishna all surround
I
me.
summon you all!
That's right.
Planet!
I kept track.
Why don't you roll me... Oh, it's a save, isn't it?
Yes.
So these vampires are going to come after you and fight you. I'm going to give them those attacks, but then you're going to do all this damage to them.
15 Wisdom saving throw. They have disadvantage on both their attacks against me and their saving throws.
Wait, and disadvantage on saving throws?
Yep, that's
They're vampires in the sunlight.
Good. Yeah, I mean, you obviously knew what you were doing. You did it right
He
away.
literally picked that spell because we're going to the
Let me roll the
vampire
saves
stage.
first, and... Actually, let me do the attacks first.
Yeah.
So disadvantage.
To tell you, I chose that spell because we were going to the vampire place,
my next
and I
move,
wasn't
I
able to
just
cast
made
it because we made friends with the vampires.
Amazing.
Your AC
Finally, vampires I can kill.
Yes. They genuinely can't hit you. It's like it would be really hard for me to hit you right
As
now.
they go to attack me, just
Are you gonna shield bash one of them?
yes.
Sure.
As one of them approaches, I want to just
Talk to the
Against them.
shield.
and that's
I'll do my move next.
a nat 20. With a sunlight shield.
I'm shielded. I'm
And
going to
you said
shield
it
from the
disadvantage
very
on all
start.
saving throws?
All saving throws.
Weirdly, it passed, so it's still on its feet. But yeah, you did the D6 plus strength bludgeoning.
Oh, and because they decided
I'll
to
do
walk,
some wisdom saves.
because they decided to walk into the realm of my spirit
they did.
guardians.
They're being forced to by Zennethor. So
At
it's just
7th level,
Yeah.
that's going to be, let's see, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 48 radiant damage.
Each, right?
Each
So
of
multiplied
them.
by
Yes.
3.
Each of them.
So 144
On a
damage is
fail,
what you're
right?
saying.
That's on a success. On the fail, it's half that.
right. Yeah. Sorry, got it backwards. So I will tell you, they're all dead if they fail. They are likely to survive if they pass. So let's roll this one by one.
Okay.
Disadvantage, and the save is 15.
15.
Great. They have, this is wisdom, they have +4 to wisdom. So they need to roll a lower than an 11. So 10 or lower on either of these two dice. Yep. So I'm rolling disadvantage with 2 dice at once. First one, just dies. Just instantly dies. Your souls are just smacking these dudes as it vanishes in a puff of vampiric mist. You can erase one of those from the board. Second one, literally rolled a 3 as its lower value and literally dies. And then the final one is going to, that doesn't count. A 6 and a 9 instantly die. I mean, you just killed him. You just killed all my vampires. They had 65 HP. They had more than enough HP to survive multiple smites, and then you just.
Do you understand why I asked you before? Can I kill every single vampire to Lord Volheim?
You don't understand what you're dealing with.
Yes, I do.
Let's continue.
Okay.
Yes, Mordecai.
So Mordecai runs through these paralyzed people, not really worrying about all
They're
the other ones.
stunned. They're so shocked by your performance.
Okay.
They're preparing to clap, and then they can't move.
I look at the obelisk and I'm like, there's nothing really I can do except I look over in the large rubble. Do I see something that resembles like a piece of rhubarb with a giant piece of stone at the end of like a hammer?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, with the motivation of Zennethor,
Yes.
I grab it.
Yep.
And I prepare to take the wildest swing that I can at this obelisk.
Yes. Man, using this as a chisel on such a large structure would require a lot of dedicated force. You might need to put your whole back into it.
Okay. What does that mean?
Like maybe throw your weight around and see what happens.
Oh, so like I wind up and I'm going to like spin. I'm going to do like a
Yes.
like a what?
I'm sorry. I was setting you up for the body slam technique that Sephiroth gave you.
Oh yeah, I will
If
spin
you
and
wish.
then throw myself into the air with the hammer.
There you go.
And with my body slam technique, go and smash the base of this obelisk.
Very good. So you're going to make a melee attack against it with really just what is an improvised weapon, but your to hit is going to include your strength modifier with this body slam. So
Okay.
it's an athletics check, quote unquote. But let's just do it this way: roll a d20. What's your strength before Sephiroth?
Before Sephiroth, -1.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess it's +5 at the end of the day.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, just add 5 to whatever your roll is, and that'll be your attack.
Okay, please don't fail me on this. 19, so +5, that's 24.
25.
24.
It's 20. Yeah, +5. That's right. You twirl, twirl, twirl like you're at the Olympics, and you hurl your way into it with this rubble you found on the field, and it ping collides, and you've just created a large crack in the base of this black jade. With just one more hefty swing, you might be able to bring this thing down.
Would you count that what I just did as a bonus action?
Nope!
You said it was! You said minus 7 was a bonus action.
Did say that.
Punch it.
So yeah, I think Mordecai's main action is going to do one big unarmed strike at this thing.
Punch. Go ahead, dude.
What do you want me to roll again? The same thing?
It's an unarmed attack, so it's D20, and I'm adding your strength for +5 in this case.
18.
That's
23.
It's gonna hit. Okay, I can't let a punch destroy this entire obelisk. So let's have you roll for damage, but instead of doing like real calculations, let's just take a D20. You're hitting it really hard. You've already made a crack. That's a good place to start. Roll damage with advantage. I know that's not a thing. Mm-hmm. I'm the DM. Roll damage with advantage, and if you roll higher than if you roll a 15 or higher, that's enough to create a crack that will take this whole thing down.
I still have blessed.
No, because I went down. That was concentration.
Oh, never mind. Okay, cool. All right, then it's just me or guidance.
You have to summon the power inside of you, Zennethor, to punch this.
Come on,
obelisk into oblivion.
Zennethor. Higher than a 15.
Yeah, 15 or higher.
10 plus 5, 15.
Sorry, I should have clarified. I was just having you roll for damage.
Oh, okay. So that's 10.
Yeah.
18.
I'll take it.
Yes,
I will take it. So a rock, and Zennethor's like, I'm gonna use that. And then, well, you tell me what happens. You narrate.
Okay, so this is after the initial body slam.
Dude, all of it.
Okay, so
this is what you see from afar.
Okay, so Mordecai in that takes. Like, he drops the weapon, and in one punch that he's ever made, the one big punch that Mordecai ever made in his entire life, no bar fights, has stayed away from that his entire life, winds up, he screams, "Ah!" And then he hears Sephiroth, or Zennethor. Yeah, I said that right. Man, I'm getting myself now. "Ah!" And then with the sound of a half-orc and 1.5 man, throws this punch into the crack.
It falls under its own weight. It's a large structure, but it crumbles. You erase that off the board. That's one more down. 3 to go. Oh my goodness! Now 7 mummies are going to try to punch you.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 mummies are going to
I
try
have the
to
vulture damage when you're ready.
Great.
Yeah, I also need to take an action.
They all miss.
Well, I rolled a 1 and then a 2, and then I was like, oh look, I rolled a 20. So one of them will crit on you, and then that guy misses, and then that guy hits. Okay.
Can I see?
You take 14 bludgeoning damage
Okay.
as these mummies are at your back punching you.
Can I see him from where I am?
Yeah, you all have line of sight. You're hunting.
Okay, Sentinel at Death's Door, that crit goes to a regular hit.
Correct. How much damage did I just give you?
14.
14. I mean, you're cutting. Oh, I did not actually double the first attack, so you end up with just 14.
Okay.
He just saved you 7 damage. Basically.
Oh, cool. Thank you, champ.
Cool. Wow. Yeah, let's have anyone else go.
All right, so the vultures they all hit both their attacks, so it's combined 71 damage.
3. Just under 4, so 3 zombies immediately bite your dust. Pecked to death.
And then Cypress did a 12 on the big zombie. 12 damage.
12 damage, great. On the one that was already hurt, I imagine, the one you tackled first? Cool. He's very close to death. He's actually not dead. You're doing good, though. You're doing good.
So for my action, I want to try to jump back out of this cloud kill and pull Zennethor into it.
Huh. I can't think of a reason why I wouldn't allow you to do that, so go ahead and make that contested check.
It's a
Actually,
wisdom?
you don't roll, I'll roll first.
Okay.
So plus 4 to wisdom, contested wisdom again. Oh, you're supposed to have advantage. Oh well, I'll do it again. The first time he was supposed to have advantage because he has done this for, 100 years, and you've done this for
Sure.
an hour.
You're kidding.
Whoa,
You're
I just
actually
rolled a
kidding.
19 and a 20. Now, tie goes to the player. If you crit,
If
you
I
win.
crit?
If you crit, you'll win.
I did not.
No, then you did not do it. You start pulling on the string, and he goes, "Hey, knock that off!" And he just sort of, whips it to the side.
Okay, so I'm out of cloud kill range anyway. So I'm gonna turn around.
Oh, hi, Tom.
I guess, to these ghosts and tried to slash them.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, you see that these wraiths are running towards you with their claws out.
I did not inflict soul bleed on Zennethor on the first.
Let's do it. I'll roll his previous turn or actually you roll his.
It's just a d6, right? 6.
Great. Yep.
Okay.
So he's taking. Yep. He is bleeding. His soul is bleeding.
So I'll take 2 offhand attacks here.
Stab those
That's
guys.
a crit, and
And she did.
19, I think, for the 2 off. So a crit and a 19 for the 2 offhand attacks.
Great. Nova's dagger lights up, and you see that these ghosts are going to use a psychic scream attack on you.
Do I remember what that looked like?
Banshee.
Yeah, it killed Tom in the Temple of Cat.
Okay.
Bonus action. It goes up to where he is and
so
bonks him
that's
again.
how much damage?
The
How much?
Harbinger. First, I need to roll attack.
Yeah, you can just tell me how much damage it does. It hits. He hits
then
17.
yes. Okay, that absolutely hits. That's plus 4. 6.
6 damage. Got it.
6 force damage.
Noted.
So 9 damage on the ghost.
Okay. On your crit?
Yeah, so they were both offhand attacks.
Oh, got it. Because you read the actual
yeah,
thing. Thank
because
you
I did
for
the action.
keeping yourself honest.
What do I do? What do I do about this use room? Do I want to move? I've already used some of my.
Yeah, you basically used your movement to get here.
I don't think there's much I can do.
Yeah,
I'll let you think about
So
that.
I'll
get
let-
screamed
I'll
at.
get
So
screamed at.
Tom.
Goes over into the zombie area, sees that it's pretty well cleared out, and he doesn't want to keep trying to
you
take
could
fights. And
pick
so he
that
goes to,
pillar.
attack the pillar.
Yep.
He's going to use the Earth Ball.
You get to name it. That's the beauty of it. It's cutting research.
Mold
Not
fire.
Earth Ball.
Eruption.
Earth Ball.
Earth Ball. I'll come up with a name by next turn.
Mold ball.
Mold Ball. Oh yeah, and that just hits. Cool. So we'll go ahead and power it.
Yeah, that is how this spell would work against my obelisks.
Whoa. 10, 14, 19, 25, 30, 36 times 2?
Oh yeah, times 2 because it's vulnerable. Yeah, I remember saying. It melts in a fiery explosion as zombies try to slowly maneuver around you.
Sit down.
Yeah.
I can do it if you want.
Cyrus, you told me your damage this round, right?
Yeah.
And then I had the zombie. I've not had the zombies attack kill this turn.
There's only 3 left.
Yep. So, Tom. They're going after you.
Oh wait, 1 second.
Do they move?
Blink? No, they don't.
What a good spell.
What a good spell. Yeah, okay, well, I guess.
That's the best spell for a spell.
Unfortunately for Cypress, you get hit by all of them.
Cypress is fine with that.
That's fine. Yeah, so you take
Teamwork.
28 bludgeoning damage from the zombies. I
They
think
go
both
just
of them.
me, not the vultures.
What's that?
They go for just me, not the vultures.
Yes. because I already said it. So that is canon.
So that's 25 bunches of HP.
Are you looking?
I have 5 HP as a saber-tooth tiger.
Okay. That seems
I forgot you
respectable.
were a saber-tooth. I thought you were just bonking these guys. Trying to figure out why you were doing that.
Wow. I think that's the round. Anyone else?
Ghosts.
Ghosts have not attacked you. Yep. They're going to scream at you. Ah! So, them combined is just going to augment damage. It's not going to make it harder to save. So go ahead and give me an intelligence saving throw.
Heck yeah. I'm good at it.
So, is there anything that's going to reduce the number of vultures before next
Could
turn?
use luck on that.
I can't.
Doesn't
I've
seem
already
like
used them.
Okay, then I'm gonna start rolling damage so I can have it done.
Thank you.
A 10.
A 10! Yeah, you fail, and you take 24 psychic damage.
I'm good.
Oh wait, is it plus 3 hit points that you get?
I did that for this round.
That's true. I'll be getting 3 HP. every
Yeah,
time.
I've been-
The heroism. I don't know if that's
Try.
into it. Let's move to the top of initiative.
Great. Everybody gain another 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want
It
to get
doesn't
Cloud
stack.
killed again. Oh, it doesn't stack?
It doesn't stack. It refreshes.
Oh.
Is that true?
What's that?
10
Heroism
HP doesn't stack.
stack?
It doesn't. Not the
10
heroism.
HP does not stack.
So it's not like 3, 6, 9 for the.
Oh, that's what you were
heroism.
asking earlier. I was
Yeah.
confused. I think it does. Oh, okay. Here's a form with this exact question. The answer's no.
Okay, cool.
All right, so we're just getting
Oh,
3
no.
every.
3 every round. Yeah.
Cool.
I need to take exactly 3 HP
Yeah.
of damage every round to be optimal. Yeah.
That makes sense because that would be really busted out of combat. Now that I think about it, you would just like sit there for like a minute and just have like insane HP before a fight. Okay, cool. So top of the round, you see that he looks at all of you, already seeing just how quickly this is going south for him, and he says, "My power. How about we just slow down for a second?" And you see arcane energy sifting from the column in Ares' direction as he casts a spell that fires out over the entire plane. He is using a portent ability. And so what's going to happen is he's going to roll 5 d20s, and then he's going to choose at any point to replace your rolls with any of these rolls this round. Or he can replace his own, because that's how important wizards work.
Okay.
I need more d20s because I have to leave those.
Here, I got a bond.
Here, give him a bunch of bad ones in jail.
Here, you want
Yeah, just 2 more.
Wait, no, he wants to roll high.
brown?
Yep.
Wants
Thank
to
you.
roll.
Well, so he can use them on himself as well.
Yep.
Roll average. Roll painfully average.
Okay, and then he's going to do. And then he's going to do his tried and true. He's going to try to rip all 5 of you with your tethers back into the cloud kill.
Strength save.
So everyone make a strength save again.
15.
14.
A 17.
12.
Mordecai, Airy, and Winton fail as you see your bodies. You get dragged back. You see sand or rubble or dirt dragged beneath your feet back into the cloud kill range. Give me a Constitution saving throw. This could drop.
4.
16.
You said 4? No.
14.
14. What was that?
16.
16. You all fail. Believe it or not. So you're going to take. I'll just take the average.
Is he within 15 feet of me?
Who?
Zenny?
Zennethor?
Zennethor.
No.
Okay.
No, he's up. He's up.
How high?
In my head, I imagined 30 feet.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need.
All right, so he whips you into range, and all 3 of you are going to take the maximum amount of damage, which is 22
I'm
poison
down.
damage. And Airy falls unconscious in the midst of this fight.
22 poison. Okay.
Hey, she's unconscious.
Do you choose to get back up?
You see, you see that at this moment, Zennethor immediately, his cord
have another.
is tethered to Airy, tightens, and he starts twisting it around his finger, tightening it as to pull her up to his elevation. It seems clear that if given the opportunity, he will absolutely drag Airy's body to himself to presumably devour her.
Okay.
Just so you know.
As I got dragged in, just as I got to the pillar, Winton looks around, sees what's going on there, and is immediately going to. Where was it? There it is. I'm going to Misty Step up to Zennethor
Okay.
with Spirit Guardians fully active,
yeah, that's pretty good.
and I'm going to grab onto him.
Okay. I might let him acro out of that.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and roll an athletics check.
Okay. 17.
17 total?
Yes.
What'd you roll?
14.
How about an 8? You see as time stops as soon as you get close to him and you reach out to him, he goes, "Hold on a sec!" And you feel like fate is somehow warping reality, and you reach out to grab and you miss him and are unable to hold on. You will do the kind of the remedial damage. Oh wait, is the language if he enters the space?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
In other words, as that happens and I feel that happening, get him! To all 7 souls!
I'm gonna hold you to the book on this one. So Spiritual Guardians says they flit around you at a distance of 15 feet for the duration. If you blah blah blah, skip. When you cast a spell, you can designate, okay, whatever. An affected creature's speed is half in the area. Sure, when the creature enters the area for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there. I don't think this is gonna work. It has to be when his turn begins.
Okay.
No, it's when a creature enters the area on a turn.
When the
When the creature enters the area for the
period.
first time on a turn,
On a turn. So it entered the area. The area
or
entered it.
starts, which means if I go to him or he starts his turn there.
His body entered the area
So
where
definitely
Spiritual
if he
Guardian
started
sits.
his turn there, but I think he needs to enter.
It works in Baldur's Gate if that counts for anything.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll defer. I'm not here to nitpick too hard. It's very strong, so I might as well keep it honest. Okay, go. Yeah. So you're going to miss. You're going to fall down, but you can do 1 round's worth of damage to him. So whiz save.
Yes, 15.
Cool.
How wise is our guy?
15. He uses another one of his portent dice and just says, this is so annoying! And he's going to take half damage, right?
Oh yeah, so that's a.
I'll let you.
4th level, 5th level, 6th level, 7th level. Okay, 7d8.
You hear all these souls emanate from your necklace as they're smacking
Each of them
him.
has a D8.
And every single one is with they're holding a die and they're smacking with it. And you hear Torin say, "This is for Mora!" And you hear Lothri say, "I left my research for this!" And they're just wailing on him, each with their own quippy attitude, I'm sure.
33 radiant damage.
Very good. And you see that behind his eyes, that radiant energy is shifting behind him and seems to be swirling him, like it's preparing to envelop him entirely, and he is becoming very disconcerted.
Then, as I miss that, because I technically still have not taken an action yet,
Sure.
because I missed that.
Yeah.
As I'm falling, can I grab Aerie on the way down and essentially flip over so I'm falling?
Oh, because she was raising her?
Yeah.
Give me one last athletics check.
Oh, that's clever.
Modified 20.
Cool. So you got her, great.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna fall back into the cloud kill.
Back into the cloud kill. Just let myself take it for a second, and I'm going to cast mass healing word on myself, Aerie. Let's see, how many people does it affect again?
Well, we're all
Should be
here.
everybody in a radius, right?
But except Tom.
Oh, except
6
for
creatures. 6 creatures.
That you can see.
I've gotten more
of your
than I've
choice that
ever
you can
had.
see within range.
Is your special
So,
weapon a creature?
1, 2, 3, 4. You immediately heal for 8,
Thank you.
and everyone else
And
heals
then immediately take cloud kill damage.
for 7.
You won't take it because it's
Everyone else heals for 7, including
it's kind of like at the start of your turn.
Cool.
We're doing joint initiatives.
Cool.
You
Okay,
do
thanks.
your stuff
We're
first.
back in the 20s.
Cool.
12-ish.
Now, wait till you did exit and then re-enter it. I will make you make that con save again.
Yep. Sounds good.
The penalty is
Nope, I fail.
22 poison damage.
I'm still up.
Great.
Great.
Good.
It's a noble sacrifice, and you did just crap ton of damage.
As I grab her and fall down.
Killing word. Gosh,
Off in my face.
that made me hurt inside. And I've been playing like this mean-throated character. Let's go to anyone else that hasn't taken a round this round.
Who hasn't taken action yet?
Technically, you haven't, have you?
No, I did, and then died for it.
You still have your move.
Oh, wait.
Is it like...
Are we at the top of the round after the
I
ghost
think,
screamed at
yeah.
me?
Because he just...
Yes, because he just went. Yeah, he
Okay.
just did
Okay,
it.
so we...
So then-
all-
Everyone has a turn except
Temp
Vincent.
3.
I have my numbers.
Okay.
Oh my god. 2 turns later?
No, this is
Now
the
this
third
is
round.
this is
The vultures do 64 damage.
that will. You're really close to killing both. The first one's dead by
Okay, this
well over.
this one's dead. And
Oh
then,
no, and the first big zombie.
Oh,
I can survive.
Because you had already done like 35 damage of
Yeah, and then-
Jaguar or Saber Tooth. Sorry.
Cypress says 12.
That is. You feel a burst of energy inside of you, and
Thank you.
you feel the quickness in your paws, as though you could take one more attack against this zombie.
All right.
Get him, Tiger.
And I want you to miss because that would be hilarious.
It's a 2.
Yes, free attack. Ugh.
Bye.
Little cat paw. He's got just a beat of life left. You see it in his eyes.
That's cool.
Logan just called and gave me a bardic inspiration.
Oh, good.
Cool. Yeah, so Tom goes and runs over to this now empty area and hits it with the thing. Oh, also it's called Bold Earth.
Nice.
But B-O-W-L-E-D.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Like bowling? Bowl?
Yeah. As opposed to like Brave.
I was waiting for like the fiery element of it.
It's magma.
Why? Lava is just
fun.
hot rocks.
It's gonna fire. I mean, I guess. I mean, it's your spell. You can name whatever you want.
Bold. Bold Earth.
Bold Earth, indeed.
Name it 10-piece nuggets.
Go ahead and cast Bold Earth on this obelisk.
What?
Which obelisk is this?
The vampire.
Listen.
Cool.
1,
dying.
2, Oh, I only have to reroll 2.
I'm
Oh, reroll
super
3.
tempted to take one of the portent dice and give the obelisk a dex save of 18.
Wait, that'd be so funny. Do it.
It would like break so many rules of D&D.
What you could do is essentially
As if we weren't doing it.
Yeah, you were affecting my ability to aim at the
I'm kind of joking. I'll let the spell do the cool spell thing.
18, 24, 30, 36,
Like he's not close
70,
to death yet, anyway.
72.
So.
Yeah,
What's up?
72.
Yeah, it's dead. It's broken. It's destroyed. You melt this thing.
Y'all can get that last one.
One pillar remains. One obelisk
That last
between our
song,
heroes and Zennethor's
Are you sure?
possible demise.
Hopefully.
Okay. Anyone else?
So who's gone?
I
I've
haven't
gone.
yet.
I've gone.
Okay.
I'm in. Oh, and I need to.
Okay, so
Stay
I'm in
spherical and then-
here.
Yeah, that doesn't hit for the first time.
Anyway, you can make your death save now.
He brought me back to.
Oh, never mind. You can do whatever you want.
I'm gonna
now.
do what I want.
Okay, real quick. I run to you and I
Okay.
cast a 3rd level Cure Wounds.
Ooh.
Thanks. How much?
Let me roll that for you real quick.
And don't forget
Heal
your
for 18.
3 temp. Okay. Thank you. 18.
You have to press the
heal.
button.
Yeah. Shush. I guess I'm gonna try to pull him down again.
It shouldn't
Stab him
matter.
again.
Sure.
I might as well
Can
do it
I?
to know.
No.
Yeah.
I think that was my action with healing, so I
This
can't.
is
I
good.
wanted
This
to
is the
help
one
her
where
with
Healing
my
word was a
finally
action.
away from everybody.
Cure Wounds action.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was gonna say
Big heals is big heals.
It's wisdom, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you what to roll. Oh, he has advantage. And he has cheese. Looks like he doesn't need to use it. That is, you have to beat
Yeah,
a
whatever.
20. You have to tie a 23.
I don't have guidance.
No.
No.
Okay, it's an 18.
Ooh, close one.
Cool. Then I'll make my 2 unarmed attack on this guy.
Sure.
Guys,
You did 9 damage to him last round.
Back to the ghost.
back to the ghost. I can't do much here.
Sorry, actions.
Where's
Oh,
the
that's-
button? Okay.
And I'm going to roll his soul bleed at the start of this.
Thank you. I'm sorry I haven't been checking
No,
that.
that's okay. He bleeds a bit.
I might have done this wrong. I cast Death Ward before the fight, and then I died. Technically, would that have used it?
Hard to go back on that. No, let's say you haven't used it.
Okay.
What's up?
What's the AC on the ghost?
The AC. Oh, good.
I
point.
rolled a 18 on that one and
Yep.
a not anything that I'm gonna
Yeah,
hit.
so the ghost AC is 17.
So that's
That makes sense.
They are
Hard to stab.
4 plus
Obviously.
soul bleed.
Okay. 4 total damage plus
Yeah,
soul bleed.
with Nova's dagger.
Cool. Yep. Awesome. On your turn, or with Nova's dagger as it lights up, you see that he begins shouting words in Tom's direction.
Who begins shouting words?
The ghost. Oh, Zennethor does.
Yep.
Tom, get out of here.
You blinked out. Did you blink out after?
Nope. Zinni doesn't seem to care though.
Yeah, he
Now
won't. He
he's
won't shout
looking in
words
your
at you.
direction. Now he's shouting words
guess-
in your direction right now.
That's it.
Yeah. Well,
I guess that's
he will in the future.
I have no movement, no blink, and I use my action, so
Actually, I'm
whatever
gonna run away.
happens.
I'm gonna run over here.
Okay. Anyone else that hasn't gone this round? I think 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Cypress is just dutifully bashing by far the highest HP pool of the board, which is the zombie.
They work for Grimthorn.
The guy that is still alive looks an awful lot like Grimthorn. Cool.
He killed Zinni's parents.
Range. Where's the cloud kill? Does it really?
Just in the
matter?
center.
Okay, cool.
So only me.
Over where Winton is.
Yeah, Winton might.
I got Death Ward up.
Oh, good. Then
Okay, cool.
Winton won't go down.
Do you have movement? Could you like get out of the cloud kill?
I think I use.
Because Misty Step isn't movement.
Yeah.
Holy crap! Could I do that?
Get out.
I technically haven't moved. I Misty stepped up.
And just walk out.
Just
Walk up towards
Just a-
the
This is the
ghost.
advanced D&D technique of just get out of the giant.
Walk away.
Would you look at that?
Hey.
Oh, I can breathe again. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I could use some help with the ghost.
Wait a sec.
I'm really good for single target damage when I can hit them and they're not floating above me.
Stab the pillar.
I still have Spirit Guardians now.
Ow.
Okay.
Can pillars soul bleed?
They cannot see.
Can you sneak up on a pillar?
Can Ominous feel?
Tom's asking the right questions. And top of the round, you see that he looks furious and clearly is directing his attention at the one who's destroyed the most of his pillars, in this case, Tom. And he's going to take a finger and it elongates like it was being stretched with Play-Doh. And it reaches through the sky as though he's trying to touch God. And he reaches down on you and he says, I need you to die now. And I need you to make a very hard Constitution saving throw as you feel the blood in your body begin to boil.
I hate that. I assume a 17 isn't very hard.
That is. I really hope this doesn't kill me.
He cast heat blood.
If it does, I got it.
I just need to get all the blood out of my body.
I don't know if it'll work, but let's see if we got it.
Come on.
Do you have Create or Destroy Liquid? You could just
Tom uses
destroy all the
D-juice.
Man, where are the vampires when we need them?
Man, I wish someone hadn't killed them all.
Sorry, be interested in turning me into
The rest of you look and see that black pustules of blood begin to burst all over his body. And Tom, you take 61 necrotic damage.
Yes, that does knock me down.
Cool.
Does it kill you?
No.
And just like that,
I've
Tom
got
is
44
knocked
max
out.
HP.
He then is going to use his traditional legendary action of yanking all of you. Just kidding. Make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, lovely.
No, that one's more concerning.
Tom, you're free from this.
Oh, cool. That's good because I rolled a 6.
Nat 20.
Woo!
19.
19.
Wow.
22.
Y'all!
I'm a wise boy!
You hear him speak to your mind. He's like,
I'm a very wise tiger.
I think it would be lovely if you joined me here in my jacuzzi. Why don't you walk into the cloud kill for me? And all of you hear him, and you're like, dude, no. Are you
say-
crazy?
I
Get
say,
out of my head.
no, wait, rar.
The classic comes back.
I'm already in the jacuzzi.
You are.
I am the
You are
jacuzzi.
the jacuzzi. Gross. Yeah, oopsie doops, my French fry. So you all are going. I'll get that later. You all are going to pass, resisting his influence, and that does mean that that's just his. That's his action. That's his legendary action. He's going to save 3 portent dice, and that's it. Over to you.
Temp 3.
Okay.
How close are all these things together? The ghosts?
How does that
How does
interact
it-
with Tom?
Yeah,
Temp
I asked,
3.
I'm going to. You drop back on my death
crit.
save and then hope that I get.
Yeah, you don't get it.
I crit on him, on the zombie.
You just easily eviscerate him.
Let's go.
I look at. Can I see Tom from where I am?
Yep.
Healing word. Bonus action.
Healing word.
8.
Is that 8? Oh, yes.
Okay.
It's 4 times as much HP as I had at the start of today.
So is that your action?
No, that's my bonus action.
Okay, cool. I call dibs next.
I walk up to where the ghosts are, and how close are they together?
20 feet apart.
Okay. So, can I literally just stand, like, closer to one side and hit all of them in my
I was
15-foot
in
radius
this area, it's like
spirit
1
guardians?
No.
Okay.
How would you get 2?
2? That's fine. I'll get these front 2.
Cool. Their saves are. Hello.
Do they have sunlight hypersensitivity? I don't know.
They do not.
Okay.
Your save is 14.
15.
One of them does fail.
Weakness to radiant damage?
Oh, you know what? No, he's just going to give one of his dice to them, so they both pass.
Okay, so I still roll damage.
He has 2 portent dice later. Like,
10, 17,
so the first one is the one that Ares already stabbed a few times. You might be able to kill it.
22.
While he's rolling that, should I still be tracking tethers and should I be tracking exhaustion?
Don't worry about tethers. Yes, exhaustion.
31. Half.
Okay, so I
Yeah, you-
need to track exhaustion.
Let's only count the one time the times you've been knocked out outside
Okay.
the cutscene like
Yeah, my
stuff.
brain.
What's up?
15 radiant damage. That's,
50 radiant damage.
that's it halved for the save.
That is not enough to kill it. But one is very close to death, and the other one is,
I still have my action and reaction if anyone wants me to tell me what to do.
Can you see that dice? Check.
Can you
the
hand
die.
me an exhaustion ring?
Roll
And Tom too.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, you said you had an action?
I have an action.
Finally use the frost ring.
Oh yeah!
the payoff.
It's finally coming in! On them or him?
Good question.
Hit the pillar!
Yeah, hit the pillar.
Okay, I'm going to
Aim at the pillar!
Tom's dead body. I guess you're back.
He's back up.
Yeah.
I'm going to essentially try to... I want to freeze it to create a weak spot, and the way I want to do it...
No, just freeze it. Promise me.
Well, okay. I essentially want to go into my mind for a second. Bosca, Laffrey, Paya, where's the weak point?
Lockery has expertise in that. Nat 20.
Right there.
Look, I'm just a DM, but you get this image that's like, oh, right there on that specific spot of the corner.
I cast Ray of Frost using my Ring of Ray of Frost.
That does check out. Why don't you roll? It's an attack roll, right?
Yes.
Roll with advantage.
What does Ring of Frost do?
18.
That's gonna hit.
Just
The frost energy shoots over it, and it takes whatever damage you roll. It's not gonna destroy it.
4 cold damage.
Right.
I'm essentially trying
It
to...
looks extra brittle.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for.
Okay, so now I will intervene.
Well, the vultures attack the ghosts for 41.
Oh, I thought we were still
my
saying vultures for the
gosh.
zombies. I was like, dude.
Yeah, you just straight up kill one of the fresh ghosts.
Okay.
I like these vultures.
Mordecai is gonna use Scorching Ray with his Ring of Scorching Ray.
The ring!
And hit exactly where he just hit with the ice on the obelisk.
Yes, and thanks to Lawfrey basically allowing Winton to pick the correct spot, you're going to just like chisel your way through it, I'm almost certain.
And it's the ring they gave us was a 2nd level. I would like to use a 3rd level spot so I could do 4 rays of damage on this thing.
Okay, and why are you doing this? Or how are you doing this?
I'm using a 3rd level spell slot. Or do I have to go by...
Oh, you stopped casting it?
Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, so first to hit. 19.
You're gonna... Yeah, okay,
Cool.
yeah, you hit it.
And then...
Yeah, it's an obelisk.
And if it helps, its speed is reduced to 0 because of Ray of Frost.
Oh my gosh! I forgot its legendary action.
So now he can't substitute it in the deck save.
I forgot the legendary reaction of Tom's dominant strategy of walk out of the area of effect.
And
Can you imagine the 5th pillar just slides 300 feet in one direction and then comes up out of the sand and it's just its own like freaking
We thought Zennethor was
Transformer.
EG.
Yeah!
It's the 5th pillar.
He said a transformer! Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot I was supposed to... Anyway.
Oh no.
What?
Shenanigans.
Turn into a robot.
Oh, cool. I would love to see that.
Damage?
It's going to be 6 d8s of damage. That comes out to...
68
No,
damage?
sorry. 8d6.
Alright, that's still alive.
About 30 even.
That's gonna do it.
Yeah!
I'm gonna say that's gonna do it with both of your attacks combined.
We finally did the gimmick that he made us do in like the 3rd session. It's finally
As
coming
it
to
drills,
fruition.
as it drills in, I don't even look. I just raise a fist. Fist bump.
Mordecai and Winton fist bump on the plains inside of the Umbral corruption, and with the last pillar falling, there's still some creatures that are left for you to fight. However, let's let bygones be bygones. I'm going to have all of you roll 3 attack rolls. For each one you miss, you're just going to take 6 damage. Now, if people need healing, you can instead forego an attack to give other people healing, but this is the extremely fast way of wrapping up what's been a long but very fun fight.
Question.
Yes.
When we take damage, do we add the 3 temporary hit points before taking the damage?
Over the first.
That would make
time.
sense because of heroism.
yeah.
So I will allow it, but I'm going to buff the damage to 7.
Am I getting sneak attack on these?
Yeah,
It doesn't
like a
matter.
spellcasting modifier? Or is
It's-
this just like a straight up and down 20?
Yeah, what are we trying to hit?
This is a great question that I did not think through. Let's say the average AC amongst the remaining monsters is about 15. So if you're doing a spell attack, 15, spell attack mod.
Sure.
If you're doing a weapon attack, 15. Sorry, sneak attack
That's
is
fine.
only good in that it technically just kills them faster.
Doesn't Nat 20 do anything special?
Yes! Make that...
Cool, I got
that'll
3
cover-
hits and 1 Nat.
Oh, I was going to say it was going to cover for one of your misses.
So 2 of mine hit.
All right, so
can I cover
Cypress
for
hit all
Ayla's
3.
Yeah.
Do the vultures
like
need to roll? Or...
the vultures can cover for your misses.
Well, I hit all 3.
Great! So y'all actually got it popped off at the end of this fight is what it looks like.
21,
Yeah, we beat up
26,
those skeletons.
Those ghosts didn't stand a
Did anyone miss
chance.
at all?
I rolled a 2, a 14, and an 8.
Okay, well, so Tom can cover one of your misses.
Can my vultures cover another?
You need to roll them.
All right.
How many vultures?
I
So
have
Tom
4
covered one of your
vultures.
misses.
Okay, so not mine.
Oh, no, never mind. No, cover Ares. So nobody's covering for you yet, but the vultures
I have
might.
4 vultures.
Your back's against the wall. Skeletons everywhere. Mommy's behind you.
Hit. It's a 19.
Okay, so you're saved one of the hits.
That didn't. That's a dirty 20. A genetically modified 20.
Great. So two of your misses are fulfilled. So it looks like you took 7 damage,
Okay.
and that's it. It's kind of what it looks like for the
Actually,
entire rest
one more
of the fight.
vulture. It might save you. It did.
Hey, yes, Trey takes no damage.
Yeah, I mean, mechanically, let's imagine what really happens here. So this is cleanup. You've got all these monsters out on the field. Zennethor is going to continue to do stuff, but might as well resolve that once we clean up all the mess. And then you are fighting, backs to one another, fist bumping in combat. Aerie, there's an opening where a ghost is coming in, and then Tom lights it with fire from his direction. Or you see, Mordecai, that your back is in between skeletons and mummies, and you're trying to dodge the spears and avoid getting clobbered, and then vultures come and peck out the eyes, quote unquote, of the mummies behind you. And this all feels right. The team together using your abilities with your actual max HP to their fullest extent. And it doesn't take long before every single creature falls, except one, except Zennethor. He stands there at the front, and you can't see it, but I'm putting artwork of Zennethor back on the
As we're standing back to back, there's also 7 spectral figures that are going around attacking everything.
Yes, exactly.
I rolled blink at the end of that. I got a nat 20. Doesn't mean anything, but
You're gone.
I'm super ethereal.
Extremely gone.
You found your soul again.
When the final
It's on the ground there.
when the final obelisk falls, you see that every time you destroyed an obelisk, his hover height began to slowly descend, losing elevation 25 feet, 20 feet. Then he realizes he's getting within the effective range of Cloud Kill, and he's trying to pull in different directions, but your tethers, as you're split up on the field, are almost like a spider's web trapping him in place. He's not easily able to move too far in one direction from another. And finally, he breaks concentration on Cloud Kill, and his feet land on the ground. He is struggling like a fly caught in a web to get away or off the ground, but he can't even seem to hover. The rest of you will eventually surround him. So go ahead and move your minis back to the center. Zennethor in the center. You never really thought it would end like this. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. Zennethor holds his tome in one hand, his raggedy, necrotic, disgusting robes in the other. And he looks back at you and says, "Hey, look, so you've made your point clear. You don't like any of the deals that I put in front of you. That's fine. Honestly, it's pretty hard to convince people to become an evil lord of the necrotic underbelly. But you have to understand, if you kill me, then you will also die. Or if you want me to be dead, then you must also be gone. But I'll just come back inside of you forever. You understand this, right?" His feet finally weaken. It's worth noting that as a creature that has lived for roughly 1,000 years after his mortal death, his body is just bones. It's so frail. Without the power of necrotic energy to prop it up, he slumps forward like a weak, extremely elderly man who's afraid that any wrong move could break any of his fingers, like the broken hand that lies on the ground in front of you. He turns back. "So what's it gonna be? What do you want from me?" And he seems open to discussion.
Winton wants to take a step forward and kneel down next to him. Put a hand on his shoulder. Like I said before, is death really that scary?
Yes, Winton, it is for me.
Truly, we mortals are irrational creatures.
And I want Winton to bow his head for a minute and pray to the Raven Queen and ask, Raven Queen, help this soul pass on to an afterlife where he is no longer bound into any plane of mortal ken.
Do you pray this out loud?
Yes.
He hears the words from your mouth and he says, Winton, if I go away, there's only one place for me. And I think it doesn't take much inference to figure out that what he's referring to is Orcus's initial domain, that of the Abyss, which is the chaotic hell. I had a debt to pay, and I didn't meet my quota. That's why I needed to expand operations. Orcus does not seek fair counsel the way Kalimvor does. He doesn't ferry souls the way the Raven Queen does. If he doesn't get what he wants, he'll find a way to take it. You see that he's dying. With no necrotic power in front of you, his body is beginning to wither into dust, cracking. And all five of you get to see something. It's that same temporal death true sight again. And why don't we lift the map off the board to show you a little bit of a vision. You look around you, and the city, with a flash, it turns into its original form. A city of people, mages, and a tower, sage spire. People traveling from one place to another. You see in a flash of a vision that he goes home. He's talking to his wife after a long day of working with other mages, trying to discover new solutions for arcane riddles, trying to connect with gods in other planes. Before the Diamond Sages, the people here at Sage Spire were really the ones who communed with the deities. One day, he's in his lab, studying, researching, when Orcus reaches out and speaks to him directly. Zennethor. Ah! What? Who's that? I, Orcus, command you. I see great promise in you. And I want to extend my domain to the material plane. Oh, yes. Yes. There's nothing that would please me greater. There's one problem. My magic requires a bit of a blood sacrifice. Zennethor startles a bit. You mean like just any blood? Or no. The blood of powerful mortals. Humans, elves, gnomes, orcs. I want to send to you my greatest power and make you the harbinger of its ultimate destruction. But I need a sacrifice. Are you willing? And he's excited, he's giddy, he loses himself in composure, and Zennethor, it's Candace.
Oh no!
Zennethor eventually says, I will do whatever you ask of me. Flash forward. Every day, outside of work, he goes to the outsets of the city. This circular structure, very similar to the diameter and shape of the City of Souls you once explored. And he paints rooms along the ground, setting the stage for what is effectively the targeted zone of the ultimate apocalypse that would come upon this city. Flash forward. Orcus says, it is time. The planes have aligned. I will give you power that you've never seen before, and I want you to be the one to herald it into the material plane. Okay. Bring me those souls, and I will give you everlasting life. Anything. The meteor comes. You see regular people in their ordinary days walking about the city. A split in the sky. As a meteor of black jade shoots through a split and collides with the targeted center of the city. The mushroom cloud, the rippling outburst, and the black jade shards firing through the air like a frag grenade, a mountain explodes, and suddenly everyone in the city is laid to waste. The city that you now stand in. And as soon as it's all over, blood runs through the streets. It fills the etched runes and becomes the ultimate powering, staging area for what will be the Umbral corruption in the rest of the region. You flash back to the present. If I die, then Orcus is just going to find someone else. And for me, well, I suppose I have an eternity to pay. You win. And this vision only came to you because he's dying effectively. So unless you do anything about it, it will be just moments until, like when Winton ripped off his necklace, he will succumb to natural aging and die almost immediately in the dirt and rubble of the city of Sagefire. I'll give you a moment to think.
And if we consume you, like you've tried to do us?
No matter what, I will always have some presence in each of your minds. The shards will attune me to you forever. Or at least, if Master Youngzin was able to figure out a way to cleanse it, then maybe we might be able to be freed of one another. But if one of you is willing to allow me to piggyback a little bit longer, there are some other things that I've yet to do. I don't have much leverage here.
What things? What would you do?
Give us a good reason why we should have you do some things after everything.
I understand that necrotic magic is the most unnatural in Chrysalis. I get that gods like the Raven Queen want to be able to do things in a specific way, their own form of justice. But Black Jade in the right hands can do some very powerful things. I've seen it. If you let this sub-realm collapse under the loss of necrotic power, you lose access to all of that magic. You won't be able to resurrect your friends or put people in stasis or solve problems by speaking to the dead. That just goes away. Not immediately. Not as long as there's Black Jade in the realm proper. But eventually it's going to run out. And what will you do then when you've permanently lost your connection to Shadowfell and to the planes beyond? Besides, once one of Orcus's cultists finds out that there's a power vacuum here, they'll be just rushing to overtake the position. There's 5 of those you have to worry about, you know.
So what you're proposing is that we just leave you to run necrosis like nothing's happened?
I'm not sure I'd even survive if you left me here. No. I would accompany you. I will always be a part of you unless you find a way to cleanse it. And this would allow me the chance to guide you to wherever you need to solve problems regarding Black Jade. Now I'll pause here as a DM. I have no idea what you're going to choose. This is not scripted in any meaningful way. So if you say no, I'm like, that's fine. There's stuff. And if you say yes, then that's fine. And if you say, I'll think about it later, then we can also figure that out. Okay, back into it.
If one of us were to take you, would we also be burdened with a connection to Orthus?
I fear so. I can't ever get him out of my mind entirely. But I can't tell if that's because he's in me or simply watches from the plane in which he resides.
Tom's interested. I'm interested, but I have no guarantee that this isn't just me dying in a few days when Orcus tries to take over my body and the rest of the party kills me.
You may be right, Tom. Let's do this. If you as a party can roll high enough on persuasion, and don't roll yet, you may not want to do this, but if you can roll high enough on persuasion, you might be able to persuade Zennethor to use all of his magical abilities as he's dying to try to free you from the Black Jade shards that you've attuned to. The risk of that, of course, is that you will then be in the middle of the Umbral corruption without the shards to protect you from it. Pretty dangerous. For someone like Mordecai, that makes it almost impossible for you to spend extended time with someone who lives here, for example. But you can also choose to just hang on to it, with the downside of all of those debuffs that happen outside of the corruption. You will look terrifying. You will have black blood. You will always have Zennethor in your mind, maybe a connection to Orcus. It's hard to say.
Do we get the sense that if it's removed, we would be able to make it out of the corruption?
You don't really know how to get out of the corruption in the first place. You're kind of just on the other side of the world.
If one of
But
us,
as the DM, I'm not like, you win, and then you die on the way out.
if one of us took in a Zennethor, could we manipulate the magic to disconnect the Black Jade?
I love when player questions force me to like write the lore of the world. You are somewhat confident that the only way to achieve this is if someone or something operates as the phylactery for his soul.
And your goal is to disconnect the Black Jade? Get rid of all of the... or-
Essentially, I'm asking if it's possible for one of us to take on Zennethor and disconnect the other four.
I see. Yeah. That follows.
I'll do it.
I want... If we leave Necrosis alone, then we or somebody else is going to have to come back and do this all over again. I'm perfectly willing to be the person managing the source of this magical power, because that's kind of what I plan on doing with the rest of my life anyway, is finding these other nexuses.
There's no one that I would trust more than Tom with this.
If you don't want to live like that, I'm already dead.
Mm-hmm.
I swore to allow all of you to return back to your lives after this journey. And this is a path that I can take that will allow that. Do you wish to be bound to bind yourself to necromancy for eternity? To a demon lord for eternity?
Nothing's forever.
True words.
But this gives me
never been spoken.
This gives me enough time to figure out the rest of what I want to figure out.
Tom, it's you and me, because I will not allow Ari to take this.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Zennethor looks up at you, Tom. He says, you know, you remind me a little bit of myself when I was just a mage here in this city. He's a liar. Don't let him pull you around. string you out, or play with your mind, or make you kill your family. He's more powerful than you realize. And I'm sorry that you'll have to take this on. But apparently you'll do a better job of it than I was.
So how do... Would Orcus know if you died?
Zennethor nods.
How would he know?
He expects a shipment of high-profile souls for his realm of the Abyss. My job is to circumvent the City of Judgment, City of Souls, in order to make sure they get to him. The reason why soul-bound vassals even worked is because they're undetectable by most gods. Once his shipments start slowing down, then he's gonna come knocking. Orcus can't actually manifest himself here, not unless there's an alignment of the planes. But he has far more devastating ways to make his presence known. He looks at the crater around you.
All right, then let's make a deal. He can't detect your presence if you are a soul-bound vassal. So if you are part of me. Is that what you're saying?
I never thought of it that way. But I believe so.
Then you show me how to operate necrosis. You tell me how I can get ready for whatever Orcus sends our way, and in exchange, I'll drop you off in the City of Judgment someday. I can't promise you'll be looked on favorably, but I can at least say it's not the Abyss.
He looks to you and you see a glowing light tether between the two of you, signifying him connecting with your soul to gain insight on you. He's listening. And then he's still on his knees. He's on death's door. He says, "You really mean that? You would stay here?"
Yeah.
Tom? I accept your offer. I've never been one of these bound souls myself. But I'll be sure to teach you everything that I know. He looks at the rest of you. Well, what? I suppose the rest of you want to leave, right? Good. This place is not that great in the scheme of things. He looks around. We don't even really have any music or games. It's time to send you home.
Before I go, I take the sitar that's been straddled on my back and I offer it to Tom. It's not a lot, but I think it's the only thing I can give you mutually that would be like a keepsake, and also I want you to have it.
Thank you.
I give him the sitar.
Zennethor is crumbling into dust, but he's able to muster some strength, and he says this. I believe there might be a way for us to silence the effects of the Black Shade shards, but they will probably remain affixed to you for who knows how long. I can't even be sure that you'll be free from the effects. But if you want to remove them, Master Youngzen, the prophet of Scorpio up in the Diamond Sages, might have a solution for you. Or you could just ask a fellow researcher at the Lunar Conservatory to find a way. I'm sure they have what it takes.
I cast Spare the Dying on him for a little bit just to try to extend his time.
Thank you.
A little bit. And I look over to Tom. Reach back and I pull a shield that has been dented but has survived up to this point. It's not much of an obol, but maybe it'll defend you better than those robes you wear all the time.
Thanks, Winston.
Hands over the shield.
Flashback to when Tom, during one session, said, "Man, I should get a shield. Shields sound great." Now, when you hand this to him, you see that there's a little bit of an extra tether that strengthens between the two of you.
I kind of reach my hand under it and like lift it up. Now this is a tether I won't mind keeping for a long time.
You know, if Orcus's domain is silenced in the Umbral corruption, then that means it might be able to return to what it once was. Just a part of Chrysalis that mortals can freely enter into and exit as they please. It's hard to say what would happen to the undead creatures that live here. But at least it means someone like Tom could be freely visited by any of you, and vice versa. The problem, of course, is that the breakthroughs in necrotic magic represent to the world a powerful foot forward in the race towards the Nightstone. Once those doors are firmly opened and stories get around of how and why you were able to reach here, I wouldn't be surprised if the Empress or the King sent their armies this way, trying to claim the power in this realm. And Orcus would meet them with fire and brimstone unlike anything you have ever seen. It would be interplanar war.
So we don't tell anyone what happened here.
I would recommend you not.
Seal.
Otherwise, Grimthorn and I are gonna have to fight the Ruby Empire.
I'm not sure the Ruby Empire is the place for me anymore.
I'm not sure Grimthorn will be around much longer.
It's this cold determination, the most terrifying feeling of all. Okay. The rest of you stand there with him dying, but then time has run out for the lending of the souls that are inside of your bodies. You see as Gaius, Audia, all 7 of your souls, which we get to... Yep, sure.
Bosca, Lafri, Torrid, Paya, Juniper, Minotaur, and Vishna.
Great. We'll get back to those in a second. But all of your lent souls begin to drift away from you. And because you already got pretty good conversations with them, we'll save those for another time. But you are forced in just fleeting moments to say your final goodbyes to, let's say, one of these souls. I'll give all of you the chance to do that now.
Thank you for being a good help, Zennethor.
Zennethor simply nods and gives you the fist bump as his soul drifts away. You know that with him being dead, without a ghost medium like Lavinia, not much of a chance you'll get to talk to him anytime soon. He drifts up into the sky.
Nadia, I'll see you around. And Gaius, I looked after those students. They're coming home.
Gaius says, I'll put him up. Gaius says, Tom. I want to see that research on my doorstep this time next year. Someone has got to make an example out of you. And Audia, in turn, I'm so proud of you, Tom. In moments when fear might have overtaken most, you put that aside so you could pursue the truth. No authority, no law or facts was worth throwing away what matters most to you, and I appreciate your time. I'll be watching you. Good luck.
Yeah. It turns out it's not goodbye. Looks like we're both staying here for a while.
She will drift upwards into what you know to be the direction of the City of Souls. But it's hard to know how long she'll be there. Anyone else?
Sora, you fight your war, I'll fight mine. And I'll see you again.
Yes. I like to think that we're fighting the same war at the end of the day. That of justice. And there are none that I admire as much as you. Goodbye.
Alright. Say to Morality, your guidance has been invaluable. I hope one day soon I can speak to you in person again.
Cypress. I'm sorry it took you this long to realize it. But I'm always here with you. Anytime you nurture something back to health, whether human, creature, or plant, you see a little piece of me in that magic. Listen closely for a long time, and I will be speaking to you. I can't wait until you return home. Goodbye, Cypress.
Goodbye.
Winton, not to one, he bows to all 7 souls that are leaving him. You have all been interesting to travel with. It was not always fun. A lot of times it was painful. And we did not get along for most of it. But I don't think I'll be leaving the Umbral corruption just yet.
You see the 7 souls are there, and we'll say Torin is going to represent them as he speaks. Winton, there's a problem. Even though Zennethor rigged the system against us, technically we are in the books as judged by the City of Souls.
Well, you asked, there's a reason I'm not ready to leave yet.
His ears perk up. What do you mean?
I haven't been judged. And I believe I agreed to be judged 8 times.
Lafrey speaks up. Winton, but you were only killed because of one of Zennethor's undead soldiers. I don't think that counts as a natural death by anyone's book.
But none of you deserve to be damned for doing nothing.
Vasquez speaks up. You know, my people, they've continued to face oppression ever since I died. I would love to be able to go back and take care of them. And Torin speaks up and says, my daughter's probably 25 by now. And seeing her one last time would be the world to me.
Okay.
It seems that the 7 souls in your mind have unfinished business in the material plane.
I reach out? Do I feel the tethers to all of them?
Yes.
I grab all the tethers. Then what's one more life? Finishing the business of 7 other souls before we are all judged together.
Peya speaks up. One more trip. For all of us.
And when we return willingly to the City of Souls, I will stand trial for all of you.
Winton? Torin speaks. Thank you.
I'm not yanking. I carefully tug. Like, easily they could break it if they want to. I'm pulling them back down to me.
I am almost positive I'll roll for one of them. Cool. They see in you a spiritfarer, someone that might be able to carry them across the continent to finish their unfinished business or deeds. You remember those souls that you once heard in the barriers in the Umbral corruption, each one with a desperate plea? These 7 have their own. And Winton, you hear them whisper those into your ears, one by one. Save my daughter. Free the people. Feed the children. One after the other, until you brought them all inside.
Well, I have claimed multiple times to be a pillar, to help my party, to help those in need. I think I hear 7 very clear voices asking for help.
Very good. I'm just making sure that I find my thing. With that, Zennethor begins speaking to all of you and says, "Okay. Thank you for the gentle repose."
No, not gentle repose, spare the dying.
Okay, thank you for sparing the dying. I'm definitely ready to die and be in a much more powerful vessel now, just to be clear. I'm not going to be gone. I'm just going to be sort of...
You, me, and 2 HP.
Yeah, maybe I need tradesies. Can I get like a different vessel, one that isn't so fragile?
Nope. I'm full up, sorry.
You have no leverage.
Fine.
Before you go, I won't speak for everyone, but I know I would love to sever any connection with you.
Okay. I've never done this before, but let me give this a try. And he's not going to be able to remove the shards from your back. He's trying to basically cut the tethers between the shards and himself. He curls his hands together, wrapping them until he finds the tethers in one tight grip. And then he takes his fist and covers them entirely, twists, with his frail hands trembling in place under the pressure. He casts a spell, and all but the one with Tom, he snips off as those tethers drift in the breeze. You feel an immediate lack of insight into his mind, and freedom in your own psyche from him invading your thoughts. All except Tom. He looks to you, Tom, and says, "Okay. Well, you know the tradition. I can't enter without an invitation."
Zennethor, I invite you into my soul.
I can't believe you actually did it. I accept. His body begins to crumble. Dust on the ground in Sage Spire. And his soul drifts through the air and floats into you until you're imbued with all of his understanding of necrosis, the Umbral corruption, and some terrifying prophecies of Orcus. You are now, until you decide to recruit others, the Umbral Harbinger. And you now have the ability to create a similar portal to allow your friends to reverse course back up into the City of Souls. Doing so requires your concentration. It may mean you stay here, at least until they make it out. Also worth noting, when you took in Zennethor, you did gain quite a lot of max HP.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay. We'll get back to that.
Technically, I figured it's like I lost HP for the veil, and that probably would go away at some... But yeah.
You now know how to do this.
All right. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
We'll see you around.
Well,
Yeah, come visit. Stab me if I need it.
Always
Clap.
willing. I'll hand you a pin from the Emerald Insurgency. You would have fit in well.
Hate politics.
but you can't stop talking about
I thought you got strong opinions.
Oh, I love arguing with people.
Fit in
So
well.
cast the portal, and I say, catch y'all on the flip side.
Goodbye, Tom.
See you around.
If you ever want help, call on me.
Call on
know.
I'm already dead anyway.
On all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and as they leave, I think I'd pat each person on the shoulder and leave a tether, kind of in the same sense as Zennethor had, but presumably less malign.
Presumably.
You will have to master that ability, and to be completely honest, Tom, even when you're trying to affect this magical presence in your body, you will constantly be struggling against Zennethor's will. But I have a feeling that Tom's will might be a bit stronger. The rest of you can now step through this portal.
I give one last salute to Tom and hop on.
I head through.
I walk through.
I Ruby Empire salute. Though I may not want, or I may not feel like I belong there anymore, but it's one of the highest honors I know. And I take a step through.
The four of you leave through the portal, and Tom, you are left in a cold, black wasteland with these obelisks destroyed. But magic still remains. Those two seams that you noticed earlier. There's something coming through them right now. And they have a message to deliver to whomever rules in these lands. And that's where we're going to leave you. The four of you ascend through this portal, find your way back into the City of Souls. And unless any of you choose to stop off here, you're going to continue venturing in reverse, back on a boat, transferred by the Raven Queen to the Volheim estate.
Can I talk to the Raven Queen for a second?
Absolutely. The Raven Queen, we'll definitely do the Raven Queen first.
Yeah.
You step in the boat, lifted up to the waterfall. The Raven Queen looks at you and says, "So, it seems as though you have found the solutions and answers you were looking for."
I immediately get on one knee. Raven Queen, I do not seek violence. I seek to help those who are lost and desperate. Would you please give me the power to help those both living and dead to their final destination?
I see. It seems as though you wish to become a psychopomp. Is that correct, Winton?
Indeed. I wish to ferry those who cannot ferry themselves.
Winton, I'm honored at your dedication and courage. I will accept your offer and take you under my wing. However, it seems as though you still have some unfinished business on your person.
7 loads of it, yes.
Go forth and fulfill the wishes of these 7 dead souls. When you are finished, I believe you will learn something that will serve you well in this role.
As you say.
You will continue with the party, stepping out of the boat as you reach the Volheim estate.
Mordecai walks into the manor and heads up the stairs.
You see that right as your ship has docked, something or someone must have seen you way before you got to the pier, because you see that, among others, many vampires there gleefully greeting you, your presence there. Beatrice is at the top of the staircase. Her eyes brighten and widen as you step through the door.
She's the only one that I'm looking for, and once I see her, I kind of stand still, shocked that I'm even here. I'm still reeling from the fact that I'm here. And I'm just slowly putting a smile on my face, like realizing that it's actually physically here.
She dashes down the staircase to meet you.
I run to her.
You embrace. You made it out. You're alive.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. What do you mean?
That's what I wanted to say to you, but now we can talk about anything else.
She startled, then laughs to herself, trying to loosen, and says, "You don't understand. The people here, they something must have happened. Lysander decided to tell us what happens at the rite, the Festival of Shadows. He said that he hoped for a more sustainable future for us. He's left, Tom. I mean, dang it, Mordecai! He's left.
We left Tom.
No, we left Tom.
Tom has left.
Oh, let me back up. So Beatrice says, he's left, Mordecai. He's going to meet with the other vampire spawn to try to figure out if there's any way that we can migrate safely out of these lands. Dr. Hilda said that she was actually maybe able to propose some kind of serum that will give us extended life force outside of the Umbral's haze. I might be able to actually leave.
That is the most joyous news I've ever heard.
It won't be easy. There are a lot of people who will kill us on sight. Not just priests and clerics, but armies of any variety that see us as an existential threat. I don't really want to involve you in it, to be honest.
As long as I breathe, no one is going to do any harm to you.
I think... I was talking to Clara. We've made up a bit since the incident at the manor.
Well, that makes one of us.
She proposed an idea. A narrative. If we share a song or story that tells of the curse on the estate, or the stories of any of us that live here, maybe one of the other regions will be open to us finally coexisting with them. I couldn't think of anyone more gifted for the job than you. Once Dr. Hilda finishes the serum, and I'm powerful enough to leave these lands, I think you and I should go to the Emerald Egalitary together, to the Rose District.
I would love nothing more.
I guess, like, as a DM, you can stay here, or you can go with your party. Travel between any of these regions is only about 5 weeks long.
Okay. Do I still have the like, I know we got severed off, but am I good to stay here with that still in?
Because you kept it on, you're actually able to.
Oh.
It's actually better for you that you have it, than not having it.
One quick moment, Beatrice. I'll be right back. I go to the main.
Actually, I'm sorry. Mechanically and narratively, this makes more sense. You will be able to spend some time here, but then as necrosis overtakes you with every long rest, losing max HP, you'll just have to leave for that many days to recover from all of that.
Oh.
So this is a 50-50 situation. You can spend roughly 50% of your time in the Armor Corruption, but then you'd have to leave and then come back later, unless you find some magic to help.
What's the trip back from Emerald Egalitary?
Roughly 3 weeks.
Oh, man.
Yeah, assuming that, no king kills you on the way.
Oh. Wow.
I thought they didn't have kings in the Emerald Egalitary.
King Grimthorn, I mean. Thanks, Tom.
Wait, sorry. Mechanically.
My point was, you
Explain that
can't.
again.
You can stay here for a little bit, but you have to leave.
What's a
because
little bit?
I was saying 50-50, so you can spend a week here, and then you have to leave for a week.
Okay.
Otherwise, you will just die. The
Okay.
way you have been this entire campaign.
Okay. Beatrice, let me make sure my friends get out of here safely, and I will figure something out, but let me see my friends out of here, and I will be back.
That's the funny thing, Mordecai. For a vampire like me, a couple weeks is just a blink of the eye. I'll wait for your return.
I put my hand on her face, and I just said, it's no matter how cold it feels, it is the warmest touch in my life.
Thank you. That's it. That's all she says.
I will be back.
Mordecai joins the rest of the group as you venture out,
I
making it to
nudge him in the ribs like, hey, attaboy, lover boy.
great
Stop.
ultimate wingman with the wings. You venture down the cragged peaks back into Osiria, the land of Queen Serafra, and her servants will greet you, take you by camelback through the remainder of the desert, and unless anyone stops, she's just going to give you best wishes. Oh, and one more thing. My magic has finally been able to resurface well enough to send someone with you on your way. And she gestures, and you see a fully 100% humanoid Callan Fiorin, the Forgotten Scholar, with his full body ready to journey with you to the Sapphire Scholars.
Quick question.
Wow.
Do we still have the necrosis look?
A little bit, yeah. It's like when you started.
I want to ask her for a cloak.
She provides a basic cloak
Yeah.
without any effort.
Just to immediately like put it on over the armor.
Great.
And hood just kind of up.
Yeah, so Callan joins you, and you 5 again now, with a new scholar in your midst.
Actually, before we go, I want to ask her, do you have any news on Grimthorn? His location or what he's been doing?
His numbers grow by the day, as they always have. But I would venture to say that he is resting. He lost quite a lot to the Corpse Weaver, and it takes a significant amount of magic to bring them back. You would be lucky to even find him. He's not actively waging war.
Fine.
Do you want this campaign to end with a fight against Great Thorn? Yes. Maybe later. Now, the remainder of you make your way back through Assyria, back to Widowsburg, past the Church of Kelemvor, through the streets, up the plains, back into Death's Draught Tavern, out, through, and you stand at the very edge of the Umbral Corruption, which you now know is the border between the Chrysalis material plane and Shadowfell. You are planar walkers. Stepping back through this Umbral Corruption will detether your ability to speak to any of your obols, dead or alive. If you choose to do this, unless you have powerful black jade in your possession, which many of you don't, this is it for your conversations with those who have died and moved beyond.
I don't think I have any more to talk to right now. I think I only want to talk to you. Oh, so.
The rest of you penetrate the field and you hear the faintest whispers of desperate pleas from souls in the midst.
I listen carefully.
Give me a wisdom check with advantage.
That's a 23 and a 21, so 23.
You hear one say, yeah, save her. And you see a vision of a particular person that is freaking real DA in the Sapphire Scholars. You can grab them.
I invite you into my soul.
You hear a gasp of startled pleas, joy overtaking a desperate soul, and they eagerly, with their tiny, spindly little arms, grab onto you and crawl like an infant up until they reach your chest, and they're about to enter you.
I essentially carefully help it do what it's trying to do.
It enters your soul, and we'll add another one and their wish. Over the future, you'll be able to possibly fulfill on their desire, let them find rest. You will then journey up by ferry. Oh, yes.
Hold on, so before we get to the ferry, I stop and go, I think I need a break from the egalitary right now.
Understand.
Let me have the time to work with Beatrice and... Yeah. Cypress. Stupid request, but help her. Be with her every step of the way.
I will.
Winton, wherever you go, just know that I am eternally grateful for you, and thank you for being my friend.
I reach to the Utyug, the symbol of the Utyug battalion that's been on me this entire time, and I take it and carefully take it off, and I hand it over to Mordecai. This is my obol to you. Let it protect you as you live your life with Beatrice.
I take it and I have stick it on my hat.
A place of honor.
It is true.
And I tip my hat to you.
It is true that whenever you're in the Umbral corruption, you can use opals. So when you're ducking in and out, you'll be able to hear or maybe even connect directly to your fellow friends.
No.
Go be with her.
Oh, yeah. No. That death is the beginning of a new adventure. And it's a natural part of life. And everyone goes through it.
This isn't the last you'll see of me. I will be back.
I know.
I can't wait to hear the great tale composed by Mordecai Rizwood.
It was set on Mike. It's Mel Cannon.
I pat Cypress and I go, thank you. I walk up to Ari.
Go be with her.
I embrace you for a hug.
I'll absolutely hug you.
You will always. I will be back.
I know. I'm not worried about that.
Lead them, and I will be there at your side.
Army of vampires.
I take my hat, look at all of them again, tip it, and I walk back through.
And 4 becomes 3.
5?
No,
You were 4 at the
gone.
moment. 5 became 4, became
Talon.
3. Oh, that's true.
So 5 became
5
4,
became 5. 5 became 4 again. Winston, as you're traveling, the very first of the souls in your necklace is Peya. And she says, you said you were from the Ruby Empire, correct?
Yes.
We need to stop General Myrna. What she's doing has the potential to rip the fabric of reality out from underneath us. And I didn't stand up to her when I needed to. Are you prepared to go home and face your homeland?
Have we made it through the
You're,
barrier?
you're outside.
I think I stop hearing that because it's in my head. And I close my eyes. I have sworn to help those who cannot help themselves. If it is true, and the Ruby Empire is causing more harm than good, then it is our job to go see it rectified and to protect those who have lost their way amidst the violence of war. I open my eyes and I look at both of you, both Ari and Cypress.
Callan just stands kind of
And
quietly
Callan.
outside.
Callan, you were a true help in the temple, and I appreciate all that you've done. I hope your research goes well. Ari, I'm sorry I took your choice away for what Tom ultimately took on, but I promised Mordecai to keep you safe. And I feel that your life is not done yet. Cypress, I owe you a favor
Oh, you do.
that you have not called upon.
I will.
I seek to
I
help
know we'll meet again.
I seek to help the souls of those in my jade necklace, and I'll likely take on more as I go amongst my travels. If you have need of me, I will most likely be in the most war-torn, disrupted, plague-ridden lands, trying to help.
Those are normally the places with the most corrupt rulers, so I'll see you there.
Thank you both for helping me get the answers I was seeking.
Could not have done without you.
Thank you for being our shield.
If you come upon the Ruby Empire and they are antagonistic towards you, drop my name. They may interrogate you for information on my whereabouts and may help you get to my location, because
It may make things worse.
the last time I saw them, they really wanted me dead.
Yeah. And if you go back, they might want you more dead.
That's honestly why I got the cloak, because I do not look any different than when they chased me off in the first place.
That's fair.
But whatever you need to do, I do not wish to take part in war. But if you need help desperately, I'll be there to heal you and act as a shield once more.
Stay safe.
I throw up the hood and start walking towards where Paya has directed me.
So, not too far. Roughly 100 feet, 200 feet from the Death's Draft Tavern, where all of you met Winton for the very first time. This now friend or confidant, shield of yours, parts ways with you again, walking back towards the Ruby Empire, going west. The remainder of you will hitch a ferry, going north, past the Opal Refuge, back to the Emerald Egalitary. And unless any of you stop anywhere outside of the scholars...
Back to school, I guess?
It's the only place we call home.
That's fair.
Then that means that you two, with Callan, are going...
Besides, he probably hasn't been there in so long, he doesn't know the way.
Are going to continue journeying until you get back to the Sapphire Scholars. Now, that said,
In the egalitary, can I stop and buy some bananas?
Do y'all get interrogated by the guy who sold y'all the camera?
Just tell him I died.
you can buy some bananas, my friend.
Let's go. I guess much for the trip.
Great.
So you grab just a bunch, and it's like almost 3 weeks of travel between there and the Sapphire Scholars. But yeah, if you go by foot, which it looks like you are, and you eventually travel, and it turns out that Callan actually reports to and originally worked with the Solar Conservatory. So he will split up with you at this point, calmly nodding at you and says, "Anytime you need my assistance, I'd be very happy to grant it to you.
Thank you.
No more adventures for me, I'm afraid.
Understandable.
I've got a body to take care of now."
Sure.
And he ventures off to the Solar Conservatory, a new contact for you should you venture there. The two of you return back to, it seems where it all began, at the Celestial Conservatory. Back to the Purple Hearth. Just a cabin, just a shack in the woods, where you built it up with some of your friends that one day on the first night of classes. And, Ari, why don't you tell me what you're doing right now?
I'm going to go to the graves that were dug for us when we
everyone
first
presumed
left.
you were dead. No.
And I'm going to dig another. And I'm going to take the locket that I've been wearing and place it in it.
Placing the locket with Sora's lock of hair, a last oval tying you to her, into the grave. Ari brushes dirt to bury it.
Time for me to let this go. I'll see you again, friend.
As she stands up, I give her the... I'm assuming we have like a Emerald Egalitary salute
Absolutely.
or something. I give her that and say, I'm willing to follow you anywhere.
Thank you. I'll try to earn that.
You already have.
As we leave the view of all of our players and zoom in to a patch of earth, dirt that covers it, a locket inside, we return to the question we began with. What is death? Is death the end or merely another beginning? What does it mean for different people to honor and celebrate death? Tom now resides in the subdomain of Shadowfell of Sagespire, seeking new ways to solve the problems created by Zennethor and the presence of Orcus's Black Jade. Mordecai is helping
Beatrice and the Volheim estate to undo the damage of Lady Shar's dynastic rule over the estate, trying to maybe help them find freedom outside of the corruption. Winton, helping to save the unfinished business of 7 souls who were killed or caught dead too early. Winton has told me 8 souls, correct. In order to help restore some degree of balance as a psychopomp truly would. Cyprus, with the knowledge of his adoptive mother Moraldi in mind, and with his eyes set on overthrowing kings like Aderon and Grimthorn, might need to find inside of him the truest sight of what timeless death can bring to those in need. And Aerie, once trying to reverse the course of death, now embraces it, taking on the mantle of the leader of the Emerald Insurgents. Well, for all the death in this campaign, I feel as though we've achieved many new layers of life. But, like life itself, all good things must come to an end. And with that, that is going to be where we end our session and the campaign for the Umbral Harbingers. Thank you so much for enjoying a gripping, harrowing, sad, hilarious, tactically completely unbalanced campaign. Wild, amazing things. First, I want to give an incredible shout out, one by one, for the incredible players at this table. So, prepare yourselves to clap for and applaud in this order.
Let's roll on for it.
First up, she's our dynamic rogue, the bringer of incredible scenes of vulnerability, of depth, and of grief, but of triumph and victory. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Ayla as Aerie. Next up, you would often recognize him, not for his looks, but for his forms. Not for his voice, but for his growls. For his witty whips, for his witty quips, for his witty quips, and his animalistic mind. Let's take it over to Justin as Cypress. Next up, I am just so delighted that we got to add this person to our table for this campaign because in addition to bringing the incredible performative attributes that a bard is always supposed to have, he layered so much heart in his character, turning him into one of my most beloved arcs to follow. It is my friend Trey as Mordecai. And I'm just rolling clockwise? How did this happen?
I thought you just rolled one and then went clockwise.
No! I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, spoilers, I guess, but...
But then that means after that you'll have to roll again, and then you have to reintroduce the same person you just did until we finally finish the circle.
Number 4, he stepped into this campaign for the first time as someone trying to figure out why a sorcerer would be a charisma-based spellcaster, and then not only broke fundamentally the combat encounters that I had designed for him, but produced some of the most interesting and incredible world building with respect to magic and the other planes. Really pushing all my world building buttons the right amount. And for that, I have to thank Ben as Tom. And finally, our 5th and final player, another new timer, first timer at this table, and one I was so spoiled to be able to get to play with here. He not only had to roleplay as 1 broken character, but as 8 broken characters, and for that, I say I'm sorry, and also I am not sorry. He is the wonderfully talented, hilarious Jordan as Winton!
And a huge thank you to our incredible DM, world builder, NPC voice master, Nathan Eloquin.
And a few more quick shout-outs. The minis. Many of the pieces of artifacts that you see around the room, from props and articles to this DM screen in front of me, and the AV tech setup is from my lovely wife, Annie. Thank you, Annie! And of course, for however many of you chose to listen in and to contribute your incredible and fun feedback or insights or highlights to us. And at this point, I'm really just shouting out Denton and Logan and a couple of others that have tuned in and messaged. That just means so much to me. So this is for you. Thank you for listening in and being
You guys are awesome.
So, with that, we will sign off. There are more adventures to be had in the world of Nine Stone because with every passing day, the leaders of the 8 regions have discovered just a bit more about this proverbial stone with the powers of the other 8. Not just conjuration or necromancy or divination, all of them. And as the existential threat of the plane rings in the balance, as Orcus and his entire effect over the Umbral corruption might come to a standstill as a result of the Umbral Harbingers' work, we find ourselves at a nexus of new stories to be told. Thank you for tuning in, and we can't wait for the next adventure in the world of Nine Stone. Take care, we'll see you next time. Bye.
Oh, yes, come on in. Truthkeeper Prionis. Our scouts just returned from the field. They're reporting reduced energy signals around the Umbral corruption. They're saying that the nexus of magic for Black Jade must have fallen. Oh! Well, that really is a stunning development. What do you suppose must have caused this? Ugh. They're saying that it must have been the Black Jade Lords infighting, but I don't know. Something about that doesn't sit right with me. I agree, Councilman. This must be a changing of the guards, or perhaps a turning of the tide. Let's send some of our best mages out to go and research it. Hopefully whatever is affecting this nexus won't also target the others. Magic. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, and one more thing. Go ahead and clear my schedule for the next few weeks. I need to pay a visit to an old friend.